feeling closer and more connected to each other. Visiting the Golden Temple is about recognizing the oneness of humanity. You should enter the temple's grounds with an open heart and think about leaving the past behind. You must also take a bath in the Sarovar to cleanse yourself of all burdens. As you do this, remember that purification is not just about water washing away grit. It is also about your thoughts and actions becoming simpler and more purposeful.
This part of the journey was about purification, Mom had said in her letter, and so in the morning, Sharina considered calling Sehaj and telling him that she was sorry. She felt a bit foolish for making such a fuss during their phone conversation last night. In the shower, she shut her eyes and let the water pour over her body, rivulets running down the curves of her breasts and thighs, the roundness of her abdomen. The light floral fragrance of the hotel body wash filled the small cubicle. She felt cleaner as the water pooled at the spaces between her feet and the foam circled down the drain. As the days crept closer to her visit to the ancestral village, the cover that Sharina was still sticking to, even though her sisters might wonder who these relatives were and why they'd never heard of them, Sharina felt a combination of dread and relief. She wished there were a different course of action that would make everybody happy, but she had gone through all the ideas and scenarios in her mind. Everything pointed back to Sharina. This wasn't easy for Sehaj either. Mother was adamant, and Sharina, of all people, knew what she was like when she dug her heels in. If she could come to terms with doing this one thing for the family, the tension in their home would melt away. So every time the panic seized Sharina, she reminded herself of the future, returning to Melbourne, seeing Sehaj, starting over. She'd even lose this excess weight right away, beginning a mid-year New Year's resolution. The future unrolled like a carpet before Sharina, and she saw an entirely new life where she and her mother-in-law had the kind of closeness that she had always craved from Mum. Soon, soon, she reminded herself as she stepped out of the shower. The creamy white body lotion smelled like lilacs, springtime. Soon the obstacle that stood between her and her new family would be gone. According to Google Maps, the Golden Temple was a straight line from their hotel. In practice, the sisters had to edge their way in single file along the narrow road, dodging rickshaws, potholes, and stray dogs. The rattling aluminum doors of shops were just being raised for the day, as Sharina, Rajni, and Jasmine made their way to the temple. Sharina had never seen so much Sikh paraphernalia in her life. T-shirts with glittery Sikh warrior slogans embossed on them, and screen-printed images of the gurus, as if they were rock stars. One roadside stand was dedicated to selling karas, the silver bangles that Sikhs wore. A mother of 2 young boys made them hold out their wrists so the vendor could gauge their size. The older boy was reluctant. He shrugged when the vendor asked which kara he liked. "No opinion?" the vendor asked, laughing. He picked through the bangles displayed on a crate draped with velvet cloth. "Don't you want everybody to know you're a Sikh boy?" He held out a chunky kara, the kind Sharina had only seen on men, and the boy's eyes widened a bit with interest. Sharina felt the coolness of her thin bangle against her wrist. She had worn the same kara since she was a teenager. Mum had helped to remove her previous kara from childhood, which had grown so tight that soap and hand lotion were required to ease the removal. It hurt, Sharina remembered, especially at the point where her wrist bone jutted out and then widened to become her hand. "Make a fist," Mum kept saying, tugging the bangle. "Good girl, good girl," praise worked on her and reduced the pain to an irritation. Sherina made a fist so tight that her fingernails dug into the soft flesh of her palms and drew blood. She was doing it now, clenching her fist just at the memory. "Cool," Jasmine said, as they passed a shop front window with a gleaming display of knives and swords of different sizes. Mum had had a medium-sized kirpan with an intricately carved handle and a blade that curved at the tip. It was purely decorative, the symbolism more important than the function, but Sherina still remembered feeling protected by it. Jasmine pointed at the largest kirpan, which stretched across the table in the shop window. "Imagine bringing that back to Britain and trying to explain it to customs." "Mum's was about that size, wasn't it?" Jasmine shook her head. "I think she had one of those necklaces," she said, nodding at the small sword-shaped pendants that hung from long silver chains. Noticing their sudden attention on the pendants, the vendor plucked a few from the display case and came out of the shop to offer them to Sherina. She shook her head. "Mum had one just like that," she insisted, pointing at a dagger with a glinting tip. It looked like a prop from a play. "You're probably thinking about Auntie Rupee's house," Jasmine said. "She had lots of decorative stuff from trips abroad." In her memories, Sherina saw the kirpan sitting next to a carved vase on a mantel and realized that Jasmine must be right. Their own house had been sparsely decorated, a commemorative glass ornament here, a few picture frames there. She remembered the plastic lilies that Mum had brought home from the supermarket once, cloudy blobs of glue attempting a dewy freshness in the dead of winter. The curtains were always drawn anyway, so the lilies did nothing to brighten up the shadowy room. Since Jasmine mentioned Auntie Rupee at the market in Delhi, Sherina found herself confusing memories of both places. That cat wasn't theirs, but if she recalled her childhood now, she saw it creeping between the furniture of their house and stretching lazily at the foot of her bed. Auntie Rupee's house had been more welcoming than her own, the kitchen pantry bursting with packets of biscuits, the countertops clear of those bills with angry red letters at the top that sometimes made Mum cry. The sisters ambled down 2 more lanes, politely declining offers of chai and roti from the vendors, and emerged into the main square, where the skies were open and the vehicles were barred from entering. Rickshaws crowded at the edges of the square, their drivers calling out prices to passengers. "Wow, this has changed," Rajni said, as they stepped into the square. "It's so civilized now." Sherina hadn't been here before, but even she was impressed. The town square was neatly paved in reddish brick. The surrounding buildings all had a uniform exterior, and they stood in tidy rows, unlike the jutting houses and shops everywhere else in the city. The blaring of horns and sputtering motors already seemed a world away. 2 sculptures side by side caught Sherina's attention. A wedding dancing scene. One sculpture depicted the men, their legs raised high and their arms framing the sky above them. The women on the other platform were huddled closer together. Their dupattas were caught in the wind of their movements, trailing behind them as if they were softer than the iron and concrete materials that composed them. "Looks like your wedding, Sherina," Jasmine said, nodding at the statues. "I think our outfits were a little more up-to-date, though." The women looked young, like sisters and cousins of the bride. Sherina remembered Rajni and Jasmine dancing with her, and the photographer circling like a vulture, freezing the moment just like these statues did. In the pictures, the unbridled joy in their smiles gave them the strongest resemblance Sherina had ever seen. They looked like three sisters that had spent their whole lives laughing together like this. "Do you remember all those old women who wanted to sing those dreary songs about brides leaving their home?" Jasmine asked. "And I kept turning up the music?" "Those songs are horrible," Rajni said. "They did them at my wedding, and Mum didn't let me stop the women. They sounded like cats dying." The songs were designed to stir up the bride's emotions and deepen her great sadness at leaving her family for the unknown. Sherina had been dreading them as well, and was glad that the festive mood continued, despite the elders' insistence that traditions needed to be respected. Those women didn't have much say anyway. They were part of that hodgepodge of guests that Mum invited from her temple crowd to make up for their distinct lack of relatives compared to Sehaj's voluminous family. The mournful songs just weren't relevant to Sherina, and she was afraid she wouldn't be able to feign the appropriate bridal sadness. Once she found Sehaj and her new, perfect family, she was so prepared to jump ship that she would have done away with the goodbyes altogether. Jasmine and Rajni were recalling the words of those songs now as they walked along the square, passing more souvenir shops, the Buzz, tour booking agencies, and a double-story McDonald's. There was one verse which went, "Make sure you do all the cooking and cleaning to the utmost standards. You don't want to anger your mother-in-law," Rajni said. Jasmine pulled a face. "They need an update," she said. "Make sure your husband does his share of the work and tell your mother-in-law to bugger off if she interferes." Sherina had an image of her mother-in-law hovering around the background yesterday while Sehaj spoke to her on the phone. It was easy to say, wasn't it? Before getting married, young women always went on about how they wouldn't put up with this or that. The arranged marriage message boards had been full of such threads. "Help! MIL wants to move in with us." And, "Any advice on how to say no to MIL without upsetting hubby?" The women who posted these frantic messages irked Sherina, because by posting their private problems to a group of strangers, they were indulging in drama that they could have foreseen by marrying traditional men. "You should have known," Sherina was tempted to say. It wasn't just to chide the women. It was a useful reminder to herself as well that she had wanted a traditional marriage. Although she hadn't exactly gone searching for a live-in mother-in-law, she welcomed the idea once she noted the size of the house, with enough rooms between them. Compromises were necessary. It was easy as well to declare, "I would never quit my job," or "I'd tell my husband that my needs came first." But what women really did, the ways in which they bent and adjusted their values, that was reality. The women on those message boards should know better than to complain about a simple fact of life, like overbearing mothers-in-law. Across the square, a massive flat screen imposed on one of the heritage buildings showed the inside of the Golden Temple. The prayers boomed across a public address system. On the screen, a bearded Granthi sang the hymns dutifully, the camera so close to his face that Sherina could see the creases lining his skin. She felt small, in that way that Mum probably intended for them on this leg of the pilgrimage. Insignificant. The weight of Sehaj's request for Sherina faded away. It was just a moment, a speck in her history. There was so much to look forward to. She would tell Sehaj this when she had the next chance, echoing what he had said all along. "I just have to get through these next couple of days, and then I'll be home," she would say. At the stairs that led to the entrance of the grounds of the Golden Temple, a tour guide held court for a group of tourists who wore backpacks and used their hands to shield their eyes from the bright sunlight amplified by the pure white stone of the walls and buildings that made up the surrounding complex. "We go down these stairs and descend into the grounds," he explained. "This is intentional. The motion of going down rather than up instills humbleness and eliminates arrogance from our minds." Two turbaned warrior guards, wearing regal blue garments, stood on either side of the entrance. Sherina dipped her feet in the trough of water and climbed the stairs, leaving wet footprints on the marble surface. She listened to the tour guide as if she was part of the group. He went on about the Golden Temple's history, its significance as the most sacred place of worship for Sikhs, the entrances which could be seen from every angle, inviting people from all faiths. The fourth Sikh Guru, Guru Ram Das, excavated a tank, which is this large pool of water. It became known as Amritsar, the pool of the nectar of immortality. The holy city grew around it and took on the same name. The shrine was built in the center of the pool and became the center of Sikhism in the world. The tourists nodded and uttered small acknowledgments of wonder. "Ah, oh." Their phones captured snapshots of the unsmiling guards, holding their tall spears and staring straight ahead. Then the tour guide stopped talking. Sherina understood why. The sight of the golden shrine literally took his breath away. She wondered if this was a performance. Surely, after visiting every day, it would grow old. But that blissful smile on his face seemed to reflect the stunning vision of that majestic golden jewel which seemed to float on the calm water. White marble floors and a complex of low pillared buildings ran across the edges of the palatial grounds, which surrounded it on all sides. The temple's intricately carved gilded domes glinted in the sun. Here the sky seemed wider and bluer than anywhere Sherina had been, and it seemed like some divine trick that the temple was both immense and welcoming. Sherina had only ever seen the Golden Temple in pictures, but they couldn't do justice to this view. In their home, Mum had a framed poster of the temple on the living room wall. The only thing that hung on the wall, besides a portrait of Guru Nanak, surrounded by garlands and votive candles. Sherina was only about 5 years old when she had asked Mum, "Whose house is that?" Mum had laughed. "That's God's house," she'd said. "God lives there." And then she looked at it with such yearning that Sherina saw what she probably saw. Compared to their old couches and cracked windows, God's house was much better. Sherina had always understood Mum's longing for another home. It was a powerful sentiment that they shared, but never spoke about. When Sherina announced to her family that she had met somebody and was going to marry him, she sensed the questions brewing in her sisters' minds. Why didn't you say anything? Why are you going so far away? Mum was the only one who didn't seem surprised. Rajni led the way barefoot along the edges of the water. A long strip of carpet ran along the path to the temple. If she stepped off the carpet, her feet would make contact with the heat-soaked tiles. Ahead of her, there were 2 children playing, nudging each other off the carpet as they tried to maintain their balance. From their play, Rajni understood that the marble floor took on the heat of lava in their imaginations. They stepped in and out, giggling and squealing. She felt an ache in her chest, thinking of Anil, and how much she had wanted him to have a sibling. How strangely incomplete her family always felt, as if there was a ghostly presence of something that never existed. Was that why he was so eager to start a family of his own? Had he always been lonely? She couldn't ask him those questions now. This morning, she trawled through her social media pages and found that they had been scrubbed clean of any traces of Anil. He had deleted and blocked her. It was strange how visceral and effective the pain of an online snub could be. Any small amount of guilt or doubt that Rajni felt over hiring that private investigator was gone now. They continued their slow walk toward the temple, passing the men's bathing area of the Sarovar. A screen blocked off the view, but when the men emerged from the pool and stood up to put their clothes back on, their heads and feet were visible behind the screen. There was an air of celebration to the whole ritual. They patted each other on the back and called out. "We're not going in there, are we?" Jasmine asked. "There's a separate bathing area for women," Rajni said. "I think it's over there." She pointed at a bathhouse ahead, under the shade of a tree with outstretched branches, where women were lining up with their belongings neatly tucked under their arms. Another stream of women exited the bathhouse, their actions not quite as congratulatory as the men's. Rajni wondered if this was because their bath was private, whereas the men, save for the screen, were out in the open. Their purification was on display for the whole world to see. As they got closer to the temple, the line of people thickened and the spaces became narrower. From what Rajni could see, there were 2 or 3 rows for lining up. One line seemed to move much faster than the others, but it was the slow line that most people wanted to be in. "I don't get what's going on," she muttered. "Feels like we're at a nightclub," Jasmine said. A gray-haired woman in front of them turned around and explained. "This line is for tourists, the people who just want to come inside, see the temple, and go. You move right through. The other line is for devotees to sit down. It takes longer to get through." "So, the express line then?" Jasmine asked. "We don't have to sit in there, do we? We just want to pay respect." "I guess so," Rajni said, although she bristled slightly at being called a tourist. Tourists enjoyed themselves and brought home useless plastic souvenirs. They were here for spiritual purification. Nothing about this trip felt like a holiday to her. She was beginning to feel the weight of returning to the past. Fragments of memories of her last trip with Mum here were surfacing and becoming more difficult to ignore now that they were in Punjab, where it all started. They moved into the quicker line. It was managed by a man at the front who counted bodies, let them in quickly, and then suddenly snapped the bar back in place. The people moved like floodwater, rushing into every little space. The sudden crush of bodies alarmed Rajni. Instinctively, she reached out for Jasmine and Sharina, grabbing their hands. "Can everybody just relax?" Jasmine said irritably. Nobody appeared to hear her. Rajni felt the pressure of the crowd behind her and the barrier ahead. It was getting hotter. Sweat broke across her upper lip, but her arms were pinned to her sides by the other pressing bodies. She tipped her head up and took a gulp of air. When they were eventually allowed into the temple, the procession was calmer. The desperation that Rajni felt from the crowd seemed to dissipate once they were let through. She checked over her shoulders to make sure Jasmine and Sharina were following behind. Jasmine was looking out over the water, its calm and glassy surface. Sharina's mouth was set into a deep frown. "It's not supposed to be this way," Rajni thought. She had known better than to come into this pilgrimage with too many expectations, but she thought Amritsar would be different. It was beautiful, certainly. The temple was nothing short of breathtaking. But now she and her sisters were being shuttled into the prayer hall, a room dripping with ornate gold trimmings, the sounds of hymns reverberating against the high ceilings. And all she could think was, how long do we have here? It was like a theme park ride where the wait was infinite, but the ride itself only lasted under a minute and left everybody wondering why on earth they had anticipated it so much, and they were ejected from the room almost as soon as they entered. "Can't we sit?" Rajni asked. The current of the crowd carried her and her request out of the hall. Sherina and Jasmine looked just as dazed when they emerged. "Is that it?" Rajni asked. "I suppose so," Jasmine said. "Unless you want to go back and line up again." Rajni barely heard her. She was remembering saying those same words to the doctors when they told her that there was nothing left to do in Mum's case. "So that's it?" she'd asked, over and over again, until they could give her a different answer. She wasn't just talking about the cancer. She was shocked that Mum's life would just end. After all those arguments, all those conflicts, she would cease to exist. Jasmine and Sherina stepped in front of Rajni and led the way back to the women's bathhouse. Rajni was still deep in thought, this time recalling a visit to the hospital and seeing the anguish on Mum's face. "Rajni, please press play on the iPad," Mum had whispered, when the pain passed and she could speak again. Anil had helped her to stream the daily prayers from the Golden Temple, and their messages rang across the room from the tinny iPad speakers. "I've got the Bluetooth speakers at home," he said anxiously to Rajni. "I can go get them, and then she'll have, like, surround sound, and it'll be more relaxing or whatever." Rajni had told him to go ahead. What a lovely idea. She needed time alone with Mum that day. The line of women outside the bathhouse hummed with excitement. In front of Rajni was a teenage girl with a long rope of hair that hung to the base of her spine. Handing her belongings over to the girl next to her, she pulled her hair into a bulging bun and pinned it in place. Rajni touched her own short hair, which ended at the nape of her neck. The line inched forward at a much more peaceful pace than the line back at the temple. "I'll be glad to have a dip in the water," Jasmine commented, fanning herself. "We don't have to take all our clothes off, right?" Sherina asked as they made it through the threshold. There were several bare bottoms here, and Rajni felt just as alarmed as her little sister sounded. "I don't think so," Rajni said. An attendant was sitting on a low wooden stool next to the pool's edge and ushering women in. Some were stripped down to their underwear, and others were wearing light cotton tunics that reached their knees. "Screw it! I'm getting naked," Jasmine declared. She set her belongings down on a bench and peeled her clothes off. Instinctively, Rajni looked away, but she noticed how other women were drawn to Jasmine's body art and her long limbs as she hopped into the pool and strode through the water. 2 large orange carps shot off like fireworks as they saw her approaching. Sherina kept her clothes on and found herself a corner and lowered herself down the stairs into the water. Rajni took in a deep breath and did the same. The water lapped at her feet and rose up as she descended, making her tunic billow about her like a tent. She pressed it down and waited for the weight to render it limp against her thighs. The water was still, despite the women wading through it. Some would call this a miracle, Rajni thought, recalling everything she'd read and heard about these restorative baths in the lead-up to this trip. Mum had told her all kinds of stories that day as well, repeating that she wanted to go to the Golden Temple. A bath in the Sarovar would take all her pain away, she insisted. "Mum, Anil's going to bring his speakers later," Rajni had said stupidly, knowing the futility of her response. Here her mother was, asking for a spiritual experience, and all Rajni could offer up was better sound quality on her electronic prayer program. All her life, Mum had told her stories of men and women who bathed in the water and had their health restored. Eyesight miraculously regained, tumors dissolved, wombs suddenly fertile and hospitable to new life. But it was just water, Rajni would argue. the pragmatist in her unable to see anything beyond this argument. "Rajni, listen to me," Mum had said urgently, her features contorted with pain. Here we go, Rajni thought, knowing that she was in for another lecture about miracles, about things that happened without rhyme or reason. But what Mum said instead surprised her. "You'll help me, right?" Mum asked. "You'll make sure I don't suffer." "Of course," Rajni said. Mum's expression was wide with trust. Her skinny fingers dug into Rajni's palms and brought tears to her eyes. She couldn't bear the thought of watching Mum whittle away, pain and suffering slowly dissolving her dignity. Rajni didn't realize what a heavy responsibility she had accepted, though, until she began helping Mum research options over the next few days. "We can't do this," she thought, looking at those websites. "Not like this." What a relief it was then, to arrive at the hospital one day to find that Mum had a letter written. She had this pilgrimage planned. She had a jewelry pouch tucked in her drawer, and as she unzipped it to show her daughters the pills she had stashed away inside, Rajni was still nodding, still promising to do anything. Chapter 10.
Our fifth Guru, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, said that bathing in the sacred waters of the Sarovar washes away all of our sins. Water rids people of diseases, nourishes our bodies, and brings clarity to our thoughts and actions. Your body's immersion in the nectar of immortality will bring eternal strength and fulfillment to your spirit.
Jasmine cupped the water into her hands and raised them over her head. The water poured down her face, pooling at the shelf of her collarbone. It smelled like rainwater, earthy and fresh. She really felt as if she could stay here all day. If not for the spiritual release, then the refreshment of being out of the heat. With her eyes closed and the echoing women's voices fading into a singular din in the background, she thought there was something quite peaceful and otherworldly about this bath. Next to her, a woman had rolled the cuffs of her white salwar up to her knees and was wading through the water with a toddler's legs anchored around her hips. She chanted into the little girl's ears and crouched to scoop up some water to toss on her small feet. "This is God's water," the woman said, loose strands of her fringe falling over her eyes. "Its holiness will protect you." The toddler kicked and squealed with delight. Jasmine had read those tales of lepers' wounds disappearing upon contact with this miracle water. Of course, some measure of exaggeration had gone into creating those stories. Wasn't it more convenient for the story that the lepers were cured instantaneously rather than a gradual process over weeks and months? When children were told those stories, could they really be trusted to listen patiently while the leper noticed tiny improvements in his scarring or strength gaining in his muscles? No. She bent at the waist and took another handful of water. As it cascaded over her shoulders, she became certain that the point of the spiritual bath was to start a slow progression of healing. When she opened her eyes and blinked away the water, she noticed a large orange carp near her feet. It was impossible to know if this was the same one that she saw when she entered the water, but it seemed to be aware of her. It hovered at her feet, still and watching. Jasmine stared back at it, wondering if some divine intervention had brought this fish to her. She recalled the arowana's glossy eyes, its mouth moving as if speaking a secret language. "Go tell your friends I'm working on being better," Jasmine said to the carp. A middle-aged woman nearby looked at her in confusion and then also nodded at the fish. Jasmine swayed her foot gently to create ripples, so the fish would swim away. Watching it glide away, Jasmine felt sorry. More sorry than she had been when the arowana had died, and she didn't know why. The pressure of tears built in her throat. Being in this pool for purification made her think about Mum sitting in her hospital, holding the edges of that letter in her frail hands as she read it out. "Cleanse yourself of all burdens," she had said, holding her daughter's attention. Did the room tense up then? Jasmine remembered thinking that she was the only one of her two sisters who really had burdens. Every rejection and every passing year slimming her chances of a breakthrough. Once Mom had got through her explanation of the itinerary, she paused and began to whisper. Rajni, Jasmine, and Sharina huddled closer to Mum. There was something else she wanted her daughters to help her with. Her voice was so full of hope that she didn't seem to even notice how horrified Jasmine was when she explained the pills. "I've been storing them for a while now," she said, her eyes shining. "I'll take them all at once tomorrow morning. I'm telling you because I think you should know, but also because I need you to keep a lookout for nurses. I don't know their schedules well enough to know when somebody will pop in to do a test or bring a meal. If somebody is coming, you need to distract them." "What you're asking us to do is illegal," Jasmine said, looking to Rajni and Sharina. "Right?" Sharina nodded in agreement. "There must be another way," she said. But Jasmine heard the uncertainty in her voice. Rajni, probably knowing that Sharina would give in to Mum's requests eventually, took them both out of the room to discuss it. Back in the present, a commotion erupted behind Jasmine and shook her out of her thoughts. She heard a sharp gasp and turned to see Sharina sitting on the edge of the pool with her legs splayed before her. A stout elderly woman with rosy cheeks crouched next to her. "Sharina," Jasmine said, wading through the water. "Are you okay?" The woman's expression was etched with concern. She took Sharina by the elbow and gently helped her up. Then she said something to Sharina. It looked like a question or a comment, but it seemed to startle her. Sharina shook her head and turned her back to the woman. "I'm fine," Sharina said. I slipped." Jasmine glanced at the rosy-cheeked woman. Now she appeared confused. She stared at Jasmine for a few moments, and then returned to her family, two little girls wearing matching swimsuits and long tracksuit leggings. "What did that lady say to you?" Jasmine asked. "Oh, you know," Sharina said. "Just to be careful. I'm fine, though. A fall on your bum hurts a lot more when you're an adult, doesn't it?" That rush of words and the forced smile didn't hide Sharina's embarrassment. Jasmine wondered for a moment what it would be like to be her little sister, so prim and perfect that a fall in a bathhouse would be the humiliation of a lifetime. "Have you read my Wikipedia entry?" she wondered. "Don't worry about it," Jasmine said. "Nobody saw." They gathered their belongings and stepped out of the bathhouse gingerly together. But as they passed the woman and her two daughters, her stare lingered on Sharina. It was more curious than unfriendly, but Sharina seemed to make it a point not to look back. The hot, tiled floor stung Jasmine's feet. She spotted Rajni sitting on a bench, squinting against the glare of the sun. "What happened?" Jasmine asked. "You were in there for all of 5 minutes." Rajni shrugged. "I didn't feel like staying." "Why not?" Jasmine asked. "I couldn't stop thinking about Mum." A trickle of water made its way down Jasmine's forehead. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. "I thought the bath would make me feel better," she said. That was the whole point. Do you feel better? Jasmine nodded. I feel like something changed in there. I don't think I believe the water has miraculous healing properties, but I don't know. Haven't you ever taken a bath to forget a stressful day? That's how it was for me. Jasmine, this isn't as simple as forgetting a bad night out. Jasmine felt a flash of anger at Mum for putting them in this situation. They wouldn't be in India if not for her. They'd have nothing on their consciences. Jasmine wouldn't be having those recurring dreams. The sequence of events in Jasmine's life played out in reverse, as if a tape was swallowing them back. If Mum hadn't written that letter, none of this would have happened. They sat together in silence for a while, watching the worshippers fall into line and emerge from the dark bathhouse into the bright white temple grounds. Where did Sherina go? Jasmine asked. She's around. She went looking for her in-laws' tribute, Rajni said. They made a donation to the temple recently, and there's an engraved dedication to them. She said she promised Sehaj she'd take a picture. How big a donation? Jasmine asked. On their way in, they had passed all manner of tributes, names of prominent families engraved into the grand marble walls. Rajni raised an eyebrow. A big one. So Sherina wouldn't have trouble finding her in-laws' plaque then. The significant donations took up more wall space and attracted their own followers. Earlier, Jasmine had seen a murmuring crowd standing around a towering tribute from a prominent Sikh hedge fund manager from New York. They've got lots of money to spend, haven't they? Jasmine asked. They certainly didn't spare any expense on those wedding celebrations. Jasmine remembered feeling overwhelmed by all of Sherina's in-laws and their glittery outfits, and by how many of them had taken the not small decision to fly all the way from Australia for the wedding. They wore their success in brand-name shoes and designer suits. The only person who stood out was Sherina's mother-in-law. Her clothes, though tasteful, were simple to reflect her widow's status. Sehaj's father had died when he was a teenager. Jasmine imagined this was something they had in common when they first began chatting online. Is it the money? Jasmine had wondered when Sherina announced she was engaged to Sehaj. She had never known her sister to be a gold digger, but who wouldn't be impressed with all that Sehaj's family had to offer, especially after growing up in that old, semi-detached house with taps that sputtered and a hole in the fence big enough for the neighbor's incontinent German shepherd to visit their yard to relieve himself. Jasmine, too, had spent her childhood imagining a glamorous life, but her fantasies were of stardom. The whole world will know my name, she promised herself, shaking away her fears of insignificance. Rajni was fiddling with her phone. I really wish this thing would work, she grumbled, shaking the phone as if this would make it function properly. The Find Me app keeps showing Sherina in the same spot as we are. Maybe her phone is off, Jasmine suggested. I really don't want to lose one of my sisters in Punjab, Rajni said, frowning at her phone. Relax, Jasmine said. It's the Golden Temple. Only good things happen here. Right, Rajni said with a sigh. She stared at her phone as if she was willing it to start ringing. Do you use the Find Me app to track Anil's movements as well? Jasmine asked. He's off at a pub somewhere, and you know exactly when he's leaving. Rajni looked insulted. I don't keep track of my son's movements, she informed Jasmine haughtily. I was joking. Did I tell you I saw him recently? Jasmine asked. In the mall? Rajni's face seized. Jasmine could tell from the pinched look on her face that she was hiding something. I think he was buying you a birthday gift. I thought it was quite sweet. Quite unlike Anil, she thought, but she kept that observation to herself. Oh, yes, Rajni said with a forced laugh. Bless him. Such a thoughtful one, isn't he? She held up her phone and shook it once again. Would you believe this useless thing? She cried. Now it's saying that Sharina's on some back street. Honestly. She chucked the phone into her bag with more force than necessary, suggesting to Jasmine that she did not want to discuss Anil's thoughtfulness any further. Sharina alternated between cursing to herself and gulping in breaths of air as she power-walked toward the hotel. This narrow lane connected the two major streets, and she needed all the shortcuts she could find. There was a dull ache in her belly, followed by a cramp, and in her panic, she couldn't remember if it started before or after she had fallen. She was furious with herself for not recording the relevant numbers in her phone, choosing instead to keep them in that card that Sehaj had given her. Back in the hotel room, Sharina took a moment to sit on the edge of her bed and catch her breath. Room service had already come through and replaced her sheets. Soaked in sweat, she was ashamed to think of it, but last night had been hot, even with the air conditioning on at full blast. And there wasn't a single wrinkle to be seen on the flat white sheets. The bed was vast, like the Golden Temple grounds, and there was that same sense of freshness, of starting over. She picked up the phone and pressed 0. Yes, how can I help you? Asked the young man that she had seen manning the reception desk. Madam Sharina, is it? The man asked. Room 303? Yes. She cleared her throat. I was wondering if you could give me the number of a nearby hospital. Are you unwell, madam? Not. No, I think I might be injured. I'd just like to know where the nearest hospital is, just in case. Just one moment, madam. Why didn't she watch where she was going? Then she wouldn't be in this situation now, this panic. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath and waited for the pain to return. There it was, a cramp that spread like fingers across her sides and radiated across her belly. She'd felt something like that before, after a conversation with her mother-in-law, and later she realized that it was the beginning of a panic attack. Could that be it? Just a panic attack? No need to see a doctor then. Just take a few deep breaths and return to the temple as if nothing had happened. The young man's voice returned to the phone. He recited a list of hospitals and their addresses. Sharina murmured the names back, but she didn't write anything down. A doctor who didn't know her situation would ask too many questions, and she couldn't have that. Then again, it was better to be on the safe side. If the pain intensified and she was back at the temple, how would she explain herself to anyone? It was bad enough what that woman said to her when she was helping her up, and the way she looked at her. Suspicious, Sharina thought, although she knew that it could just as well have been concern. She wrote down the name of the last hospital the bellboy mentioned. Madam, if it's an emergency, we can arrange for transport to take you there right away, he said. Tears stung her eyes. I'll be fine. Thank you, she said. And then she hung up. She wanted to talk to Sehaj again, but she couldn't imagine what she'd say or what he could do to make her feel better. She got to her feet and paused, waiting for the pain. But it was absent. Maybe it was just a panic attack. Then she went to the safe where she'd kept her passport locked away after Rajni returned it this morning. She opened the passport case and realized with a jolt that the card was not in the little pocket where she'd kept it neatly folded in half. This was strange. She bent the cover of her passport to ease it out of the case and flipped the case over, shaking it over her lap. Nothing. Fishing through the slit pockets, she found a faded fast food receipt stubbornly wedged into the leather, the Turkish writing with all its additional accents, itemizing a bistro meal they had at the airport at the end of their honeymoon. She felt the pain again, this time tightening in her chest. It was definitely panic. A huge extended family was checking in at the reception desk when Sherina came down the stairs. "Excuse me," she said, elbowing past their overflowing suitcases and two grandparents in wheelchairs. "I'm very sorry, but I need to talk to you," she said to the desk manager. He raised an eyebrow. "Yes?" "My passport," she said. "There was a card with very important information on it. Did it slip out, by any chance? Maybe you threw it away?" "I don't remember it, madam," he said, returning to his typing. "It just had a name and a number on it, but it's very important," Sherina repeated. The man probably caught the hint of urgency in her voice. He stopped what he was doing. "I really can't recall seeing a card in your passport case," he said. "If it fell on the floor, it was swept up long before you got your passport back." He pointed at the framed certificate on the wall, congratulating them for steadfast cleaning service. "We don't like litter on our floors." "Okay, thanks," Sherina mumbled, returning to the room. It wasn't a huge problem, she told herself. She could call Sehaj and ask him for the info again, and he'd tell her and it would be fine. It was late afternoon in Australia now. Although the pain from her fall was gone, she didn't want to take any chances. Back in the room, she paced the tiny length of floor between the bed and the bathroom door and took in a few deep breaths. As she picked up her phone from the dresser, she noticed that her ring finger was still bulging around her wedding band and engagement ring. The heat made her feet swell as well. She could feel the beginnings of a blister forming on the side of her big toe where it rubbed against the strap of her sandals. She pressed Sehaj's name in her contacts list and wriggled the ring off. The call connected just as she placed it on the dresser. "Hello? Sehaj?" she asked. "Who is this?" replied a croaky woman's voice. Mother. What was she doing answering Sehaj's phone? "Hello, Mother," Sherina said. Her manner was oddly formal with her mother-in-law, even at this distance. She sat up a little bit straighter. Her heart began to patter in her chest. What was going on? "Hello, baby," Mother replied. There was little affection in the way she greeted Sherina, even using a term of endearment. "Everything is going smoothly?" "Yes," Sherina said. "I just need to talk to Sehaj." "He's not around. He went for a run." Sehaj usually left his phone in their bedside table when he went running along the creek near their home. One of Sherina's earlier memories of their marriage, the honeymoon period, was standing on the newly built deck and watching him pass, his limbs cutting through the air like machinery. Now she shuddered to think of what else she had left in that dresser drawer that her mother-in-law felt so free to rummage through. A half-empty tube of lubricant. An illustrated pocket copy of the Kama Sutra that a coworker of his had given as a cheeky engagement present. "Can you ask him to call me when he returns?" Sherina asked. "I don't think that's such a good idea," Mother replied. Her response felt like a punch in Sherina's stomach. "What do you mean?" "You heard me, Betty," Mother said. If it was possible, the word felt even colder this time, devoid of affection. "It's not such a good idea." "Why not?" Sherina demanded. "He's my husband." There was a long sigh on the other end of the phone that sounded just as familiar as when Sherina was standing head-to-head with Mother in their home in Melbourne. It was strange what the long-distance lines picked up. Sherina knew what Mother was going to say next. It was as if she read from a script, yet Sherina fell for it every time. You don't have to get so emotional. Emotional was like a first warning. Rude was the second warning. No matter how politely Sherina said something, no matter how many pleases and thank yous and with all due respect she used, as long as she said no, she was being rude. The final strike wasn't clear. Sherina hadn't gone that far yet. You called him yesterday, didn't you? Mother continued. Yes, Sherina said, already knowing where this was going. I thought he should know that we were in Punjab already. But was it necessary to make such a fuss, to create such hysterics? He was beside himself after that phone call. What do you mean? Sherina asked. I found him in tears in his bedroom, babbling about how sorry he felt for you. Sehaj was upset on her behalf? He hadn't sounded that way over the phone, but maybe he was putting up a tough facade. This information buoyed Sherina. She could still go through with what the family wanted her to do, but she just needed to know that Sehaj understood how hard it was to hide and lie and pretend that it wasn't happening. I didn't mean to make him upset, Sherina said. I was having some doubts, and I was scared. Surely you'd understand that, Mother? Remember when we used to understand each other? Sherina wanted to ask. In the first few weeks when she was still adjusting to her new life, she and Mother would walk to the shops together, and they'd both pull shawls around their shoulders, shocked by the sudden biting Melbourne wind, when it had been sunny only moments before. It's so nice having a girl around the house, Mother said so approvingly whenever she saw Sherina wiping down the kitchen counters or rearranging the shoes in the doorway that Sehaj carelessly kicked off. Then Sherina found a job, and she had less time for housework during the week, so it piled up for Saturdays and Sundays. Mother's comments changed focus to what needed doing. The dust-coated windowsills, the loads of washed and dried laundry waiting to be folded and put away. I didn't think having a daughter would be as messy as having a son, Mother would say with a laugh that told Sherina she didn't actually find it funny at all. Mother let out a laugh now as well. My goodness, so much drama, she said. Sherina could picture her shaking her head. Since you came into our lives, it's been up and down, a roller coaster. Sehaj kept going on about how it wasn't your fault. Nobody said it was your fault. Did I? Did I say that? She chuckled again. How ridiculous. No, Sherina said through gritted teeth. That's right, Mother said triumphantly. In fact, I was very hurt by what Sehaj told me after that. You made a comment about how I was able to make it up the stairs. I was simply wondering where you got the strength from all of a sudden, Sherina said. A week ago, you needed a wheelchair and you needed my assistance to go anywhere. Well, with the help of God's blessings, my hip is healing very well, dear. It must be all that service you've been putting into the temples in India. It is very kind of you. You're doing a good thing there, Sherina, and I'm very grateful. This was said with no malice, and Sherina felt herself softening. Beneath her tough exterior, Mother loved her. Sehaj had told her this many times. She loves you, Sherina. Sure, she can be a bit overbearing, but it's how she shows her love. You couldn't have closeness with family members without aggravating each other once in a while. She had to remind herself that Mum's distant parenting had left her feeling like an afterthought. especially in the chaos after Dad's death. Even when Mom read out that letter, Sherina could sense that it was addressed to her older sisters, because her response didn't matter. In her new family, though, it was different. There was a chance to have a close relationship with Mother, if she just did this one thing. Sherina realized that up until this moment, she had been undecided. There was clarity and immediate relief in having her feet firmly planted on one side, rather than tiptoeing around the border, afraid to commit. "Can you please ask Sehaj to call me? I just need the number of the place. I lost the information for the driver and the address and everything." "Oh," Mother said. "Then why didn't you say so? I have all of that information written down. Just give me a minute, baby." There it was, that word again, this time infused with tenderness. Sherina felt the tension in her chest melting away as she sank back into the clean, cool sheets tautly stretched across her bed. She'd allow herself some time to lie down here, and then she'd wash all of that water out from her hair. The sarovar did not do much to cleanse her, and the fall felt like a terrible omen. She had to start all over again. The main square in the center of the holy city was brimming with tourists now that it was afternoon. A group of men and women in backpacks huddled around a statue commemorating the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Rajni only had a rudimentary knowledge of the massacre. It wasn't covered in her school textbooks, and it happened so long ago that it wasn't relevant to her. But the statue was captivating and could represent any horrific incident, the faces of men and women rising from a vicious smoke, their faces forlorn, and some mouths twisted in anguish. She was a little girl when another massacre took place in the Golden Temple, and she remembered Mum watching the news non-stop, her hand hovering over her heart. Rajni was too young to know the details at the time, but years later, the story became woven into her own history. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had ordered her soldiers to storm the Golden Temple to remove a militant leader. There were more raids on the Punjabi countryside to round up suspects, and there were protests and violent fights between Sikhs and Hindus in the cities. She glanced at Jasmine and Sherina, who were looking at the statue with a different sense of curiosity. More removed, more as spectators of the events than Rajni. So much had happened before Jasmine and Sherina were even born. Rajni remembered watching the news with Dad and seeing him nervously patting his beard, his eyes full of worry for the first time. Sikhs were being hunted down in India, their beards and long tresses cut to humiliate them. "It could start happening here," Dad had warned Mum, looking out the window as if the thugs had spilled out from a holding cell somewhere and were clamoring at their door. "Keep a low profile around your Hindu friends," he'd told Rajni. But at school, brown was brown, and everybody was too busy worrying about being bullied for being Indian to start turning on each other. A small group of tourists began to wedge their way into the crowd to take pictures near the statue. Sherina stepped closer to Rajni. Rajni caught a whiff of the hotel's floral-scented body wash and noticed that Sherina's hair was nicely fluffed. Had she left the Golden Temple to return to the hotel for a shower? Something about this irked Rajni. They had waited for over an hour for her to come back, during which time the lunch service was almost finished, and all that was left to eat were the charred pieces of roti from the bottom of the stack and some dal which had gone cold. Just thinking about it made Rajni's stomach rumble. She placed a palm on her belly, embarrassed at the noise, but Jasmine clearly heard it. "I could go for a snack, too," Jasmine said. "Was it just me, or was the temple food a little light?" "It was," Rajni agreed. The problem was, she was a little bit sick of Indian food. She should have eaten more variety in Delhi, where there was Chinese and Western. "There are a couple of dabas over there," Sharina said, pointing at a strip of restaurants that led back out to the main road. "I saw a TripAdvisor sticker on one of them." "It's going to be more of the same, though, isn't it?" Jasmine said. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting tired of Indian food." "Me too," Sharina admitted. "Well, if that's how you two feel," Rajni said with a shrug. She didn't want to seem too obvious, but she could kill for a burger. Ever since they arrived, she'd been eyeing the two-story McDonald's and the new McFlurry advertisement that took up an entire window. Jasmine and Sharina led the way. Rajni tossed a glance over her shoulder at the statue. Some people had their eyes shut, and they were praying to it. A middle-aged woman wearing jeans and a loose cotton top dipped her head, kissed the tips of her fingers, and touched the foot of the statue. Rajni wondered if she should do the same. It seemed wrong to turn her back on this tribute to pursue an ice cream sundae. But her sisters were marching ahead, already having forgotten about the dead and suffering. Another pang of hunger struck Rajni. She noticed the soft bounce of Sharina's hair and felt another tickle of irritation. Right outside the restaurant's entrance, men were circulating and holding boards with photographs of nearby tourist destinations. "Himalayas," a man called. "Very pretty drive." He waved his board featuring snow-capped mountains against wide blue skies. "Wagah border," another man called. "Wagah border, Wagah border, Wagah border," he continued frenetically as he saw the three sisters approaching. "No," Rajni said right away, but Jasmine took a brochure from him before they entered the restaurant. "I've heard it's quite a show," Jasmine said, flipping through the brochure as they stepped into line at the counter. "The India-Pakistan border?" Sharina asked. "There's a show there?" "The changing of the gods. That's what these guys are advertising. You go there at a specific time that the gods switch duties. It's a bit of a spectacle. I've seen it on YouTube." Rajni had seen it in real life during her last trip to India with Mum. Some relatives had suggested the day trip, and they had all gone together in a noisy, crowded car. Rajni remembered the dusty road on the drive there and the stern military guards at each checkpoint. She remembered how frighteningly passionate everybody on the India side of the border became during the pre-show. "Why aren't you cheering?" an uncle had asked her. She'd been shocked to silence by the booming music and the feverish wave that swept over the crowd, bringing her to her feet and dropping her back down again. The uncle nodded and smiled knowingly. "Ah, you're an English girl, that's why." It wasn't said kindly. By then, Rajni was already aware that her relatives viewed her as a foreigner, and it was with a mix of amusement and distaste that they pointed it out to Mum, who responded with stern words to Rajni. "Didn't I bring you here to learn about your culture?" she asked loudly for everybody's benefit, while Rajni seethed with rage. Sharina didn't look too keen to go either. "How far away is it?" "About 2 hours by car," Jasmine said. Sharina shook her head. "I really don't want to do any more traveling than we have to," she said. Jasmine turned to Rajni. "Raj? Come on." Rajni looked at Sharina, already ordering her ice cream. She didn't want to do any more traveling. It was Rajni and Jasmine who were going to be completing the most difficult part of the pilgrimage. Sharina just had to visit relatives, her husband's rich relatives. They were sending a chauffeured car for her. Who was she to complain about traveling? "You know what?" Maybe I will go, Rajni said. It's a very comfortable drive, and it's something we can do together. Oh, good, Jasmine said. I'll go book in with the guy now. 4 McFlurries arrived on a tray. We only ordered 3, Rajni informed the woman at the counter, who presented the receipt to her. 4 McFlurries. 2 for me, Sharina said. This irked Rajni as well, although she couldn't quite explain why. It was greedy to have more than 1 ice cream, but Sharina didn't seem to notice. She let Rajni take the tray, and they made their way up the stairs, finding a quiet table by the window. Below them, the street was busy with touts and tourists. Rajni watched Jasmine negotiating the trip with a man wearing a sandwich board. His arms waved about enthusiastically. When Rajni turned back to face Sharina, she was taking a huge mouthful of ice cream. Rajni noticed that her wedding ring was gone. "Did you take your ring off?" Rajni asked, nodding at Sharina's hand. "Yeah," Sharina said, "in the interest of being humble and everything." Was she being smug? It came across that way to Rajni now. That ostentatious diamond ring had always bothered her, but the absence of it, and Sharina's reason for taking it off, "I don't want to flaunt what I have in front of all the poor people," bothered her even more. "This hits the spot," Sharina said, scooping her spoon into the ice cream. Rajni said nothing, edging her spoon into her ice cream to take a tiny portion, just out of spite. "I've never seen you indulge so much in sweets before," she said. She expected Sharina to look a bit self-conscious about her 2 ice creams, apologetic even. Instead, she nodded and took another scoop. "When on holiday, I suppose?" The words burst from Rajni's lips. "You are not on holiday." Sharina's spoon hung between the cup and her open mouth. She looked like she was posing for a commercial, except the expression on her face was puzzled. "I know, Rajni." "I don't think you do know," Rajni said. "We came here with a purpose. It's not some holiday where we meander from one thing to another." "And eating in McDonald's was part of Mum's spiritual plan, was it?" Sharina shot back. Rajni was taken aback by Sharina's retort. It was like arguing with Jasmine all of a sudden. "You're not taking this trip seriously," Rajni said. "Right from the start, you've made it clear that you'll be dodging the difficult stuff." "I told you. This was all arranged at the last minute. I've got obligations. You know how hard it is to say no to the in-laws." Rajni ignored Sharina's appeal to her experience with Indian in-laws. Kabir's mother had sewn her the most hideous cushion covers, turquoise beading on sunny yellow fabric, and expected her to have them on display every time she visited. Rajni remembered stuffing her cushions into those covers with such rage that one of the beads popped off and hit her in the eye, momentarily blinding her. "It's literally an eyesore," she complained to Kabir, who shrugged and said, "Is it really such a big deal, Rajni? What's wrong with just giving in once in a while?" Rajni understood obligations, but Sharina's lack of remorse felt inexcusable. Look at how she was wolfing down that ice cream. "And what happened today? Jasmine and I had a lovely time reflecting on Mum's life by the water after the bath, but you went off on your own." "I told you. I was finding Sehaj's families." "I know you were, but that's the point. Since when did your husband's family's needs come before ours?" Sharina stared at her. The ice cream was beginning to melt from her spoon. Rajni wanted to hear her say it. Sehaj's family was better. They were richer. They were more sophisticated. They showed up to the wedding and whisked her away into a life of comfort that she never had, and she was loyal only to them. But Sharina said nothing, and this was even more infuriating because it made Rajni feel petty. Jasmine came bounding up the stairs, waving a pamphlet at them. "We get picked up in an hour," she said breathlessly. "The journey is about 2 hours, and you'll stop at a good dinner place on the way back." She looked at Sharina and then Rajni, whose gazes were locked in a staring contest. "I hope you didn't pay for me, because I'll be spending the evening in the hotel," Sharina said. She stood up and left, taking both her ice creams with her. Chapter 11.
I also want you to experience the familiarity of our ancestral state. You girls are British, yes, but all the generations of our family before you lived in India. It is in your blood, the language, the food, the way things are. These things are not erased just because you grew up elsewhere.
"It's about making time for your family, isn't it? How often do we get to see each other?" "Never," Rajni said. They had been on the road for nearly an hour, and it was Rajni's third rant about Sharina's poor participation in the pilgrimage. Jasmine still didn't know what to say. She was used to Rajni railing against her. Sharina never got into trouble. It was clear that Rajni's feelings had been festering for a while. "It's those in-laws of hers," Rajni said. "She's like their puppet." "Isn't that how it always is?" Jasmine asked. "Especially in the first few years of marriage. She's got all these people to pay respects to. Surely you had to do the same thing." "I traveled with Kabir. Where's Sehaj? Why are his family visits encroaching on our time together? Bad enough that she left so quickly after Mum's funeral. She went running back to Sehaj, as if spending any more time with us was that unbearable." Maybe it was, Jasmine thought, remembering Sharina's outburst on the train yesterday. Although Jasmine and Rajni had managed to put aside their differences about the funeral arrangements, the resentment over their fight had still hovered over their interactions. Rajni wasn't through with venting. "And you should have seen how she said that thing about being humble when I asked her about her wedding ring. It was a backhanded brag." Jasmine looked out the window. It wasn't as enjoyable as she'd thought, being on Rajni's side. Her mouth was twisted in that expression of distaste, like she'd just sucked on a lemon. Fragments of a dream Jasmine recently had about Sharina floated in her mind. They were talking, but the distance between them became wider as the conversation continued, and eventually one of them hung up. They passed a wide expanse of fields dotted with farmhouses and livestock. The highway was coated in golden dust. On the side of the road, there was the occasional canteen or restaurant with plastic outdoor furniture. Away from the city of Amritsar, the sky did seem bluer and less smoggy. Jasmine could feel the warmth of the afternoon sun on the window, which made her grateful to be in this air-conditioned car. Their driver had given them his card earlier. Tom Hanks, he said his name was. "What's your real name?" Jasmine had asked. He shook his head solemnly and told them he wanted to be known as Tom Hanks. Excuse me," Jasmine said now in Punjabi, leaning toward the driver's seat. "Could you pull over at a rest stop in the next 10 minutes? She looked out the window at a filling station with a rusted and gutted car propped up on breeze blocks. A dark and blurry cloud of flies hovered over something in the hollow where a wheel had been. "Maybe a restaurant?" The driver nodded. "Tom Hanks will bring you to the cleanest rest stop," he said. "Thank you," Jasmine said. "You know, you could really tell us your Punjabi name. We're not complete foreigners. We can pronounce it." "Tom Hanks," he said. Tom? Thomas? That's what your parents named you at birth? Jasmine asked. Tom Hanks. Okay, Jasmine said, defeated. She sank back in her seat and glanced at Rajni, who was still fuming. Raj, maybe Sharina's just not feeling so well. Travel does different things to people. She might just want to be on her own. She's been on her own this whole time, Rajni pointed out. Hasn't she had enough time to rest? The car switched lanes and slowed down as it approached a restaurant. Ravi's Punjabi Dabba. One of the best, Tom Hanks said, with a flourish as he yanked back the handbrake. Good food? Jasmine asked. The restaurant was set back behind a fountain and 2 tents for outdoor seating. Children chased each other between tall potted plants in the front garden. Food is not bad. 7 out of 10 rating, if you ask me. Toilets, however, are excellent, Tom Hanks said. That's all right with us, Jasmine said. Tom Hanks was not exaggerating about the bathrooms. They were spotless, with hand soap dispensers and gleaming sinks. The lock on the door clicked right into place, a luxury that Jasmine had already started to think she could do without, considering the times she had used toilets with flimsy or non-existent locks in the temple and on the train from Delhi. Our driver sure knows how to keep his customers happy, Jasmine remarked to Rajni at the sinks as they both washed their hands. He probably carts around people like us all the time, Rajni said. I wonder what that's like, Jasmine said. He's aware that we have different standards, but somewhere inside he must be thinking that we're a bunch of prats. We haven't been so bad, Rajni protested. I only gasped that one time when he overtook that bullock because I thought we were going to run the poor animal off the road. Not that, Jasmine said. Don't you think about it sometimes? About how different our lives would be if we had grown up here? We wouldn't be tourists. We'd be, I don't know. I'd be married off to some eligible guy in the village by now. If you find a husband with lots of land, he's a catch, isn't he? I'd like to think I would have been matched with a man with a few acres to his name. She fluffed her hair in the mirror and fluttered her eyes at her own reflection. Rajni didn't play along with the joke. Her expression hardened, a look Jasmine recognized from earlier when they were at the Golden Temple. Something was upsetting her about this trip, and it was more than Mum's death, more than Sharina's attitude. Raj, are you all right? Yeah, fine, Rajni said. She became busy all of a sudden with drying her hands. The automatic dryer roared and drowned out all of Jasmine's thoughts. As they left the restaurant, a busboy dressed smartly in a white and gold-trimmed kurta came running up to them. Madam, please, your bill. Bill? Jasmine asked. You're charging us for using the toilets? The busboy shook the bill at Jasmine, and she had a look. 1 aloo paratha, 1 small cup of chai. Tom Hanks was sitting at a table near the fountain, taking a luxurious sip. That's fine, Jasmine said. She paid the bill, and they returned to wait in the car while he finished his meal. The air conditioning was left on at full blast, and a bhangra beat pulsed from the stereo speakers. When the driver returned, he thanked Jasmine and Rajni for the meal. Not at all, Jasmine said. It would have been nice if he'd asked, though, Rajni pointed out in a whisper. It's not a big deal, Jasmine whispered back. She could feel herself bristling again at Rajni's constant suspicion of Indian people. How did she live her life, thinking that everybody was out to rip her off? Is he going to do that at every rest stop, then? Rajni asked. Order himself a meal and charge it to us? So what if he does? Jasmine asked. He probably had to anyway because the restaurant wouldn't let us use their toilets if we weren't customers. Rajni was dissatisfied with this response, but she dropped the subject, leaving Jasmine to focus on the landscape. Along the edges of the dual carriageway, large patches of farmland were fronted by sprawling, gated properties, the types of homes that she'd mostly seen in photographs that aunties and uncles would pass around at family functions. "This is the house we built. Cost a fraction of a flat here in London," they'd say with a bit of pride and a bit of scorn, as if the Indian economy should really know better. The houses were furnished with Italian leather sofas that ran along the living room's edges, and the kitchens were taken straight from the catalogs, down to the crockery sets and the Home Sweet Home embroidered onto tea towels. They were English homes in India, unlike their distinctly Indian homes in England. Everywhere people went, they had to remind themselves that they were somebody else. The houses sat empty all year until the summer visits, when some servants could be hired to grease the hinges and dust off the counters, and the families would live in the luxury that they had left this country to afford. "We still have family in Punjab, don't we?" Jasmine asked. "On Dad's land?" She only had a vague understanding of where Dad's ancestral village was. Mum had brushed off her questions when she tried to ask about it for a history project for school. "Choose a different topic," Mum replied. "So many things have happened in the history of the world, and you want to talk about some farm in India." Jasmine was disappointed. From the way Mum dismissed her question, it was clear that Dad never owned sprawling acres of land in India, like the patriarch of a Hindi drama that Jasmine had been following at the time. "Did you ever get to see Dad's village?" she asked Rajni. There it was again, Rajni clenching her jaw. It seemed that nothing Jasmine said was right. "Not sure where it is," Rajni said. It wouldn't be too difficult to find it, Jasmine thought. They just needed to contact one of those aunties or uncles in England. They weren't blood relatives, but they would be able to provide a village name or a phone number. "We probably won't get another chance to see it again," Jasmine said. "It's really not something Mum would want us to do," Rajni reminded her. "Why not?" Rajni turned to face her. "Mum expressly didn't mention any of Dad's relatives in her letter. Why would we go and seek them out then?" "I don't understand that," Jasmine said. "Did they fall out?" Jasmine remembered that brother of Dad's being unpleasant when he visited them all those years ago. Sensing the tension in the house, she had asked Rajni when her uncle would leave, but she didn't know what happened. It was all between the adults and Rajni, who was a teenager then and understood more than she did. "I guess so," Rajni said. "What falling out could be so terrible that Mum wouldn't want us speaking to Dad's family?" "Only Mum knows the answer to that question," Rajni said. But Jasmine didn't buy it. Rajni knew something, even though she acted as if she didn't. The trip that Rajni got to take here as a teenager, while Jasmine and Sharina were left in Auntie Rupi's care. She had known Dad's family, dined with them, seen them. "They're the only family we have left," Jasmine pressed. "Wouldn't they welcome us? Let bygones be bygones and all that?" "It's probably not that simple," Rajni said. Jasmine pictured herself venturing through the villages with a crumpled piece of paper bearing a penciled map and a scribbled address. She'd knock on doors and eventually come upon her ancestral home. They'd embrace her. They'd have to, after she came all this way and seemingly traveled across time. While she sat and exchanged stories over tea, with her long-lost aunts and uncles. A withered old woman would appear, bearing Jasmine's very features beneath layers of wrinkles. "You take after her," the others would say, and Jasmine would have a reference point, a prototype of sorts. "I take after my paternal great-aunt," she would tell people. "I have her eyes. People say she had a sense of theatrics as well, but the dementia has taken that away now." It was a story that gave Jasmine roots. It would be harder to keep criticizing her as shallow and callous if she had an ancestral connection. Jasmine was rudely jolted from her reverie as the car swerved to avoid grazing another car that had wandered into its lane. She grabbed the sides of the passenger seat in front of her. The other car, a gleaming black minivan, was racing ahead now. "Motherfucker," Tom Hanks muttered. He glanced at Jasmine and Rajni in the rearview mirror and gave them an apologetic smile. Then his foot hit the accelerator so hard, Jasmine and Rajni were thrown back against their seats. "What are you doing?" Rajni asked, panicking. "Madam, that driver needs to learn a lesson," Tom Hanks said. "No, he doesn't," Jasmine said firmly. "We don't want to get in an accident. Just ignore him, please." "You don't understand, madam," Tom Hanks said, still focused on the car. "He did it on purpose." "I know we all take these road incidents personally, but—" Before Jasmine could finish placating Tom Hanks, he made a sharp and sudden swing into the black van's lane. Rajni let out a long, operatic shriek. "Stop it! Stop it now!" Rajni shouted. Jasmine's words were frozen in her throat. "Tom Hanks, you are going to get us all killed!" The car slowed down. Jasmine looked behind her and saw that the black van was meekly following behind now, having learned its lesson. "Why did you have to do that?" she asked. "It was very dangerous." Tom Hanks did not reply. His lips were set in a grim line, and his eyes stared straight ahead. "These people think they own the roads," he finally said. "Which people?" Jasmine asked. He didn't answer her question. People like us, she wondered. People who came back to India from abroad and pulled up to their empty mansions and their fancy cars and treated everybody like they were servants. People who could afford drivers to transport them to be entertained by a show of power between two countries that had actually cost lives and spilled blood. Jasmine looked over at Rajni. Worry lines had appeared on her forehead. She could tell they were thinking the same thing. Nothing had changed. Rajni drew this conclusion as she stepped out of the van and her feet hit the dusty ground beneath her. Unpaved and rocky, bits of gravel flicked her ankles and rolled into her sandals as she and Jasmine walked away from this dirt road car park. "Take my card," Tom Hanks told them, "in case you can't find me on the way back." "You'll be in this same spot, though, right?" Rajni asked. She heard the sternness in her own voice, and she didn't care. He had nearly killed them just now, so she felt justified in making everything sound like a preemptive reprimand. "I'll be here, madam," he said. "Don't worry. But there are lots of cars, and it gets confusing when everybody is wandering around afterward. You don't want to get into the wrong car." No, she certainly didn't. All around her, drivers leaned against their vehicles, their eyes following the tourists. Rajni took the card and tucked it into her purse. It was suddenly the most important thing she owned. She felt a flash of cold on her hand and looked down to see a boy with a palette of paints and a brush. In one quick stroke, he had given her a streak of orange, 1/3 of the colors needed to create an Indian flag. "I don't want this," she informed him. "No, thank you." "Oh, come on, Raj," Jasmine said. "It's less than 50 pence, and it's fun." She was squatting next to another boy and tucking her hair behind her ear, letting him paint the flag on her cheek. "You look like you're at a carnival," Rajni said when Jasmine's face painting was finished. "It feels like a carnival," Jasmine remarked. Popcorn vendors and drinks carts were scattered along the crooked boundary between the car park and the wide main road. The little boy with the paintbrush persisted, following Rajni and Jasmine and repeating his prices. When he started humming the Indian national anthem, Rajni decided to give up. "Just a small one," she said, putting out her hand. "It'll wash off right away, yes?" Of course it would. She knew this. When she was younger, she had had her face painted and envied the girls with orange, green, and white ribbons woven into their pigtails. It was the only part of the celebration she had enjoyed. "Of course," the boy said. With a flourish, he swept the brush across her hand in 3 confident strokes: orange, white, green. They were wavy, as if the flag were caught in the wind. She paid him, and they continued, following the crowds toward the main security entrance. Here they were separated by gender. "Men here, women there," a guard called out, waving his arms to indicate each designated line. Everybody was patted down, but the women were allowed to have it done in a curtained booth by a female guard. When Rajni's turn came, she watched the guard poke her torch in her purse and raised her arms to let her feel for weapons. She remembered the story of an elderly relative who came to London from Punjab, her first ever visit on an airplane. During the routine airport security pat-down, she thought they were hugging her farewell. The cheering and chanting started as Jasmine and Rajni advanced toward the stands. It was like a football game, and it was exactly as Rajni remembered. She could feel Jasmine's excitement radiating off her. "Look at all these people," she gushed. She nudged Rajni. "I know you've seen it before, but don't you think it's exciting?" "It's fine if you like a spectacle," Rajni said. She didn't even enjoy school assemblies, those skits the senior students created, always with some vague innuendo and inside jokey reference to the teachers they didn't like. She hated the raucous applause, the way everything felt like it was going out of control. And when she saw the faces of the other teachers, especially the young ones who didn't mind, who joined in sometimes, she thought, "You're not in charge. That's why." Moving toward the towering stands with Jasmine, Rajni realized that this was the motto of her entire life as the eldest sister. She was in charge. Nobody else had that responsibility, and, at least according to Mum, nobody else had managed to screw it up as much as she. Jasmine and Sharina had no idea what Rajni had sacrificed. Jasmine led the way up the concrete steps. An usher pointed out a spot and urged people to move in. Rajni and Jasmine scooted along the row and ended up on the far end of the bleachers, overlooking the Pakistan side. The boundary had puzzled Rajni the first time she saw it. She had expected a river or a deep, cavernous valley separating both countries, but it was a track of dirt, only a few meters wide. Along the border, tall iron fences and storm clouds of barbed wire sent a clear message. The music on the India side was a deafening boom, so loud that the speaker's static drowned out the lyrics. The show of patriotism began shortly after Rajni and Jasmine sat down, school children racing along the bleachers into the stage area with Indian flags. When they reached the stage, they danced and clapped in a circle, waving to the audience who cheered them on. People began to leave the stands to join them, and soon the stage was crowded with spectators cheering for their country. A woman who was sitting one row ahead turned to her husband and said, "Come on, then. We're only here once." She had a crisp British accent, but she pumped her fist in the air and chanted slogans along with the crowd. On the Pakistan side, no dancing. There was some faint music, subdued and drowned out by the bass on the Indian side. The bleachers were only half full. Rajni remembered the uncles so smugly commenting on Pakistan's lackluster turnout back then, too. "Look at them. No pride," he said. "And they have all these restrictions against women. They can't even dance in front of the men like our women can." And then he nodded appreciatively at the women half his age who were shaking their hips for the love of India. Rajni turned to say something to Jasmine and noticed the space next to her was empty. She spotted her sister running down the steps to join the dancers. "Raj!" she called, tossing a look over her shoulder. "Take a picture!" Rajni waited for Jasmine to reach the stage area, and then she pointed the phone and shot. All the pictures were slightly blurry because Jasmine was in motion. She tried for a video. Jasmine sashayed across the screen in miniature, pumping her hands into the air. Two little girls took her hands, and she fell in step with them, laughing and mouthing the chorus that she had only just heard moments ago. A similar video existed in their family's history. It was long gone now, tossed out with all the other VHS tapes that had more or less disintegrated. Nobody had been organized enough to salvage the tapes and convert them to DVDs when some electronics shops were offering this service, and so they gathered dust and mold and became obsolete. Rajni had only seen it once after that childhood trip. Mum was the star of the video. She was dancing just like Jasmine. There was that same abandon in her moves, hips shaking, palms open as if she was trying to grasp a piece of the sky. Years later, in the lead-up to her wedding, Rajni anticipated seeing Mum dancing like that again, but she didn't. She stayed in the background during Rajni's wedding, still hurting from the fact that Dad's older brother chose not to come. Rajni hadn't wanted to invite him, but Mum felt that it was the proper custom for him to stand in for Dad. It was an important gesture, too, to show people that all had been forgiven. Rajni pressed the stop button on the phone and put it back into her purse. Once the changing of the guard ceremony started, she knew she'd take it out again and record the whole thing. The marching, the high kicks, the theatrics of guards flinging open the gates to protect their land. Jasmine's cheeks glistened with sweat when she returned. "You looked great," Rajni said. "Just like Mum. She danced here, too." "She did?" Rajni nodded. "She was sitting right next to me, and when the music started, she started bobbing her shoulders like this." Rajni did an impression of Mum, shutting her eyes and letting the music course through her. Jasmine laughed. "Mum couldn't resist a good song. Remember how she kept on going at Sharina's wedding? The women on Sehaja's side couldn't keep up." Rajni remembered how pleased she had been to see Mum celebrating, but also the twinge of envy she felt towards Sharina. Sharina got to have Mum dancing at her wedding because so much time had passed since that falling out with Dad's family, and Mum had moved on. "Like one of those battery-operated bunnies in the advertisements," Rajni agreed. "That's how she was here, too, except 25 years younger and in the best health. Dad had died, and she hadn't danced or celebrated anything in ages." Rajni felt a lump growing in her throat. She could feel the warmth of Jasmine's attention on her face, and she swallowed hard, pushed the memory down into her chest and the pit of her stomach, where all of these old fears resided. She danced exactly like a woman at her peak, Rajni said. It was one of those moments where you're sitting in a crowd and so much is going on around you. The drink sellers are calling. The music is throbbing. Everybody's cheering and chattering. And it feels like it all stops because there's this woman dancing her heart out and just rejoicing. I can picture it, Jasmine said with a wistful smile. Rajni smiled back. It was a nice memory to leave her sister with, and one that she didn't have to embellish, unlike so many others. She knew Jasmine was becoming curious about their roots. Her mention of Auntie Rupi had startled Rajni yesterday, because until now, Rajni wasn't aware that her sisters even remembered being sent to live there while she and Mum took that last trip to India. There was no reason to tell Jasmine about the fight that happened, and all the events that led up to it. There was no need to tell anybody about the guilt Rajni couldn't help feeling, even though it had been so many years since they came back from that trip. I can never go back there again, Mum had said to Rajni. You realize that? You understand what you've done? Because of you, I can never return to India again. Chapter 12. The messages sign was blinking on Jasmine's phone. Your credit is very low. Please call 8801 to top up now. That made no sense. Jasmine had hardly even used her phone here, besides that recent conversation with Cameron and the call she made to Rajni from the police station. The hotel's wireless internet was a bit patchy, and she had been in the middle of downloading her emails when she lost her connection. There was an email from Cameron, the subject line reading, "Have another potential role for you." But when she clicked on it, a notice popped up reminding her that she was no longer connected. She dialed the number and fished her credit card out from her purse, tapping it against the dresser as she sat through the recorded options. Her heart thrummed in her chest. Cameron's email could mean something, or it could be another dead end. It was the hope that kept her going, the slightest flicker of interest from a producer or a role that might just be the one. This was why Jasmine hadn't quit yet. For recharge, please wait while we connect you to an operator. Jasmine sighed and picked up the remote control. She flipped through the channels on the television, settling finally on BBC Lifestyle. A woman wearing a yellow and green caftan strolled across a pebbled path cut through a sprawling garden lit with tiki torches before the camera zoomed in on a table that looked as if it had been carved out of a felled tree. The host picked up a glass of white wine. Jasmine's throat felt parched. The wine looked so deliciously refreshing. The host nodded at the camera, her brilliant smile flashing at Jasmine before she took a small sip and closed her eyes in appreciation. I hate you, Jasmine muttered. Ma'am? Oh, sorry, Jasmine said to the operator. Not you, the woman on the telly. You are calling for a recharge, ma'am? Yes, but I also want to know why my credit has run out so quickly. There was some typing in the background. Ma'am, you've used up all your data in 4 days. Yes, I know that. I'm wondering how. Is there a breakdown of how much I've used? For that, I have to connect you to our usage specialists. Please hold. Never mind. Can I just get a recharge? It was too late. She was placed on hold. A recorded advertisement in Hindi blared into her ears, followed by an upbeat chorus singing about upgrading to a family package. Hello, this is Krishna. How can I assist you? Hi, I'm curious as to why my phone data has run out so quickly, Jasmine said. I've only had it for 4 days. Let me check. Your name, please? Jasmine Shergill. My father's name is Devinder Singh Shergill. Your identification number? What would that be? My passport number? Yes, ma'am. Jasmine reached for her passport and flipped open the case. A piece of paper fluttered out and fell to her feet. She recited the numbers to the man on the phone. I will check for you, ma'am. Please give me 1 minute. The recorded chorus burst into life again. Save more time with family time, they sang. Jasmine picked up the small card. It was folded neatly in the center, and when she opened it, she had a distinct feeling that she was infringing on somebody's privacy, even though the card contained just a name and an address. Tejpal Lucky Singh, ACC Car Hire. Dr. Wadhwa, Restoration Road Clinic, SCO 01-36, Sector 9-C, Madhya Marg, Chandigarh. It was written in a careful hand, each letter round and deliberate. Jasmine flipped the paper over. It was blank. She looked at the words again. Clearly, this was important to someone. Madam Jasmine Shergill? Yes, I'm here. I'm looking at your records, and it appears that your internet usage is very high. I don't think it is, Jasmine said. I'm only checking emails and surfing the internet. Her voice trailed off when she remembered downloading the first 3 episodes of The Boathouse during her drunken evening in the hotel in Delhi. She had fallen asleep with the crushing realization that Polly Mishra was indeed a fine actress. Okay, never mind. I think I know where it's gone. Anything else I can help you with? Yes. Can you recharge my credit, please? Ma'am, please hold while I reconnect you to the recharge department. Jasmine sighed and sat through another string of recorded advertisements. She looked at the card again and decided there was no point in trying to find its owner. She didn't know how it had got into her passport case in the first place, but it seemed this whole trip was about things going missing and reappearing. After returning from the border, she had taken a foamy, luxurious shower, only to realize that her hairdryer wasn't in the depths of her suitcase. Good thing it was just a cheap travel hairdryer. Her salon dryer with 7 settings, and possibly the same horsepower as a small car, remained in London. After the loop of recorded ads timed out, the line disconnected. Thanks for the service, Jasmine said sarcastically. She took out her frustration on the card and ripped it up. Just as she tossed the pieces into the bin, her phone rang and Cameron's name appeared on her screen. Jasmine wasn't sure if she had the energy to hear about another Asian cliché that Cameron thought she'd be perfect for, so she let the phone ring while she took a deep breath. She was channeling the wine lady on BBC Lifestyle, who was now carrying a wicker basket and wandering down a cobblestoned path somewhere in France. Hello, Cameron. Hi there, Jasmine. How are things? He sounded very upbeat. A good sign. I'm well, Jasmine said. I'm glad, Cameron said. Not Googling yourself too much then? He laughed a bit too hard at his own comment, while Jasmine stayed silent. He cleared his throat. Actually, you'll be happy to know that the backlash is dying down now. Really? Jasmine said. Cameron probably considered it good news that the online Jasmine bashing had tempered down to only a few off-with-her-head comments a day. Oh, yes. There's that scandal in America right now about that singing contest finalist searching for Simpsons pornography. Did you hear about this? The internet's ablaze No, Jasmine said. Presumably he was drunk while searching, because he put all the search terms, raunchy fantasies about Marge Simpson in particular, into Twitter, and just kept on pressing enter. There were about 17 tweets before he realized what he was doing. Jasmine wanted to feel sorry for this man, but she was too relieved that the internet's focus had shifted away from her. She was even just the tiniest bit offended to be forgotten so quickly. If Polly Mishra kicked a fish to death, I bet people would hate her for weeks, she thought, before turning her attention back to the conversation with Cameron. So, you might have something for me? She asked hopefully. I think you'll be pleased with this one. It's not a definite role. It's a meeting with a casting director for a film he's shooting in India. A meeting? Jasmine asked. Not an audition? This could suggest that the director was so certain about Jasmine's potential casting that he was willing to bypass auditions altogether. The meeting could just be a formality to check that she wasn't insane. Or it could be nothing, a non-committal chat over coffee. Let's think about working together in the future, and then she'd never hear from him again. A meeting, Cameron confirmed. But he's very keen to have you in his next project. The director's name is H.C. Kumar. Not sure if you've heard of him, but his next project is a bilingual Hindi and English series set in Mumbai. A noir crime thriller with a strong female lead. I thought it would be right up your alley, and he's very interested in you as well. Jasmine barely heard anything after H.C. Kumar. She wanted to toss the phone into the air and scream. Had she heard of him? She'd only seen all of his films growing up. When does he want to meet? Jasmine asked. I told him you're in India at the moment and willing to meet. Can you make it back to Delhi on Tuesday? Tuesday, Jasmine said. Her mind raced. She and Rajni would be in the mountains on Tuesday. Can you do Thursday instead? She squeezed her eyes shut, aware that she had just asked if her dream director could wait 2 days to meet her. I'm not sure, Jasmine. He's got quite a busy schedule. I've got Tuesday at 4 p.m. written down here. Jasmine Shergill in H.C. Kumar's latest film. She allowed a moment's indulgence in the fantasy, and in a flash, she was transported to a bright and exciting future. Her face printed on glossy posters, audiences wondering where she came from and why they hadn't noticed her before. Move over, Polly Mishra, the critics would declare. You still there? Cameron asked. I'll need to let him know quickly. If you can't make it, then... I'll be there, Jasmine said quickly. She didn't want Cameron to finish that thought. Somebody was knocking on the door. Coming, Sharina called. Room service was very prompt at this hotel. She had only placed her order 5 minutes ago. She scrambled to find clothes to put on. Since returning to the hotel after her fight with Rajni in McDonald's, Sharina had moped about the room in various states of undress, wishing the heat would seep away from her body. Anything against her skin, even a cotton nightie, felt oppressive. It's me! Sharina found a t-shirt and threw it on. She opened the door to see Jasmine standing in the hallway. Can I come in? She asked. Sure, Sharina said, stepping aside. Jasmine came in and stood awkwardly near the bathroom door. You can sit over here, Sharina said. She pushed aside the pile of clothes that she'd rejected earlier when she returned to the hotel. Nothing fitted the way it used to, and it bothered her even more after ordering 2 ice creams and watching Rajni's eyes widen as she ate them. You wouldn't believe who wants to meet me, Jasmine said. Who? Sharina asked. Movie director. I'll give you 3 guesses. Sharina was too tired to guess. She just wanted answers. she said, pretending to think about it. Jasmine bounced impatiently on her feet. H.C. Kumar. The name burst from Jasmine's lips. Wow, really? That's wonderful. I know. I just got off the phone with my agent, and he wants to schedule a meeting. No guarantees, of course, but it's still a huge step in the right direction. He's not the one involved in that actress scandal, is he? The guy who was caught on tape bragging to a production assistant about promising roles to young actresses if they slept with him? Jasmine's face fell for a moment. Where did you hear about that? It was all over the news. The guy who directed that blockbuster that came out recently. Oh, no. That's H.R. Sharma. Different director. Jasmine laughed. Phew, Sharina, you were starting to make me nervous. So anyway, he thinks I might be suitable for his next film, and he wants to meet me. Isn't that amazing? So amazing, Sharina said. Her mind was still on the director she had read about. Sharina recalled seeing a story that somebody had reposted from a Bollywood celebrity news site about the scandal. The post on the message board attracted many views and comments. The reply rated most popular was, A. Do you believe everything reported on this trashy site? B. It's not exactly unheard of in the industry. C. Did she get the role in the end? I've never heard of her. Could be sour grapes. D. What constitutes feeling up, anyway? The last question started a heated debate about what was considered inappropriate touching, and the moderators eventually turned off comments, putting up a strict notice about community standards and the purpose of the message board. Sharina hadn't commented, but she was most curious about the posts that claimed that the world was becoming too sensitive these days. Everything's abuse or assault these days, one person had written. Where does it stop? Hearing the exasperation in that woman's tone, Sharina felt strangely relieved. Only the day before, her mother-in-law had given her a hard jab in the rib for letting a pot of pasta boil over. While wiping the starchy liquid off the stove, Sharina's eyes had filled with tears, more from shock than anything else. By bedtime, she managed to convince herself that mother meant no offense. It was an attempt to alert Sharina, not hurt her. She was lucky that mother's reaction had been so swift. Jasmine had let herself into the bathroom and was examining her pores in the magnified round mirror. She raked her fingers through her wet hair. Hey, can I borrow your hairdryer? Moments later, the dryer was roaring. How was the border? Sharina asked when Jasmine was done. It was fun, Jasmine said, helping herself to a generous dose of Sharina's leave-in conditioner. They put on quite a performance out there, beating their chests and kicking their legs. I did some dancing for the motherland. That's very patriotic of you, Sharina said. Well, might as well get into the spirit of things, Jasmine said. It would have been fun if you'd been there too. Sharina nodded. I just didn't feel like being in another huge crowd, that's all. I know, Jasmine said. Is Rajni still upset? She'll get over it. I'm taking this trip as seriously as she is, Sharina said. I hope she realizes that. She knows. She just gets on her high horse sometimes. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay, Sharina said. She wasn't worried exactly, but she did not want to leave for Chandigarh tomorrow on bad terms with her sister. Who knew when they would see each other again? She didn't have any visits planned to London for the near future, and having her sisters visit her in Melbourne was out of the question. They'd know in an instant that she had left her job and that her marital home was her world. They would judge her for it. somebody knocked on the door. "Room service," the bellboy's voice called. Sherina opened the door and let him in. He brought the tray to the small coffee table in the corner of the room and lifted off each lid with a theatrical flourish. Fluffy basmati rice, a bowl of vegetable korma, a small serving of raita, and 2 gulab jamuns, courtesy of the hotel. "I hope the dessert makes you feel better, madam," he said, nodding at the gulab jamun bowl. "Were you able to get through to the hospital?" "No," Sherina said quickly. "I mean, yes. No, I didn't need to go after all. I'm fine." She was aware that Jasmine had gone quiet in the bathroom and could hear the conversation. "Okay, then. Thank you," Sherina said, ushering the bellboy out the door. She grabbed some notes from her purse and pushed them into his hand, far too much for a tip, but she didn't want him to say another word. Jasmine stood in the bathroom doorway, surveying the platter of food. "Want some?" Sherina asked. "There's plenty." She was aware that it was a bit early for dinner, but if they all went out tonight, she'd probably be hungry enough to eat again. "No, thank you." Sherina avoided Jasmine's gaze and sat down on the armchair. As she scooped the rice into the bowl and topped it with a generous serving of korma, she wondered how she'd explain the hospital to Jasmine. "I overreacted," Sherina said, trying her best to look embarrassed. "You know how I fell in the baths today? It hurt so much. I thought I had broken my tailbone." "Oh," Jasmine said. "I get nervous about falls," Sherina continued, "especially the older we get. When we were little, it was like our bones were made out of rubber. But now I think about Dad and how he slipped in the shower and then walked around for days without knowing that it had begun to kill him." This Jasmine would understand. After Mum's funeral, she had confided to Sherina that she had been losing sleep, obsessing about the hidden dangers that could kill her before her time was up. Jasmine nodded, but she still looked concerned. She looked around the room as if searching for the next thing to say. Sherina might have just imagined it, but she thought she saw Jasmine's gaze flick at her stomach, which protruded slightly beneath the t-shirt. She drew her shoulders back and tucked in her tummy. Warmth rushed into her cheeks. "I've had a hard couple of months," Sherina said. She decided she had to say something, or Jasmine wouldn't leave her alone. Anyway, what would Jasmine be able to guess from a small admission that Sherina was having trouble settling into her marital home? Maybe it was good to be a little honest. So her sisters thought that all her problems were just a matter of adjustment. Sometimes Sherina could still fool herself into thinking this way, too. "Work has been stressful, and I have a lot waiting for me when I get back." If only Jasmine knew how Sherina was counting the days till she was on the plane again to Melbourne. By then, everything would be done, and she could go back to her life as planned. "And things at home?" Jasmine persisted. "Things with, say, Haj, your mother-in-law? All good?" "Yeah," Sherina said. "Of course." She said it too quickly, though. Jasmine looked at her with curiosity. "I mean, there's always an adjustment period, right? We've been married a few years," she said lightly. She thought about the American sitcoms, the mother crinkling her nose at her daughter-in-law's casserole dish, and offering a sugary, "Thank you, dear," as the audience giggled. It's funny, Sherina told herself, when Mother tipped her roast chicken into the rubbish bin because there were a few burned patches, and Sherina had suggested just scraping them off. The memory stung. Sehaj hadn't thrown his meal away, but he had only eaten half of it. His loyalty divided. "It's hard sometimes, you know?" Sharina said. She decided she could afford to say this much. It had been a long time since she spoke to Lauren about what it was like living with Sehaj and Mother in that huge, quiet house. My mother-in-law isn't always the easiest person to get along with. Even this admission made Sharina feel guilty. You should be grateful. She seemed quite reserved, Jasmine offered. I only met her once at the wedding, though. Sharina nodded. She means well, but she's got some old-fashioned ways about her, and it's really not her fault. This was where Lauren would raise an eyebrow and say something about everybody taking responsibility for their own actions. She was half expecting this reaction from Jasmine as well, but to her surprise, Jasmine just listened. Sharina pushed away the guilt, the voice telling her that she was disrespecting her in-laws. It's little things, like she expects me to get the cooking just right, and the laundry has to be pressed a certain way. And she hurts me. This Sharina would never say, because it was going too far. It was all right to complain about the little things. On the message boards, there were threads dedicated to abuse, but Sharina never let herself go there. It was indulgent, calling her problems abuse. She didn't have bruises. She wasn't living in a small village hut with a mother-in-law who beat her. What does Sehaj say about all of it? He doesn't really get involved. He's aware of what's happening and he chooses not to get involved? Or he doesn't know? He doesn't know, Sharina lied. She thought about Sehaj glowering, while Mother prattled on at the dinner table about another girl that she'd liked on the matrimonial websites. Of course, in the end, it's up to your son to choose, isn't it? She had said, reaching across the table to pat Sharina's hand. And he chose you. She'd said it so sweetly, so kindly, that Sharina wasn't certain if she was right to be insulted until later, when she was lying awake, and the words churned in her mind. Why didn't you say something? She asked Sehaj, shaking him by the shoulders. He sat up, startled, his eyes glassy from being woken so abruptly, and then mumbled something about how it wasn't worth the fight. Is it something you can talk about with him? Jasmine asked. Not really, Sharina said carefully. It's difficult getting in the way of a man and his mother, especially when he's the only person she's depended on for so long. It's unfair to you, though, Jasmine pointed out, and to him. I know, Sharina said, closing her eyes. If Jasmine knew how much she was sacrificing for the sake of keeping the peace, imagine how outraged she would be. The concern had already evaporated from her face and been replaced with anger on Sharina's behalf. It's a delicate thing. She's been ill, you know. Has she? What's wrong? She had surgery on her hip, Sharina said. The recovery has been slow and painful. I've had to help out a lot. She needs me to help her up the stairs. And she can't stand for very long, so there's a lot of housework that piles up. On top of your full-time job, you're also playing nurse to your mother-in-law? This was what she expected Jasmine's response to be. Incredulous, outraged, positioning her as the fool for accepting so much responsibility. Lauren had looked at Sharina with such pity, and everything she said afterward sounded so patronizing, as if Sharina wasn't aware that she had options, that she didn't have to do this. But Jasmine nodded and waited for Sharina to say more. The room was so quiet that Sharina could hear a suitcase being wheeled down the hallway, and the murmurs of new guests as they entered their room. It's nothing I can't handle, Sharina said to assure Jasmine. It's been stressful, that's all. But this is a good break. It's hardly a break, Jasmine reminded her. We've got this itinerary to follow, and we're sequestered in a hotel most evenings because it's not exactly the friendliest environment for female travelers. This is why I really wanted to take that side trip to Goa. Lie on the beach, feel free. It's not going to happen, though. Sherina shrugged, as if the idea of lying on a beach didn't make her want to pack up all her things and flee this instant to the airport. There will be other holidays. This one is for family, she said. You're looking forward to meeting Sehaj's relatives, then? There's going to be a big welcoming committee, and you're not going to be stuck doing housework with all the other good daughters? It'll be fine, Sherina said. They're nice people. In her head, she had invented these extended relatives of Sehaj's in the same way that she had built up his closer family when they were still getting to know each other online. Warm and welcoming, eager to include another one into the flock. Each time she felt a flutter of nerves or anticipation at what awaited her at the doctor's office in Chandigarh. She replaced the clinic with an image of the family standing outside a sprawling, multi-generational home on acres of lush farmland as the car pulled in. They were all waving hello. They couldn't wait to welcome her home. Chapter 13.
Day 6. Amritsar, Punjab. Awakening the Guru. Before the sun comes up today, you should be at the temple to witness an important ceremony. The Guru Granth Sahib, our holy book, is also considered the 11th and final Guru in Sikhism. Every morning, it is awakened and transported to the temple, where volunteers have already cleaned every inch of the shrine and washed the floor with milk. Watch this ceremony and recite the Lord's name along with your fellow Sikhs here and everywhere else in the world. Afterward, please do some seva in the kitchen to prepare food for all the people at the temple who have woken up early with you to participate in our Guru's awakening.
It was so early in the morning that Rajni felt caught in the space between sleeping and waking up, while her consciousness remained under that blanket of nothingness which would eventually dissipate to reveal the day ahead. Packed in a crowd with Jasmine and Sherina at the temple's entrance, she waited for the procession to arrive. The atmosphere was solemn yet festive. Rajni could feel the anticipation and the excited whispers surrounding her. Is it coming? Do you see it? Jasmine asked a few times when trumpets blared and the crowd stirred. Sherina tipped her toes and tried to look past the sea of people that seemed to stretch across the city. The temple, adorned with golden lights and glittering against the dark sky, was even more stunning before the sun rose. Jostling with the other worshippers and edging closer to the Sarovar, Rajni found herself facing the temple's smudged, upside-down reflection. The water caught something indistinct, the essence of the place. She liked it better in this blurry, shape-shifting form. The temple itself was too vivid, like a memory that became sharper and stronger the more you tried to forget it. In the water, it was just an illusion of lights. Mobile phones on selfie sticks shot up into the air like eager hands volunteering an answer. The chorus of chanting was approaching. Jasmine was the tallest of them, and had the advantage of her long arms for taking a photo, but she didn't. Neither did Sherina. Rajni realized that the only person for whom she would photograph this ceremony was Mum. In her absence, there wasn't anybody she needed to show this to. She patted her phone in the bag that hung from her waist and just focused on the chanting. All around her, worshippers had formed a chorus, repeating God's name, Waheguru. Although she only considered herself a spectator, She found her lips moving to the shape of a word which had such history in her household as she was growing up. Mum would sigh, "Waheguru," if her backbone cricked as she stood up. She uttered the word after every sneeze and prayer, every misfortune or perceived divine intervention from God. If you were in trouble, all you had to do was say "Waheguru," and God would answer. Mum explained the 11th guru to Rajni when she was a little girl, before Jasmine and Sharina came along. It was the 10th guru of Sikhism, Guru Gobind Singh, who decided that the final guru would be a book containing all the hymns and tenets of the religion. The hefty book sat on a special canopied platform in every temple and prayer room, wrapped in layers of shimmering, embroidered, and tasseled cloth. Only years after Mum told Rajni about the 11th guru did she wonder about it. Why didn't he want another person after him? She asked. He probably knew what people were like, Mum replied. It was no secret at that point that Mum had little faith in people. Dad's land in Punjab had been sold, and the share of the property which belonged to Mum was being withheld by his family. There were conditions, they claimed, but they only hinted at what these were. Mum decided to make a trip to India. It would be easier to negotiate in person rather than over brief and expensive long-distance phone calls. They were already starting to struggle financially with Dad gone. The chanting grew louder and more excited. Trumpets blasted to herald the book's arrival. "Here it is," Jasmine said, tugging Rajni's sleeve. A turbaned man with a little boy propped on his shoulders stepped in front of them. Rajni caught only glimpses of the book as the people drew closer, straining their necks and bones to record the view. The book was bound in gold cloth and nestled in the palanquin, every edge of which was propped on the shoulders of men who traveled through a crowd that shifted and parted for each of their steps. The chanting became louder and more jubilant. The pushing began as the book came closer. People scrambled for the best view, shouldering through and inching forward along with the book. The chanting grew uncomfortably fervent. Sweat poured down Rajni's back, and she became unsteady on her feet. She grabbed her sisters by their elbows and tried to link arms with them, but there was suddenly no space to even stretch her arms. "Excuse me," she said, knowing it was in vain. The crowd swayed, and Rajni felt the danger of tipping over and becoming lost under this sea of people. She pressed her feet into the ground, and as she tried to push back against the crush of bodies, a sharp and swift pain shot into her ankle. She cried out, but nobody heard her. The chanting just continued. "Waheguru, Waheguru," that word that was supposed to heal everything. The crowd only began to loosen when the book was out of their sight. The moment there was room to move again, Rajni pulled her sisters away from the current of people. "Shouldn't we stay to hear which hymn the priest reads?" Jasmine asked. "It'll be broadcast everywhere," Rajni said, still wincing from the pain in her ankle. "Why didn't Mum ask us to take part in the ceremony?" Jasmine asked. "You want to take part in that?" Rajni asked. "It looked pretty intense." "We couldn't anyway," Sharina said. "Only certain Sikhs are allowed to prepare the shrine. All the people who cleaned it and bathed the floor in milk at 2 a.m. are baptized." "Mostly men, I suppose," Jasmine said. "It was only men that carried the palanquin." "And it's mostly men here anyway," Rajni said, looking around. "There's either a rule about it, or men just pushed their way in. Mum wasn't allowed to scatter Dad's ashes when he died. A couple of distant uncles and cousins in India carried out the final rites instead. It's a good thing nobody tried to tell us we couldn't scatter Mum's ashes because we're women. It's not right, Jasmine agreed. There can't be any valid reason for it either. Those are the rules, though, Sherina said. Rajni noticed she looked more tired than yesterday, but her insistent response made her seem more awake all of a sudden. That doesn't mean the rules make any sense, Jasmine said. Maybe it's just how it's always been done, Sherina said. You're saying that if somebody told us we couldn't scatter Mum's ashes just because we're women, it would be okay? Rajni asked. It wouldn't be okay, but it would be the thing to do, Sherina said. Some things just are what they are. Jasmine looked taken aback. But, Rajni said, we respect traditions, don't we? Or do we just pick and choose the ones we like? Rajni hadn't seen Sherina speaking with such passion before. What do you want? She challenged Jasmine. Do you want to start looking for inequalities in every little thing? Because it's a very long list and you'll never get through it. Rajni and Jasmine exchanged a look. What had got into Sherina? They walked in silence for a while. A loud announcement broke Rajni's thoughts. It was the daily hymn being read and broadcast. An echo reverberated strongly with each syllable, making the words unclear. Mum used to turn on the radio to listen to the broadcast every morning. Like Sikhs all over the world, she waited for this daily guidance on how to go about her life. The temple was the beating heart at the center of the Sikh world, sending a vital message into thousands of homes in Britain and elsewhere. As the pain in Rajni's ankle went from a niggling sensation to something more noticeable, she wished making the pain vanish was as easy as reciting the Lord's name. It didn't hurt to try. With the next few steps she took, she said his name. Despite her doubt, she thought the steps were a little easier to take. Preparations for breakfast had started before the sun came up, so by the time Jasmine arrived in the Golden Temple's kitchen with her sisters, it was crowded with volunteers. Elderly ladies sat on mats and split garlic with their thumbs, discarding the papery skins onto a spread of newspapers. A circle of men tended to the massive machinery that took balls of dough through a conveyor belt and flattened them into rotis. Jasmine, Sherina, and Rajni stood on the edges of the kitchen like new students in the cafeteria, unsure of where they were needed. It was only when a group of European backpackers descended on the kitchen and scattered among the different stations in a flurry of sandalwood-scented dreadlocks that Jasmine realized nobody expected anything of them. She joined the women who were washing dishes that were already piling in from the early morning crowd. Rajni followed her. Sherina went to the farthest corner of the kitchen, as far away from the two of them as she could manage. As they settled into a routine, Jasmine turned to Rajni. Something's going on with our little sister, she said. What was that outburst about? Rajni peered at Sherina, who was settling on a stool with some women peeling potatoes. She smiled and nodded at the women, who made space for her and handed her a peeler and pushed a pile of potatoes in her direction. Don't know. It was strange, though. She seems unhappy. She started confiding in me yesterday, but I could tell she was holding back. I think she's really dreading going on that trip to the village. She looks tired, too, doesn't she? She seems preoccupied all the time. Rajni dunked a steel plate into the soapy water and handed it to Jasmine to rinse. Family visits to the village are never fun, she said. The novelty wears off after a couple of hours when everybody stops parading you about. At least she's not single. I was 16, and every other day some auntie or another was remarking on how I would be a good bride. What did Mum say to that? Jasmine asked. Rajni hesitated. She didn't object. Let's just say that. You were 16. Yeah. And Mum was desperate to please her relatives. Why? Rajni hesitated again. The usual pressures to impress the family in the old country, show them that we're not that far removed from our culture. Rajni concentrated very hard on scrubbing a spot off a steel cup. It looked as if there was more she wanted to say, but she was refraining. Should we talk to Sherina? Jasmine asked. Sit her down and ask her what's going on? Maybe she'll be more honest with you. Why would she be more honest with me? Rajni asked. You two are closer in age. But you're married, Jasmine said. Didn't you deal with all this in-law stuff when you married Kabir? You had some visits and obligations, didn't you? She just remembered Rajni having to touch the feet of Kabir's relatives when she entered their home for the first time, and standing behind her sister, Jasmine had felt a rush of indignity. She would never touch anybody's feet. I'm never getting married, Jasmine had declared to the laughter of Kabir's relatives. Mum was positively aghast with her statement. I didn't do anything I didn't want to, Rajni informed Jasmine. I could always say no. I'm getting the sense that Sherina doesn't have that luxury, Jasmine said. She watched Sherina sitting with her legs crossed, her head bent to her task. She was methodically peeling potatoes and setting them aside in a neat pile instead of tossing them into a basket like the other women. Every movement of hers seemed slow and calculated, like she was attempting a roll. What do you think of Sehaj? Jasmine asked Rajni. Rajni looked at her curiously. Why are you asking? I just never got a sense of who he was. The whole engagement and wedding happened so quickly. That's how Sherina wanted it, though, Rajni pointed out. I'm sure she had to adjust a few things, but everyone does that in marriage. Rajni dunked her hands into the soapy water, thinking. Although there was something weird the other day in a cafe. What was it? Probably nothing, but I told her about how Mum used to prescribe all these fertility remedies for me, and she was really interested. Your message came soon after that, so I didn't really follow up on it. And maybe there's no reason to. But I did wonder if she and Sehaj are trying to have a baby. Maybe it's not going so well. I gained weight and was pretty depressed as well after my miscarriages, you know. Should we ask her about it then? I certainly didn't want to be asked about it, Rajni said. It's such a sensitive subject, infertility. See if she brings it up first. Rajni shifted positions and winced visibly. Is it your ankle again? Jasmine asked. On the walk, Rajni had paused twice to massage her ankle. She grimaced and nodded at Jasmine. I don't know why it's hurting so much. I've landed on it heavily plenty of times before. We're in a different place, Jasmine said with a shrug. I don't see what that has to do with it. Doesn't your body just change when you're in a new environment? Your hair becomes coarser or softer. Your eyes are drier. Your dreams are weirder and more colorful. Maybe, Rajni said. I guess it'll just heal by itself when I get back to London then. Or you could try bathing in the Sarovar again, Jasmine said. I'm going to go back in later. I'm starting to think it really does have the power to heal. Oh, please, Jasmine. What? You know it's not going to help. It's just water. Go in there with a little bit of faith, and maybe you'll see some results. The water is called the nectar of immortality, after all. Figuratively, Jasmine. Jasmine rolled her eyes. I know, Rajni. I don't think a dip in a pool is going to magically make my life eternal. But as she said it, she felt a little sad that this was the truth. All your gushing over the benefits of a healing bath makes you sound like Mum, Rajni said. She would have convinced herself to will away the cancer if we'd let her. Honestly, I thought you were a bigger skeptic than this. Has the pilgrimage changed you? It's nice to have something to believe in, Jasmine said. Otherwise, I don't know what we're all doing here. Do you? We're here because Mum wanted us to be. I don't mean here, as in the kitchen of the Golden Temple. I'm talking about here, our existence. What's the meaning of it all? Jasmine surprised herself with the question. She had never articulated it before, but it had been nagging at her since the Arowana incident. She'd always hoped to be immortalized through her work. Instead, she was best known for her biggest mistake. Oh, I don't know, Jasmine. I just want to get through each day at this stage. Now Rajni was the one who was beginning to sound like Mum. All that sighing, all that lamenting about how life was not how she'd expected it. Aren't you curious at all about what happens after all of this? Don't you do things and wonder why you're doing them at all? Jasmine persisted. Rajni turned and gave her a very sharp stare. Jasmine, if I thought about the higher purpose of everything I did, I'd get nothing done. I'd go through all my days like Mum, doing rituals that made no difference and making a hobby out of prayer because she was so convinced that the afterlife held more promise and less disappointment than this world. You make Mum sound so bitter, Jasmine pointed out. She wasn't eager to die just so she could escape this world. Why did she ask us to help her to die then? Rajni asked. Raj, that was because she was suffering, Jasmine said. Tears welled up in her eyes. And as I recall, you didn't exactly hesitate. I wanted to help Mum in whatever way I could, Rajni said. I didn't think I'd have nightmares about her death for this long. Jasmine stared at Rajni. So she dreamed of Mum too? Rajni had gone back to scrubbing plates. Her face was tense with anger, and she was putting too much force into her motions. This was how she had looked that day in the hospital, when Mum had shooed them out of the room, and Jasmine marched toward the nurses' station, insisting that they inform somebody. Rajni caught Jasmine by the shoulder and told her to stop. Let go of me, Jasmine shouted, jerking away. She waved down a nurse who was passing by. Excuse me, she said. Then Jasmine saw Rajni's fist coming, almost in slow motion, and then the bolt of pain soared across her cheek, and time sped up rapidly. Sherina backed against the wall, her hands clapped over her mouth, and her eyes wide with shock. The nurse rushed to separate them, and then they were ordered to leave the hospital. The next day, Jasmine didn't answer any of Rajni's calls. A purple bruise shone just under her eye, and as she tenderly patted concealer over it, the calls kept coming until her phone battery died. Get the hint, she thought. An apology was not going to fix this. Finally, when she went to plug in her phone charger, she saw a message from Rajni. Pick up the phone. It's about Mum. When they went to take Mum's things, Jasmine was still hoping that she had just passed away in her sleep, her prayers answered. Yet she still had dreams of Mum opening that jewelry case and taking those pills, one by one, like small pieces of candy. Chapter 14.
Back in February.
Sita is sitting upright in her hospital bed, having just read the letter to her daughters. She folds it up neatly and sets it on her lap, satisfied. There is nothing more to say, but she clears her throat, only to fill the taut silence. As she expected, Jasmine is staring at her in horror. If it were up to that girl, everybody would live forever, and growing up would be unnecessary. Jasmine belongs in a movie, preserved within the confines of a screen and replayed over and over again, so that in 10, 20 years, she won't have aged at all. Rajni, on the other hand, is nodding. Sita takes this as a good sign, even though she and Rajni have discussed this option privately before. She has been nervous about how Rajni would react once it became a reality. Sharina's forehead is creased with worry lines, and she's looking back and forth between her sisters. "You're sure you have enough?" Rajni asks. She is speaking very softly, although Sita is quite sure that the woman in the next bed is partially deaf. She can tell from the volume of her radio every afternoon at 4 p.m., when she listens to the BBC News. Jasmine turns to Rajni. "You're not actually going to let her go through with this, are you?" Rajni and Sita exchange a look, which Jasmine catches. "Jasmine, she's suffering," Rajni says. "She wants to put an end to it. She has clearly been thinking about this for some time." It's that small slip that Jasmine catches. Sita winces, but not with pain. She knows now that Rajni will have to explain what she meant by we. She will have to explain that once Sita was given the diagnosis, she knew what kind of suffering lay in store for her, and she was not interested in clinging onto this life while her body deteriorated. "What can I do?" she had asked Rajni. And Rajni had pulled up some websites, did some research on places in Europe where Sita could go to end her life with dignity. They downloaded brochures and made a hopeful project of Sita's assisted suicide, until reality sank in. The costs would be astronomical. The small sum from the sale of her London home that Sita wanted to leave behind for her daughters and her grandson would be swallowed up by this final act, and she didn't want that. She had spent so much of her life scraping by, and there was no reason to splurge on her death. "Isn't there a simpler way?" Sita asked Rajni. How did people end their lives peacefully if they couldn't book into a clinic in Switzerland? Even before her diagnosis, Sita had always thought of death as a wave washing over the person, lulling them to sleep. The thought of settling into her bed and sinking into a deep, tranquil state was even more enticing now that the pain kept her awake most nights. The sleeping pills. The nurses gave them to her before bed each night. Sita could stockpile them, put up with agonizing, sleepless nights for an eventual reward of eternal, peaceful sleep. She is only telling her daughters about it because she doesn't want it to come as a shock to them. She also needs them to keep a lookout for anybody who might stop this from happening. It's important that they are uninterrupted. "Try to understand, Beti," Sita says. She reaches a trembling hand out to Jasmine, hoping to connect with her. "I'm not getting any better." "They haven't said all hope is lost. Nobody actually said that you're going to die," Jasmine says. Sita and Rajni share the same sigh. It surprises Sita, and she can tell that Rajni has noticed too, how they responded with an identical action. They've given every indication that Mum's not going to recover. The cancer is spreading, and chemo has stopped being effective. It means there's a chance of a miracle happening," Jasmine said. "You hear about people springing to recovery from the most dire illnesses, cancer, comas. There are people with paralysis who start walking again. It can happen." It's not going to happen, Sherina says quietly. Sita is thankful for her youngest daughter then, even though she has arrived very late, having been warned by Rajni that Sita's days are numbered. Nevertheless, even she understands that Jasmine's hope is naive, and it's not based on any faith. She doesn't think God is going to help Sita. She's hoping for a medical miracle, some unexplained glitch that works in Sita's favor at the last minute. This is a foolish way to look at things. But wasn't Jasmine the one who struggled with her father's death in the same way? Even though Sita explained that he was with God, Jasmine convinced herself that her father hadn't actually died. She devoted herself to a great deal of research about people who faked their own deaths for various reasons. Sita remembers getting upset with Jasmine for telling her about a man in America who staged an accidental fall off a cliff during a family camping trip. Years later, his wife's friend living in another town spotted him in the background of a picture in a news clipping about a local school fundraiser. He had been alive all that time and enjoying life very much with his new family. "Don't be so stupid," Sita snapped at Jasmine. It was bad enough to be saddled with her husband's unfinished business. It was quite another thing to imagine that he might be in another town somewhere, enjoying a redo of his life, while Sita tried to figure out how to make ends meet. "Why tell us then?" Jasmine asks. "If your mind is made up." "I don't want it to come as a shock to you," Sita says. "And I want you to be by my side when I do it." She hesitates. "You need to make sure you do the pilgrimage in my letter. You take that bath in the Sarovar, and you do a lot of seva." The wave of shame covering Sita is all-encompassing. What she wants to do, God will not be pleased about. Suicide is frowned upon in the religion. What kind of person throws their life away? She thought about this every time she put away another pill, and she did her best not to let the guilt overcome her. Life is meant to be cherished, not carelessly wasted or ended, and she knows that. But isn't her life already being wasted? Isn't waiting to die as good as dying, and actually even worse, because she's simply taking up space on Earth? She has many arguments to present to God when they eventually meet, and none fully satisfy her. But this she knows. Her daughters will have time to absolve themselves. If they help her by keeping a lookout, they can spend their whole lives redeeming themselves in the eyes of God. They can start with the pilgrimage, service to others, cleansing themselves, taking an arduous journey to a spiritual peak. It's all outlined in her letter. "Come on, you guys," Jasmine is saying. "This is ridiculous. She must be loopy or something." "She's not," Rajni insists firmly. "She's in pain, but she's got her senses about her. I don't think it's a bad idea." "But we'll be—" "We won't." "Abetting a suicide." The word hangs in the air like a thick plume of smoke. Rajni crosses her arms over her chest. "And what are we if we stand by and let Mum suffer? I don't think it's that easy to decide what's wrong and right anymore, Jasmine. There are circumstances." "Don't you want Mum's suffering to stop?" Sherina asks Jasmine. "It's a humane and dignified way to go, if this is what she wants." Jasmine looks cornered. Her eyes flit back and forth between her sisters and Mum. "Of course I do," she says. "But this is wrong. It's not the right way to go about it." "What's the right way, then?" Rajni asks. "Didn't the doctors say they'd make you as comfortable as possible?" "Does she look comfortable?" Rajni retorts. "She's suffering." There's only so much they can do when cancer is spreading through a patient's body. It's excruciating. They'll give her enough morphine to stop the pain, but that will be the quality of her life, depending on a drug to numb her just short of killing her. Jasmine, please try to understand, Sita murmurs. But she is half-hearted in her attempt to placate her daughter. The pain is beginning to build again, and soon it will be surging through her like an electric current. She braces herself for it by clutching the sheets. All three of her daughters notice this movement. Mum, Rajni says. She reaches out to stroke Sita's hand, but before she can make contact, Sita flinches. The worst thing somebody can do while she's anticipating this pain is touch her. Leave me alone, Sita whispers. All of you. Just go away for a while. She shuts her eyes and listens to her daughter's feet shuffling against the linoleum floors. A memory comes to her. Little Jasmine and Sharina creeping around the house in the early hours of a Sunday morning, trying not to wake anybody. Sita would hear the muffled noises and debate whether to get out of bed or simply stay where she was. It was always tempting to stay in bed, especially in those dark days after her husband died, and then afterward, when rumors began to circulate. They're not true. They're not true, she wanted to scream. But who would hear her? Eventually something, like an invisible string, would draw her out from under the sheets and lead her down the stairs, where Jasmine and Sharina would be giggling on the sofa or prancing about the kitchen. Sita's memory is interrupted by a short, sharp scream. She knows right away that it is Jasmine, but she doesn't open her eyes because the pain is roaring now and about to shut out all of her senses. She twists and whimpers and presses the call button to summon the nurse. There is a pounding sound of shoes down the hallway, but they stop outside her room. Hurry, Sita thinks. Help? She doesn't know whose assistance she is invoking here, her daughters, the nurses, or God himself. The jewelry case is in her dresser. Jasmine had shut the drawer as soon as she understood what Sita was asking of her. It is agonizing for Sita to lean toward the dresser and pull open the drawer. But after canceling the call for the nurse, she is able to do it. She touches the case with her fingers and says a prayer for her daughters. Chapter 15. Rays of late morning sun caught the gently rippling water of the Sarovar and held it to Rajni's eyes. Miracle water. She limped toward the bathhouse. Jasmine and Sharina were still serving, but Rajni needed a break. The heat and clamoring noise in the kitchen, just like the one in the Gurdwara in Delhi, had become stifling, and standing at the sink was making her ankle worse. She told herself that she just wanted to dip her feet into the water for the cool relief. There was no need to hope that the Sarovar would take her swelling away and fix her old injury. Women were already lining up outside the bathhouse when Rajni joined them. There was some excited chattering, just like yesterday, but this morning there were many more teenagers. There was a group wearing matching white t-shirts with blue lettering, their long rope-like braids hanging down their backs. One girl shook her head, and her braids swung, revealing the title on her t-shirt. Youth Leader, International Sikh Youth Summer Camp. Rajni caught the accents then. Some Americans, some Australians, and a few that she could not distinguish, probably from Southeast Asia and Africa. The line inched forward. The girl in front of Rajni began to roll up her tracksuit bottoms, revealing her sturdy ankles. Rajni felt the pain throbbing in her own leg. It was starting to travel to her knees and her hip now, signaling that something worse was happening. Of course, of course. She thought about Mum's pills. They clattered in a metal tin in her mind, even though the jewelry case had soft sides and was silent like the secret Mum wanted them to keep. Rajni looked over her shoulder in the direction of the langar hall, where she had left Jasmine to deal with the dishes. Did Jasmine really think she was the only person who suffered from guilt? That it had been easy for Rajni to sit with Mum and look through the brochures for those fancy facilities in Switzerland where terminally ill patients checked in to die? Every conversation had exhausted Rajni. She'd come home to talk to Anil and Kabir and realized that they had gone to bed, their lives so easily continuing without her. On some nights, she'd return home and see the slice of light under Anil's door, and she'd hesitate outside, wanting to knock and say hello, but also afraid of being rejected. He was always so eager to get back to his phone, to leave the house. Once they stepped into the bathhouse, the noise and excitement of chatter became amplified. Voices bounced across the walls. Rajni's own silence felt out of place here. Everybody else was celebrating, but she was alone. She glanced around to search for other solitary women and spotted one older lady methodically peeling off her garments and folding each one. First the tunic, then the salwar. The old lady winced at the piercing noise of the girls' high-pitched giggles, but once she stepped into the water, a look of calm washed over her. Rajni rolled up the cuffs of her salwar, knowing that it wasn't possible to be healed by water. As her feet made contact with the water, she breathed out a sigh nonetheless. It was involuntary, the cooling of her soles after they'd been pressed against the hot tiles outside. Rajni inched her way to a wall to keep herself steady as the girls began to pile into the pool. Some were completely unclothed. Others had just stripped down to their tunics and were wading across the length of the pool. Rajni's ankle still ached, but the water was distracting her. She shut her eyes and was even able to shut out the voices of the girls. She wanted to block out everything, to see a blank canvas of nothingness. But all she could see and hear were Mum, Kabir, and Anil. The three people whose expectations she had spent her entire adult life juggling. What am I going to do now? Mum had asked Rajni when she called the hospital later that evening. Rajni was still shaken from her fight with Jasmine. She didn't know what overcame her. At one moment they were arguing in heated whispers, and the next her hand was clenched in a fist and knocking her sister's cheek so hard her head snapped back and nearly hit the wall. Why did she do it? Jasmine had said to her, "You're crazy if you think this is going to work." Rajni had replied, "Just think about it, just for a moment. You'll see how much sense it makes." And she heard herself and knew whom she sounded like. She was Mum, 25 years ago, trying to convince Rajni that she was doing the right thing. Do it for your family. Mum had stopped short of telling Rajni what her duties were as the oldest child, as a daughter whose family's financial circumstances were in dire straits. Do you want to see me continue to suffer like this? That had been her most desperate plea. Not necessary because in her mind, Rajni had already relented. The water lapped at Rajni's feet, a ripple created by another stream of pilgrims. These women were not part of the youth camp. They had arrived separately and they were older. Completely stripped of their clothes, they heaved their hefty bodies into the water and strode confidently through, creating their own current. One woman submerged herself completely and broke through the surface after what seemed like minutes, although it was probably seconds. She made eye contact with Rajni. It was the briefest contact, but Rajni felt self-conscious immediately about how she was standing so stiffly. "Raj?" She turned to find Jasmine standing at the edge of the pool. "What are you doing?" Jasmine asked. "I just wanted to cool off," Rajni said. The truth was, her ankle was feeling better. The gentle waves had soothed the swelling and distracted her from the pain. She didn't want Jasmine to know this, though. Jasmine began rolling up the cuffs of her salwar as well. As she waded into the water, the large woman who had glanced at Rajni looked up and gave her a nod. "You were here yesterday," the woman said. "Yes," Jasmine said. "Was that your sister with you, the girl who slipped and fell?" Jasmine nodded. "She's okay now?" "I think so." The woman rubbed some water over her face and said, "Good. She should take care of herself." "Who is that?" Rajni asked, watching the woman wander off. "That's the woman who helped Sherina up yesterday," Jasmine said. "She said something that seemed to spook Sherina." Rajni shrugged. "She seems nice enough. Just watching out for her." Jasmine bit her lower lip and watched the woman for a while. "I guess so," she said. "Is Sherina still in the kitchen?" "Yeah. I told her I was going to the Sarova, but she wasn't interested." Jasmine swished her feet in the water a few times. "You know, your ankle still looks a bit swollen." Rajni looked down. "Well, I wasn't expecting to find a miracle cure here, Jasmine." She regretted her words instantly, or at least the volume of her voice. A few women looked up sharply. Clearly, everybody else was here for a miracle. "I'm just saying you shouldn't put too much weight on it." "I'll try not to." "Do you think you'll need to see a doctor or something?" The concern in Jasmine's voice seemed overwrought. "I'll be fine," Rajni said. "Because if you need to see a doctor or, I don't know, take it easy over the next few days." "Okay, what's going on?" Rajni said irritably. "What do you mean?" Jasmine asked. She was all wide-eyed innocence, but Rajni was already able to figure out that Jasmine was looking for a way out of the next leg of their journey. "I plan on continuing with this pilgrimage no matter what," Rajni informed her. "We have to spread Mum's ashes in Lokpal Lake." Jasmine swallowed. "Do you know H.C. Kumar?" "Is he an actor?" "He's a director. My agent has set up a meeting with him for tomorrow, in Delhi." "You're not going to be in Delhi tomorrow. We're doing a trek to Hemkund Sahib to meditate about Mum and scatter her ashes in a lake," Rajni said calmly. "No, but I was thinking, we've done most of the pilgrimage already. We've connected with each other. We've spent time together. And I know I've thought about Mum throughout this journey. Is it really necessary for us to do the mountain climb and, all bodies of water leading to the same source? So really, if we just scattered her ashes in a river, it would be the same thing in the end, wouldn't it?" Just the thought of that arduous walk intensified the pain in Rajni's ankle. But they could hire transport, improvise the pilgrimage a little bit. Canceling an entire 2 days was out of the question. They had to finish what they'd started. Or this trip would be another botched effort to bring a resolution to Mum's existence. Where were they going to find another river? Was Rajni going to have to bring Mum's ashes back to London and bury them in her backyard? "It's necessary because it's what we came here to do," Rajni reminded Jasmine. "You didn't come to India to go for auditions." "But Sherina? She's not coming." "What do you want me to say, Jasmine? Go ahead. Sherina decided to make her own plans, so you should too." Jasmine straightened her shoulders. I'm not asking for permission. I hope you realize that. I can go wherever I want. Then why are you here? Rajni asked. Why try to make it sound like I'd be better off abandoning our plans? I don't want this trip to end with us fighting again, Jasmine said. I'm tired of that. It's not what Mum would have wanted. Rajni snorted. I think we're well past the stage of considering what Mum would have wanted, Jasmine. Do what you want. She turned around and began to wade out of the water, when to her surprise, Jasmine caught her by the arm. Rajni, this could change everything for me. Jasmine's eyes were bright with hope. It's that important. So go then, Jasmine. You don't need me telling you what to do. Who listened to what Rajni wanted anyway? Anil certainly didn't care. Kabir wasn't interested. Sometimes she felt like she was underwater, while the rest of the world carried on outside, oblivious to the fact that she was drowning in expectations and responsibilities. A look of anger flashed across Jasmine's face. You know, Raj, sometimes you can be so... She appeared to struggle to find the word she was looking for, and instead let go of Rajni's arm. With both hands, she drew a square frame around Rajni's face. Rajni, she said triumphantly, you can be so bloody Rajni that you actually out-Rajni yourself. I don't even know what that means. This passive aggression. You say everything's okay, and your face betrays an entirely different emotion. It's transparent. Everyone can see that what you say is not what you think. That's because when I say how I feel, I get told off for it. Suddenly, I'm the uptight one, the one who can't be flexible or take a joke. How many times had she noticed work colleagues looking skittishly in her direction before making jokes? Oh, go ahead. I'm not going to be offended, she'd say breezily. But her head throbbed from the sound of their laughter after somebody made a comment about female bosses or immigrants running England into the ground. What's going on with you? Jasmine asked. You've been on edge ever since we came to Punjab. I'm fine, Rajni said. It was an automatic response. None of this comes easy. Coming here to honor Mum while not wanting to actually think too hard about why we're here. The water rippled at their feet. The women were wading out of the pool and drying themselves off. Another stream of women entered the bathhouse. Tourists from some East Asian country, either Japan or Korea, Rajni decided. Their reverent whispers and tentative steps made Rajni self-conscious about speaking at all, let alone discussing Mum's suicide in this holy place. Jasmine peered at Rajni. Do you still think it was the right thing to do? She asked softly. Leaving her in the room like that? We didn't have a choice. We were asked to leave the hospital right away, Rajni pointed out. I was so shocked by our fight that I didn't even think to go back to Mum. I just wanted to get out of that building and drive home. Start over the next day, Jasmine said. That's what I thought would happen. We'd come to the hospital at the same time the next day. The letter, the jewelry case, all of it would be a silly story from the day before. Rajni nodded. What she never expected was for Mum to wait for the lights to go down and the nurses to do their final checks for the evening. She never expected Mum to ask for a tall glass of water to be placed at her bedside and for the inexperienced nurse to cede to her request, despite the fact that most of her fluids were being given intravenously. She could picture it now, almost as clearly as if she had been there. Mum waiting, just to be sure that nobody was around, and then gently reaching over to pull out the jewelry case. She unzipped it and stared at the accumulated pills, hesitating perhaps to say a prayer. Her first few sips were dainty, one pill reserved for each intake of water. Then she became more daring and began popping 3, 4 into her mouth. How many could she swallow? She didn't want this to go slowly anymore. I didn't think she'd take the pills either, Rajni said. When I found out the next day, I thought she did it because she was afraid you'd tell the nurses what she was planning to do. Jasmine's eyes widened with surprise. You think it was my fault? I didn't say that. I said, she probably wouldn't have gone through with it if you hadn't agreed, Jasmine retorted. She was seeking permission from us, not just telling us to stand guard. It didn't even matter in the end that we weren't there. Rajni held up her hand. I don't want to argue about this, Jasmine. It doesn't matter whose fault it was. Anyway, from Sherina's outburst on the train, it looks like she thinks Mum took the pills because she didn't want us to fight anymore. Why does it have to be anybody's fault then? Jasmine asked. Mum died. Whether she died because of us or despite us. It doesn't matter, does it? Rajni saw Jasmine's point, but she couldn't help feeling guilty. In her dreams, she saw herself feeding the pills to Mum, while Jasmine stood behind the locked door of the hospital room, shouting and banging her fists. I should have been a better daughter, she wanted to say. All of her efforts to help Mum to put an end to her misery were about making up for another loss many years ago. Jasmine wouldn't understand it, because she wasn't there when Rajni and Mum came to India together. She had no idea how different things could have been for her and Sherina if Rajni had just stayed out of trouble. Chapter 16.
As you prepare to leave Amritsar, I hope that you girls are feeling strong and ready to support each other on the next stage of the journey. The climb to Hemkund Sahib requires individual resilience and cooperation. You need to stick together and support each other more than ever during this final stage.
Sherina folded the last of her clothes and pressed them neatly into her suitcase. Next were her toiletries, and after that, her shoes. Then the hotel room would be as empty as she found it. Out of habit, she even made the bed. She never understood those people who said that the pleasure of staying in a hotel was leaving the sheets rumpled and having somebody else straighten them for you. Just tucking the corners and plumping the pillows made the whole place look tidier, and she needed that. Her mind was cluttered with information, the driver's name and car number, the name of the clinic, which she kept on the tip of her tongue, afraid that she'd lose it again. She even had the address memorized, that complex combination of numbers and letters that felt a bit like a secret code or coordinates on a map. It was strange, though, how the idea of canceling the whole thing flickered temptingly at the edges of her consciousness. It was like standing near an open flame or leaning out of the window on the top floor of a skyscraper. Somewhere in her mind, she was aware that she had a choice. Her upbringing in England, her education, these were not for nothing. She was not some silenced village bride being shuttled from one appointment to another, her every move under the careful surveillance of her in-laws. You can't come back unless you do this. There it was, the reality of the situation. Sherina simply didn't have a choice, unless she wanted to throw away her marriage. She had never been given an ultimatum before, and sometimes she wondered why she let it get to this point. She had spent her whole life listening rather than speaking, accepting rather than objecting. Even though she didn't think Sehaj was being fair, there was no reason to start fighting now. Sherina knocked on Rajni's door first. I'm going to head downstairs, Sherina said. You want us to come with you? Rajni asked. I'm done packing myself. Sharina shook her head. That's okay, she said. The last thing she wanted was to make small talk with Rajni while watching the clock, nervous that those words on the tip of her tongue would spill out and she'd reveal everything. Rajni looked a bit hurt. All right then. Enjoy. Send our regards to Sehaj's family. There was a hint of sarcasm in her voice and a twitch in her lip. Although she couldn't possibly know where Sharina was actually going, Sharina felt a flash of worry. From the hallway, Sharina could hear clattering sounds coming from Jasmine's room. She stepped closer to the door and knocked tentatively. Jasmine, I'm heading off, she called. Jasmine flung open the door, her face looking slightly flushed. It's my phone, she said. I think I've lost it. Do you want me to locate it? Sharina asked. She'd meant to disable the Find Me app, but it was still on now. She opened the map and saw a bright light signaling Jasmine's phone at the temple. Looks like you left it in the Sarova, she said. Jasmine cursed under her breath. I'll walk out with you then, she said. I swear, if I keep losing things at this pace, I'm going to have a very light suitcase to take back to London. In the lobby, a tour group was checking in. They formed a long line from the desk to the door. The bellhops were working in overdrive, picking up the suitcases and hauling them to each other in a frantic assembly line. Sharina glanced at the clock. She was still early by 20 minutes, and her driver probably wouldn't be on time. She wondered if she should have spent a bit more time saying goodbye to her sisters. But what was there to say? They had all done their part by coming on this trip, this pilgrimage that they did not want to take. And what did it achieve? Arguments, ugly memories, and none of the healing that Mum had wanted for them. Why prolong the trip any further? It was time to step into the next phase of her journey, and then return home. Sharina did not know when she'd see her sisters again. There were no plans to return to England regularly to visit. There was nothing she missed about London that she could not find in Melbourne. Would they come to see her? She doubted it. It would take another major event for them to be together again. A wedding, maybe if Jasmine found someone. Or a funeral. Sharina shook away the morbid thought, surprised that it entered her mind. The person in her life most likely to die in the near future would be her mother-in-law, and she didn't want to think of that. If she thought of it, she might will it to happen. Rental cars were parked along the road outside. The bus for the tour group was parked at a diagonal, blocking the way. Is your driver going to call you? Jasmine asked. I guess he'll have to, Sharina said. We had a guy called Tom Hanks taking us to the border yesterday. Did I tell you that? He wouldn't tell us his real name. Sharina smiled. I think they do that to make you feel at ease. You know you're going to have a reliable journey with someone named Tom Hanks. Jasmine snorted. Tell Rajni that. She was certain he would kill us before we got to the border. So what's your driver's name then? Mr. Speed Limit? Lucky Singh, Sharina said. Jasmine turned to Sharina. There was some confusion in her expression. It wasn't that uncommon a nickname, Sharina thought, but Jasmine looked taken aback somehow. Okay, she said. The bellhop was holding open the door for her now. She gave Sharina a hug and said, Safe travels, and hurried off toward the temple, glancing back once before being swallowed by the crowd. Sharina's phone buzzed in her purse. She picked it up. Notifications. Updates needed for Find Me app. Good reminder. She went into her phone settings and uninstalled the app, hesitating just for a moment. No, nobody needed to find her. Sehaj and Mother knew where she was headed. Rajni was in the midst of packing her bags to leave Amritsar behind her when she heard the faint ringing of her phone. She reached for it and realized it wasn't on the side table. "Coming," she said, as the muffled ring persisted. She must have packed it with her clothes. It had rung out by the time she'd tossed aside all the contents of her suitcase. One missed call from Nikhil, the private investigator. When she pressed the button to return the call, her heart began to beat a bit faster. "Hello, is this Nikhil?" she asked. "Yes. Is this Rajni, ma'am?" "Yes. Sorry I missed your call earlier." "Not a problem. Is this a convenient time to talk?" Rajni glanced at the clothes strewn all over the hotel room floor. Checkout wasn't for another half hour, and the hotel could bloody well wait if Nikhil had some good information for her. "Yes," she said. "Ma'am, we had one of our network investigators in London do a search on this woman, Davina. We found nothing out of the ordinary in her history. No previous husbands, no children. She does have an outstanding loan and took a second mortgage last year." "Aha," Rajni thought triumphantly. "Gold digger." "But our records show that her payments are on time and she's not at risk of going into any further debt. There's no money-seeking motive there, which should be a relief to you." "Yes," Rajni muttered. What a relief. Disappointment sank like a lead ball in her stomach. "So you haven't really found anything on her, then?" "No," Nikhil said. "But we're still in the very early stages of investigation here. There could be much more to uncover about this woman, but our protocol is to keep you continuously informed." He had become officious again. Rajni could hear clicking in the background. Her phone pinged in her ear. "Ma'am, I've just sent you a folder of pictures that we found on her private social media accounts. Nothing incriminating there, but if you want a record of what she's up to and who she's with, these things are useful to have." Rajni suppressed her feelings of queasiness that were emerging again from talking to Nikhil. A mother had to be sure, she reasoned with herself. "Thank you," she said, eager to get to the photos. Maybe there were things that she would spot that Nikhil wouldn't know to look for. Her intuition had to be good for something. The attachment took a little while to download. Rajni tapped her fingers against the dresser impatiently and began to throw her clothes back into her suitcase, this time caring less about her system of packing cells. They would all get rumpled again anyway. Her heart thrummed in her chest. The first picture popped up. So this was Davina, more diminutive than Rajni had expected, with narrow shoulders and a refined, aristocratic nose. In the first photo, the stem of her wine glass dangled between her fingers. She smiled, leaning toward her dining partner. There was no mistaking who he was. If the picture were grainy or taken from much farther away, Rajni would still know those broad shoulders and that sly grin. Anil. There were more pictures and screenshots in the folder. Rajni skipped past the individual photos of Davina and focused instead on the pictures with friends or Anil. She didn't know what she might be able to uncover, but once she knew what Davina looked like, she wasn't interested in seeing her selfies at a concert or a holiday photo from several years ago in skiing gear with powdery white mountains rising behind her. There were a few chains of comments with the screenshots from Davina's social media accounts. "Looking good." "Thanks, dear, you're so sweet," she always replied. Rajni had to admit, she was an attractive woman. Finally, Rajni came across another picture with Anil. He and Davina were sitting together on a park bench. From the focus and clarity of light, it was obviously a professional photo. Rajni clicked on the next one. They were a series of engagement shots, she realized. Davina's head rested on Anil's chest in one picture. Anil kissed her on the cheek in another one. Rajni grudgingly allowed herself to notice that they looked like a happy couple. She looked through the comments on the screenshots to see what other people were saying. "Congrats, you two." "Dav, he's one lucky guy. You are glowing." "Enough pictures of you two. Where's the ring? LOLLL." Davina had dutifully responded to all of the comments with the usual "thank you" and "you'll meet him soon enough," always followed by a winking face. In response to the comment about the ring, she said, "Had to get it resized already, would you believe it? Fingers already swollen." This was followed by 2 winking faces. The friend replied, "Starting early, I see. I know how that goes. By 4 months preggers, I was wearing Steve's slippers. Feet never came back to normal size." So people knew. Rajni wondered how long it had been public knowledge that Davina was pregnant. The comments were clearly from friends of hers, but this meant that the information wasn't being kept between them. Maybe it had never been a secret. Maybe Rajni was the last to know. She certainly didn't have any way of finding out what Anil was broadcasting since he'd blocked her on social media. Rajni looked back at the pictures. Davina hardly looked pregnant, but she was in the early stages. Rajni remembered those days well, not just in her pregnancy with Anil, but the next pregnancy that ended so early that she vowed that next time she wouldn't tell Kabir and Mum until she was certain. Telling them about the miscarriage had devastated everyone. Then, after the next pregnancy ended again, before she had a chance to tell anyone, Rajni hoped for another chance. If she got pregnant again, she wouldn't dare even think about it until it was safe to do so. Her promise didn't make any difference. The miscarriage still happened, and it still broke her heart. Although Rajni liked to think that by keeping it a secret, even from herself, she was able to dull the pain. You couldn't feel loss for something that you never had, after all. After the doctor told them to stop trying, Rajni didn't allow herself to think about pregnancy at all. At work, she was the last person to guess that a colleague was pregnant, often only noticing the woman's weight gain or increased sick days after she'd made the announcement. It pinched Rajni each time, just a little bit, when somebody was expecting a child. She always thought she had come to terms with her infertility, but those moments reminded her of the grief that was always waiting in the wings. It was easier to pretend that it wasn't there. Rajni looked at Davina's pictures again. Knowing that she was pregnant, Rajni could make out the faint outline of a bump pressing against the tight fabric of her dress. In that picture where Anil was kissing her cheek, she was facing the camera and smiling, a hand resting on his shoulder. A bare hand, the fingers already too big for a ring. Like Sherina's hands. Rajni squinted at the photo, but what she was looking for wasn't there. She returned to her phone menu and searched it, not knowing what she was looking for at first. It was crazy to think that Sherina was pregnant and hadn't told them. Why would she do that? She remembered her conversation with Jasmine this morning about Sehaj. Rajni tried calling Sherina first and got no answer. She looked her up in the Find Me map and found that Sherina was no longer on it. Not just inactive, but completely disappeared from the map. Now Rajni began to panic. The certainty of Sherina's pregnancy began to grow in her mind. How she was ill on the way to the police station. Rajni had been so occupied with Jasmine's problems that she had ignored Sherina, and what Sherina had said to her in the cafe about having daughters. Sehaj's name was just above Sherina's. Rajni pressed on his name. It was probably early evening in Melbourne now. Hello? Hi, it's Rajni. There was a pause. Rajni. Hello. How are you? I'm fine. And yourself? Good. What's the weather like over there? He wasn't wondering why she was calling him? It struck Rajni as strange, but she played along. Oh, you know India. Hot, 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 she said. It's freezing over here, Sehaj said. Take whatever sunshine you can get. Yes, Rajni said with a small laugh. Listen, Sehaj, I was... And Kabir and Anil are good? Sehaj asked. Yeah, Rajni said. She wanted him to be more concerned that she was calling him out of the blue like this. Sehaj, when did you last speak to Sharina? That would be yesterday, I think. Is she there? No, she's gone off to visit your family. We said goodbye earlier. Oh, all right. Is everything okay then? Yeah, I think so. Somebody knocked on her room door. Raj, it's just mean. Open up, quick. Rajni dropped the phone and ran to the door. She saw Jasmine in the hallway, her face ashen. I think I know where she is, she said. We have to go and get her. Chapter 17. Tom Hanks was the first driver Jasmine spotted at the end of the lane when they hurried out of the hotel. He was polishing his wing mirrors while bobbing his shoulders to the beat that thumped from his speakers. Jasmine flung open the door and buckled herself into the back seat. We need to get to Chandigarh as soon as possible, she said. Your price, madam? Tom Hanks asked, poking his head in the open window. There is a last-minute booking fee. Anything, Jasmine said. Just get us there as soon as possible. I'll give you the address in a minute. The tattered pieces of the card were in her pocket. She took them out and began fitting them together on her lap, while Tom Hanks put her bags in the boot. Jasmine, hold on, Rajni shouted. She was hobbling along the lane and wrestling to release the wheel of one of her suitcases, which had got stuck in a gutter. Two turbaned men sitting on a low bench outside a juice stand got up to help. Hurry, hurry, Jasmine said through gritted teeth as she watched them pull the suitcase free. Tom Hanks got into the driver's seat and shot the car out of the lane like a rocket. Jasmine screamed, Tom Hanks, wait for my sister! Oh, sorry, Tom Hanks said, peering over his shoulder. I thought we were trying to get away from her. He pulled the car into reverse. They flew backward down the lane and arrived at Rajni's feet. The men leaped out of the way and hollered at Tom Hanks, who apologized with a wave. Just get in, Raj, Jasmine urged. Tom Hanks threw Rajni's suitcases into the boot, got back into the driver's seat, and off they went. We didn't even check out properly. Did you take anything from the minibar? Rajni asked once she was buckled in. Jasmine didn't answer her. She was reading the address on the card. Restoration Road, Women's Clinic, she said to Tom Hanks. Do you know where that is? I'll find it, madam. No problem. Have I mentioned that using the GPS service requires an additional fee? The car hurtled out of the lane and onto a major road. Jasmine gripped the sides of her seat. We're trusting this guy with our lives again? Rajni asked under her breath. And then she cleared her throat. Tom Hanks, I know we need to get somewhere urgently, but we also need to get there alive. Understand? Yes, madam, Tom Hanks said. The car slowed down, and Tom Hanks resisted overtaking the truck in the next lane. A cow at the back of the truck stared balefully into their window. Thank you, Rajni told Tom Hanks. She turned to Jasmine. Now what the hell is going on? Sharina's on her way to that women's clinic, and I think I know why. She's pregnant, isn't she? Did she tell you? No, Rajni said. I just put it together. Her swollen fingers, the nausea, the weight gain. Honestly, I can't believe we didn't notice it before. Fehad didn't exactly deny it. You talked to him? I was on the phone with him just now. He didn't seem to think Sharina's pregnancy was any of my business, though. That's because it's a girl, and they're making her terminate it. Rajni swallowed and stared at Jasmine. How do you know? You remember that older woman from the baths, the one who was with me and Sharina when she slipped yesterday? You said she said something that freaked Sharina out. Jasmine nodded. I left my phone in the baths this morning, so I went back to get it. She was there. She saw me and said, "Tell your sister she should really be careful. When I was expecting my third child, I slipped in the kitchen, and they had to bring the midwife over right away because they thought I was going to give birth right there." I said to her, "My sister isn't pregnant," and she just gave me this look like I was completely daft. I said, "She didn't tell us, though." The woman said, "Must be a girl, then." So then I asked her what she meant by that, and she sort of waved me off like she didn't want to talk about it anymore. It only took me a moment after that, and then I wondered how the hell I didn't see it before. I didn't figure it out either, Rajni said, and I spent years looking for every little sign of pregnancy in my own body when we were trying for another baby. I guess I just thought that if she was pregnant, she'd be shouting it from the rooftops, like I would have wanted to. All of Sharina's strange behavior made sense. All those moments during the trip. Sharina avoiding the little girl on the train, which was weird because she was usually so nice to children. That stricken look on her face as well, when Jasmine mentioned the statistic about female feticide in the villages. Then there was that strange outburst after the awakening ceremony. Do you think she wanted to talk about it to us at any point? Jasmine wondered aloud. She did ask me if Mum regretted having daughters, Rajni said. Honestly, I didn't know what to say. All those years of wanting another child. Sometimes I'd break down and confide about it to Mum, and she'd flippantly say things like, "Just be thankful, the next one could have been a daughter." Or if I said we wanted to try again, she'd say, "Make sure you don't have a girl." As if I could control the outcome. It frustrated me, but Sharina must have grown up hearing things like that and thought her whole existence was a burden. Jasmine sighed. I wish we'd figured it out sooner, Raj. We spent so much of this trip wondering if something was up with Sharina, but not actually addressing it with her. I thought everything was fine, Rajni admitted. She was just being Sharina, uninvolved with us, and wholly devoted to her in-laws. A thicket of bushes was coming up, and in the far distance, a cluster of blocky new houses. An extended family building their empire, Jasmine thought. What was it that bothered Mum so much about us having daughters, though? She asked. She couldn't inherit her father's land, but that's kind of irrelevant for us, isn't it? It's not like we were denied any land. Dad didn't have any, and the rules about inheriting land were different when she was young anyway. The question made Rajni shift uncomfortably in her seat. She looked out the window, suddenly disinterested in the conversation. Jasmine followed her gaze. In a clearing between the scraggly trees on the edge of the road, there were scattered patches of sunburned farmland. Plows and livestock dotted the horizon. The hottest afternoon hours were approaching, and even though they were speeding through the Punjab countryside, Jasmine had a sense of everything slowing down. "Madam, the air conditioning is all right?" Tom Hanks called. Before waiting for an answer, he turned it on full blast. Air burst from the vents and scattered Jasmine's cards onto the floor. Rajni was too distracted by her thoughts to notice. What was she being so secretive about? Jasmine picked up the pieces of the card and stacked them together. It seemed she understood very little about her sister's even though the purpose of this journey was to bring them together. She couldn't remember a recent time when she and Sherina banded together the way they used to when they were little. Even their trip to the market in Delhi together had the feeling of two old friends reluctantly reacquainting. "You know, I never told anybody this," Jasmine said. The memory, even though it happened so long ago, still hurt to recall. But if Jasmine wanted the truth from her sisters, she had to start with herself. "When I was about 8, and Sherina was 5, there was one Saturday when we really wanted to go to the park. You were out at some university thing. It was the first warm and lovely day of the year, and we had this idea that we'd have a picnic. I think I'd seen a family on television sitting on a checked blanket and eating baguettes, and I thought it looked very sophisticated. We kept pestering Mum to take us, and she was tired. She had just started commuting to that hotel housekeeping job in central London, and she was always exhausted when she got home. So I came up with the idea to go by ourselves. We took a couple of slices of bread from the pantry and the 2 spotted bananas on the fruit bowl, and we sneaked out the back door. It didn't last very long. The woman who worked at the newsagents noticed us wandering around on the main road, and she marched us back home. Mum's reaction was so extreme, though." "What did she do?" Rajni asked. "She didn't speak to us for the rest of the day. Like, she literally didn't acknowledge us. No food, nothing. We were gone for all of 20 minutes, but something about us leaving like that really upset her. She didn't even seem angry. It was more like she just gave up on us." "How did you manage to eat, then?" Jasmine noticed that Rajni was listening closely. Her hands were clasped tightly together. "We didn't. We waited for ages and searched the fridge, but we didn't know the first thing about cooking, so we couldn't eat whatever was in there. Eventually, Auntie Rupi came around to hand us some mail that had been delivered to her place by accident," Jasmine said. "We told her Mum was sick, and we needed something to eat. She didn't ask any questions, but she had a quick chat with Mum and offered to have us over for lunch. She said she had ordered fish and chips because her daughter was going to have friends over, but she decided to go to a movie or something, so there was extra. Mum just went straight back to bed." Jasmine sighed. Mum had other breakdowns like that, where she suddenly switched off and didn't want to deal with us. Anytime Sherina and I got into trouble, it was because of some scheme that I had cooked up. Sometimes she told you what we had done, and then you'd lay into us as well. After a while, Sherina started distancing herself from me and just focusing on being a good daughter, so Mum wouldn't neglect her anymore." Jasmine shut her eyes. The truth had been bubbling beneath the surface for a long time, and it was finally coming out. It was because of me that Sherina wanted to get out of our home and distance herself from all of that tension. She was advertising for a new family when she put her profile up on that matrimonial site. It's my fault she ran off to Australia and... She blinked back tears. I should be saying all of this to Sherina. It wasn't your fault, Rajni said. Jasmine, listen. I know you'll say she made her own choices, Jasmine said. But I could have looked out for her more. I spent the past decade focusing so much on my acting career that I completely forgot about my sister. No wonder Mum probably thought having daughters was a burden. For the record, Jasmine, having children is difficult, Rajni said. I didn't exactly make it easy. It was my fault that Sherina grew up hearing Mum saying things like that. That wasn't your fault. It was. Rajni shook her head. No, it wasn't. Jasmine, listen. The way Mum felt about having daughters, that was because of me. Chapter 18.
28 years ago.
There was a drought in Punjab the summer before Dad died. The Punjabi community in West London was rife with speculation about weather patterns, the news having traveled all the way from India to England through networks of friends and relatives who had one foot in each country. Rajni's parents agreed that the poor farming conditions back home were another reason to be grateful that they lived in England, although they waited anxiously for the overdue rains to revive the dying crops and heal the cracked soil. To Rajni, it didn't always feel like they were in England. Sometimes it seemed that a huge tornado had uprooted her parents' home from Punjab and plunked them down in London. The smoky scent of spices in the kitchen and the morning prayer broadcast from Amritsar serving as constant reminders of where home really was. The atmosphere in their house certainly felt more jubilant the day the rains returned to their ancestral land, thousands of miles away. Dad wanted to sell the land then. It had been stressful hearing about farmers driven to suicide because of their dwindling livelihoods. He brought it up with Mum at the dinner table, and it led to arguments. Although it wasn't hers to give up, she was reluctant to let go of their place in Punjab. "If we don't have that, we have nothing to go back to," she said. It bothered Rajni that Mum saw India as a place to go back to. She remembered walking home from primary school once, and a group of girls had cornered her and pointed to a murky puddle of water they named Pocky Land. "That's where you belong." Rajni hated the idea that they might be right. Where Rajni belonged was Britain. But sometimes she had trouble proving this to Mum, who had stern rules about her hemlines and her music, her preference for Western food, and her disdain toward Punjabi community gatherings, where all the aunties and uncles compared their children and reminisced about India. "It's irrelevant now," Rajni always wanted to say when they became nostalgic about the past. They were in England, and it was time to move on. That October, Dad's older brother, Tayaji, came to visit. From her parents' conversations about the land in Punjab, Rajni was aware that Tayaji had made some poor business decisions and had to sell his portion of the land at a loss during the drought. He and his wife also had to move to Delhi to live with their elder son, who had just got married. It was shameful, having to depend on his son and allowing Dad to pay for his ticket to England because he couldn't afford it himself. The trip was long overdue, though, because Dad had not seen his brother in many years. Rajni noticed how excited Dad became as the day of Tayaji's arrival approached. The long-distance phone calls over the years hadn't allowed much room for telling Tayaji about his daily life, and he was keen for his older brother to see England. "We'll take him to all the tourist sites," Dad said, "but also he will want to go to the temple. See how close-knit our community is here." Instead, from the moment he stepped off the plane, Tayaji made his disdain clear. "Our people come all the way here to clean toilets?" Tayaji asked, referring to a Sikh man he had seen mopping the toilet floor at Heathrow. Rajni could tell the comment stung Dad, who worked grueling shifts in a factory because his university qualifications from India hadn't been transferable. Tayaji spent most of the visit reiterating how unimpressed he was with Dad's life in Britain. "All of these things can also be found in Delhi," he said when he accompanied them on a trip to the shops. "The weather is so damp and dreary. You enjoy shivering like this all the time?" he scoffed. Dad didn't argue, out of respect for his older brother, even when Tayaji made comments about Mum's cooking. "Too bland." And Rajni's rusty Punjabi language skills. she sounds like a gory. Jasmine and Sherina were just little girls then, and they weren't held to the same standards, although Tayaji did chide them for giggling too much at the table. One night, as Mum was clearing the table, Tayaji mentioned to Dad that Mum had spent a while chattering with a red-faced Englishman who came to their door. "You mean the man who checked our water meter?" Mum asked. "He had come back from a family holiday in Norfolk, and I was just asking him how it was. It was only polite small talk." "It's just that you have daughters," Tayaji said. He liked bringing this up as a mild insult. "You don't want them learning to talk in such a familiar way to strange men, do you?" Rajni noticed Mum seething afterward as they rinsed the dishes together. But if Dad noticed that Mum was upset, he didn't say anything. It was probably better than agreeing with Tayaji, Rajni thought, although she wished he'd stood up for Mum. The next morning, when the postman arrived, just as Rajni was heading out the door for school, Mum said quietly in Punjabi, "No need to smile and say hello, all right?" Rajni pretended to be distracted by something in the distance as she walked past the postman. She reminded herself that Tayaji would only stay with them for another week, and then she hoped never to see him again. But the next day, Tayaji found something else to criticize. Mum was finally learning how to drive, having put it off for years by taking buses and walking to the market. Her instructor was a man from the community who was recently divorced. Seeing Mum pull up to the driveway after her lesson with the man, Tayaji was not pleased. "It's inappropriate," he said. "It's after dark. What will people say?" "They will say that I'm learning to drive," Mum said. Her voice was calm, but Rajni could see a hint of uncertainty in her expression. Mum shot a look at Rajni, Jasmine, and Sherina sitting at the dinner table. "It's just that you have daughters. Maybe if they were boys, Tayaji wouldn't meddle so much." Rajni knew from Mum that Dad's family didn't think much of her for only bearing daughters. Tayaji's laugh was short and unpleasant. "You don't have to turn everything into an argument. I was simply saying—" "You've said enough," Mum snapped. Tayaji was so stunned that he didn't reply. Rajni was filled with admiration for Mum for speaking up. It was about time. Although Dad looked a bit embarrassed, he simply shifted in his seat and didn't say anything. That night, Rajni heard her parents arguing in hushed voices. Their words were indistinct, but at one point, Dad's voice rose sharply, and the conversation was over. In the morning, Mum was distracted and irritable. She threatened to take Jasmine's breakfast plate away if she didn't finish eating on time. As Rajni swung her bag over her shoulder and left for school, Mum said, "You come straight home after school today. No hanging around in the shopping center with Nadia afterward." "But," Rajni protested. "Oh, you want to argue?" Mum challenged. "Come home right away." The rest of Tayaji's visit was filled with tense smiles and stiff silences. Mum didn't seem triumphant after talking back to her brother-in-law. Knowing that she had crossed a line, she was careful not to enter any more arguments with him or Dad, and she became stricter with her daughters. Rajni was told off most often for rolling her eyes, for playing her music too loud, for doing anything that Tayaji might consider too English. The general sense of unease in the house was enough for Jasmine to notice. "When's he going back?" little 4-year-old Jasmine whispered one night when Rajni was putting on some glittery eyeshadow for her. She had been begging to look just like Madonna on the cover of Rajni's album. At dinner the night before Tayaji was due to leave, Dad tried to diffuse the tension with a joke. He had fallen in the shower that evening and hit his head, Not really hard enough to be concerned, but his fingers kept returning to the spot, checking for swelling. "You really shouldn't have pushed me," he said to Mum with a grin. Mum, filling Sharina's plate, looked up in surprise and then retorted, "Don't think I haven't thought about it." Tayaji didn't laugh. He gave Mum a hard look. "Come on, lighten up," Rajni thought. It was the kind of joke that always passed between her parents, and she was relieved that things would get back to normal after Tayaji left. Dad's death was nobody's fault. He couldn't have known that the impact of the fall was more severe than it seemed, especially since he wasn't dizzy or throwing up afterward. The slow bleeding in his brain only caught up to him 4 days later, while he was clocking off from his factory shift. A supervisor found Dad slumped near his car, but there was nothing anybody could do at that stage. The doctor made sure to explain what was called an acute subdural hematoma to Mum, who was already taking responsibility. "My fault," she kept sobbing. "No, Mrs. Shergill," the doctor said firmly. "This was just an unfortunate thing that happened." But misfortune, rather than the accident itself, was what Mum was blaming herself for. Rajni knew how Mum's superstitious mind worked. It was checking all of her transgressions that invited the evil eye. She shouldn't have celebrated so much when the rain returned, tempting fate by saying aloud how lucky they were to live in Britain. She shouldn't have argued with her brother-in-law. She certainly shouldn't have made that disrespectful comment about pushing Dad. After Dad's ashes were flown to India and scattered by his brothers, Mom's superstitious behavior went into overdrive. Rajni and her sisters were grieving too, but Mum's concerns were wrapped up in rituals to protect them from suffering any more unexpected tragedies. The rules were the same as before, but more strictly enforced, and attached to consequences by tenuous links, the logic of which only Mum could see. Leaving the windows exposed invited evil spirits into their home, so Mum kept the curtains drawn at all times, and the house was shrouded in darkness. "I am just trying to protect you," Mum insisted, when she lined up the girls and circled their heads with fistfuls of dried chilies and birdseed to ward off bad luck. Prayers from the Golden Temple boomed from their speakers throughout the day now, drowning out the beats from Rajni's radio. Mum implemented more house rules, too, as if taking on the roles of both parents meant she had to be doubly strict. She implemented curfews and constantly asked Rajni to consider what people would think about their family if they saw her chatting with boys on the bus, or trotting around in those skin-tight blue jeans. Mum explained that they had to be more careful about how they appeared now, because with Dad gone, a family of only females was more vulnerable to gossip. "God knows how I'll get you all married off now," Mum sighed. "People will say, 'Those girls raised without a father?' We don't want our sons getting involved with such a family." Rajni responded with rebellion. She hiked up her skirt as soon as she disappeared from Mum's view, and she skipped classes and smoked cigarettes. On Saturday afternoons, she danced her frustrations away with her friend Nadia at the daylight discos for hours, until her clothes were soaked in sweat. With pop music still ringing in her ears, she returned home before dark and made sure to mention just enough details about that afternoon's study session at the library to keep Mum's suspicions at bay. It was little Sharina, curiously rifling through Rajni's things one day, who found a pack of cigarettes. Not knowing exactly what they were, she carted her new find around the house until Mum spotted her. Rajni came home from school that afternoon to find her bed covered in a display of everything she had kept hidden. The short skirts and tube tops borrowed from Nadia's older cousin, the cigarettes, a coaster she had nicked from the club, and photographs of scenes Mum would never allow. Rajni with a boy's arm casually slung around her shoulder. Rajni in a low-cut top, pouting her painted lips for the camera. Those pictures were proof of another life. Rajni took some pride in them because they reminded her that she wasn't what those mean girls said she was. The trip to India afterward had two purposes. The first, Mum had already suggested a few weeks before uncovering Rajni's double life. There had been problems communicating with Dad's family over the sale of his land. Mum was entitled to the land Dad had owned, but every time she called Dad's relatives, it seemed they were occupied with something else, or the person Mum wanted to speak to wasn't there. Soon, whatever savings Dad left behind would not cover the costs of running a household. The sale of Dad's land in Punjab would be helpful. If Dad's family were avoiding her, she needed to go to India in person to sort things out. The trip would also be a good opportunity for Rajni to reconnect with her culture. Buying another ticket at the last minute was an additional expense, but worth every penny by Mum's calculations. The price of letting her daughter spend the whole summer going wild in Britain was much steeper. They started off in Mum's brother's house in Punjab, where the days were filled with rounds of visits over samosas and steaming cups of tea. Rajni spent every afternoon in the sitting room of some cousin or uncle she'd never heard of, politely nodding to questions and squirming under their curious gazes. The female cousins had unplucked eyebrows and wore their hair in thick plaits. Rajni prided herself in taking better care of her appearance. Whenever she was allowed to use the house phone, she called her friend Nadia, who was stuck on a similar visit in Delhi. They jokingly made a plan to break Rajni out of this house. "We could say you got kidnapped. British citizen abducted abroad," Nadia giggled. Meanwhile, Mum was making little progress wading through the bureaucratic nightmare of inheriting her husband's land. Dad's relatives rarely answered calls. They had never been kind to her anyway. After she had 3 daughters, they had even less reason to involve her in family decisions. When Mum did manage to get in touch with Dad's relatives, they were aloof and rude to her. Rajni witnessed her throwing the phone down in anger several times after yet another conversation which brought her no closer to getting what was rightfully hers. Mum's presence in India wasn't helping her at all. She started looking into getting lawyers involved, but everything had to be done through family member networks there, and her brother was reluctant to let people know that there was a family conflict brewing. "It's starting to get embarrassing," Rajni overheard her uncle saying to Mum. "You're looking desperate and hard up." It wasn't the image that they portrayed to their neighbors, of their sister who was doing well in England. Image had become more important to Mum than ever. Again, she began to fret about what people would say about her, and whether she was ruining her chances at getting her daughters married one day if word traveled from Punjab to London that she had returned to India to scrabble for loose change after her husband died. The land was worth more than that, but by the time the rumors reached London, Mum would be portrayed as a scheming, calculative widow. The stress took a toll on Mum, and she grew impatient with Rajni, who wore her foreignness in Punjab like a badge of honor. Rajni's eyes glazed over when her cousins spoke rapidly in Punjabi. She made a face when her aunties joked that she'd be ready for marriage in a few years. "In England, people get educated before they get married," she replied pointedly, knowing she was being condescending. They took a trip to Amritsar and the Wagah border to watch the changing of the guard ceremony one day, and all Rajni could do was sulk and refuse to participate. "Do you think you're too good for all of this?" Mum asked that night as they got ready for bed. "Is this what I raised you in England for, so you could come to India and look down on everyone?" Moonlight spilled through the window and gave her face a sickly bluish tint. At the border, Mum had joined the dancing and looked happier than Rajni had seen her in a long time. Rajni blinked back tears, but made sure Mum didn't see her getting upset. Of course she felt guilty for being difficult, but she just wanted to be back in London. The whole stupid trip was Mum's idea anyway. Hadn't this punishment gone on long enough? She was dying to get back to a nightclub again, to dance away her pain. Instead, they still had one more visit to get through, and Rajni was dreading it. The visit to Delhi on the way back to London was more about Tayaji's family saving face than anything else. Despite the unpleasantness of his stay in London, they had to reciprocate Mum's hospitality by hosting them for a few days. Mum saw it as her last opportunity to claim Dad's land. Tayaji, of all people, would understand how devastating the loss would be, having had to sell his portion cheaply to pay off debts. "We might have to offer him some of our land money to persuade him to help us," Mum said to Rajni as they settled into their seats on the train out of Punjab. "But it's worth a try." Tayaji and his wife were polite at first, but it quickly became clear that the tension from his visit had not dissolved. Rajni noticed them frequently exchanging glances and making smug comments about Mum's return to India. The payback was obvious one night when Tayaji started talking about his time in London. "It's funny, isn't it?" he said to his wife, within earshot of Mum and Rajni. "I arrived in England, and the first thing I saw was one of our own men holding a mop and bucket. It made me think about all the success these people brag about from miles away, when the reality is quite different." "Don't say anything," Mum warned Rajni. The atmosphere in the flat was suffocating. Rajni hated being nice to an uncle who treated them so poorly, but Mum warned her not to talk back to him. All he wanted was for them to be remorseful, and then he'd probably help them out. Mum recalled a more generous time when Tayaji helped to pay for Dad's education and even sold some of his property to help Dad get started out in England. "It's his duty to help," Mum said. "That's why he was so arrogant during that visit. He was uncomfortable taking any charity from his younger brother." Rajni thought Mum was being naive, but Mum insisted that Tayaji wouldn't let his younger brother's family languish. It wouldn't be the honorable thing to do. And one thing Tayaji repeatedly made clear was the importance of honor. They had 3 days in Delhi. Rajni found a chance to talk to Nadia again one afternoon and found out that Delhi had an exciting nightlife, none of which she would have any exposure to if she spent the entire trip with her relatives. She lamented to Nadia that she was going to return to England, having spent her whole summer indoors, being a dutiful Indian daughter. "All bloody day. I'm just sitting here with my mouth shut, bored to tears," Rajni said. "At least you've got your cousin to hang out with." Nadia's cousin, a first-year fashion design college student, had taken her shopping in Khan Market and brought her to a store in Karol Bagh that had the most genuine-looking knockoff handbags. "Just another couple of days, and you'll be back in London," Nadia said. "You have a sweet 16th party to look forward to at the end of August. Don't think I haven't forgotten." "I don't think I can take another minute of this," Rajni said. She paused as a shadow passed in the hallway, one of the adults walking by. A moment passed, and then Mum called out to Rajni from the kitchen. "Come and help make the rotis, Rajni." "Rajni? Where are you? Are you on the phone? Calls aren't free, you know." "Did you hear that?" Rajni asked Nadia between gritted teeth. "I have to go, but seriously, save me." "Come out and meet me tonight," Nadia said. "We'll celebrate your birthday a little early." She gave Rajni some directions, and assured her that she would get her home before anybody noticed she was gone. After hanging up, Rajni kept the directions in mind, but she knew it was too risky to try to sneak out of the apartment. Only a few more days, she reminded herself, as she headed to the kitchen to help Mum. "Blend the dough," Mum instructed, handing Rajni a bowl of flour. "Don't put too much water in there. It was too sticky last time. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't I just say not too much water? What kind of daughter-in-law will you make, not even knowing how to cook proper rotis?" The kind of daughter-in-law who would tell her husband to make his own dinner if he's going to criticize, Rajni thought. But she didn't say anything. Nadia's offer to take her out that night became more tempting. A plan began to form in Rajni's mind. Her relatives usually went to sleep early, and from sharing a room with Mum on this trip, Rajni knew that she was a deep sleeper. The blare of traffic outside the window didn't stir her, and it would take a lot for her to wake up in the middle of the night and notice Rajni was gone. Dinner seemed to drag on that night. There was an agonizing wait for everybody to go to bed, but Rajni knew that once they were asleep, she had to move quickly. Under her pillow, she had hidden a tank top and the pair of tight jeans that Mum forbade her to wear here unless she wore a loose and long kurti top over them. She grabbed these clothes and her small makeup pouch and slipped to the bathroom to change. Before tiptoeing out of the house, she checked Nadia's directions again. It looked like it would be a quick walk to the main road, and then Rajni would be able to find her way from there. Just stepping out into the night air made Rajni feel free. The lane was crowded with discarded polystyrene cases from a nearby warehouse, and shadows seemed to swallow up the path. But Rajni was carried along by the thrill of her escapade. Finally, she was doing things on her own terms. She dodged a motorcycle as it came hurtling down the street with no warning. The driver looked at her suspiciously and called out something as he passed. Rajni hurried along toward the lights of the main road in the distance. Adrenaline fizzed through her bloodstream. She couldn't wait to see Nadia. "They've been keeping me like a bloody prisoner," she'd shriek when they reunited. As Rajni approached the end of the lane, she realized that the main road was farther away than she thought. A crumbling brick wall with shards of broken glass glued to the top blocked her from going any farther. Beyond it was another neighborhood of low-slung apartment buildings, lined crookedly like old teeth. Lights shone between the buildings, but now Rajni wasn't sure if they were coming from the main road at all. She had to hurry. Nadia was probably wondering where she was. Rajni made a turn, and then another turn, and when it seemed like she was getting somewhere, she found herself heading toward a dead end again. The neighborhood seemed walled in by darkness, and there were spaces she was afraid to enter. At this time of the night, only men were out. Rajni's presence was noticeable. Conversation stopped as she hurried past, keeping her head down. The catcalling was loud and ugly. Some men followed her, chuckling as she picked up her pace. Stray dogs stretched their limbs lazily and stared at Rajni with indifference as she searched for a way back home. Somehow, Rajni finally emerged from the neighborhood and onto the main road, but Nadia wasn't anywhere in sight. It had been nearly an hour since their set meeting time, and they had agreed that if Rajni was late, it meant that she'd been caught. Now the chance of getting caught didn't seem nearly as dangerous. At least she'd be indoors. Instinct told Rajni that the convenience stores, those that were still open at this hour, weren't safe places to enter or ask for help. She trained her eyes on the way ahead to avoid the grins that gleamed from men's faces. She wished she couldn't hear the things they were saying. How much? What will you do for me? The panic was making her knees shake, but she kept walking, almost breaking into a run when she spotted the police station. It was early morning when Rajni arrived back at the apartment with 2 officers at her side. She had had to wait in the station for another hour and answer questions, even though she hadn't done anything wrong. The officer who questioned her took pleasure in giving her a hard time. His eyes roamed across her bare arms and lingered at the hint of cleavage that her tank top exposed. Her makeup was smudged, and she had her arms crossed over her chest when she walked into the door of the flat, aware of how she looked and what everybody thought. Her relatives stood like chess pieces, waiting for somebody to let them move. Mum's pale, stricken face at that moment never left her memory. She pulled Rajni by the elbow into the bedroom and began shouting at her. "What the hell were you thinking?" she cried. "Going out like that? You shouldn't have bothered coming back." Those were the words that hurt most. Mum had no idea how frightening the experience had been for Rajni. She didn't think she was ever going to make it back to the apartment. Tears burned her eyes as Mum continued to berate her. Everything Rajni did was wrong, disappointing, shameful. What kind of example was she setting for her little sisters? What would her father say if he knew what she had become? The mention of Dad struck a nerve, and she responded before she really understood what she was saying. "Oh, and you're such an upstanding person," Rajni cried. "You probably pushed Dad and killed him because you were sleeping with that driving instructor." The room froze. Rajni's uncle and auntie had been shadows in her periphery during this argument, but now she was very aware of their presence. She could practically hear the questions forming in their minds after hearing her accusation. It wasn't true. Rajni knew it, and Mum knew that she knew it. But once the words flew out of her mouth, they took on a meaning that would haunt Rajni for years to come. For Tayaji, it was all the proof they needed that Mum wasn't worthy of the land. "I wanted to help, but if this is the truth, then I cannot," he said with a dramatic sigh. His sad reluctance was exaggerated. Rajni could see his eyes shining with excitement at the excuse to get Mum off their backs. This had been her last chance. Once they returned to London, Tayaji would see the lawyers and make the calls to claim the land for himself. With Mum's reputation in tatters, nobody would dispute him. By the time the word spread to Dad's and Mum's families, the story took on mythic proportions. In their imaginations, Rajni had sneaked out with a boy, several boys. There was alcohol on her breath. She stumbled into the house. She was incoherent. She had had to do a few favors for those police officers before they would bring her home. Mum's chances of getting the land were ruined. Chapter 19.
Now.
As Rajni recounted all of these memories aloud, she was aware that Jasmine was paying close attention. This was what Jasmine wanted to know. "I always blamed myself for all the hardship that you all endured afterward," Rajni said. "I know Mum got back on her feet eventually, but you and Sharina had to deal with having very little. Mum was always so stressed out, and I felt like I had caused that. The whole situation was enough to scare me straight." "That's when you changed," Jasmine recalled. "I was too young to really question it. But I remember that when you returned from the trip, you were more stern. You threw out all of the makeup I used to nick from your room." "The makeup, the outfits, everything. It made me feel like I was doing something to help. I told myself that I was still me, but I just needed a break. My rebellion against Mum had really hurt our family. Then," she sighed, "then I went to university, met Kabir, and married him as soon as I graduated. I didn't miss the fighting with Mum." Raj, you didn't hurt our family, Jasmine said. Those relatives did. They spread hurtful rumors, and they withheld something from Mum that she badly needed. They're the immoral ones, not you. I know that now, Rajni said. Her eyes were filled with tears. She fumbled for the packet of tissues in her purse. I know it, and I don't know it. I know in my head that it's not fair to feel responsible for all of that loss. That things could have gone differently for Mum, and for you guys. Or not, Jasmine said. That brother of Dad's probably never intended to give up his land. And so what, Raj? We all survived. It wasn't the worst childhood. We had a roof over our heads. Auntie Rupi looked out for us. You looked out for us. I didn't. I just nagged and hovered over you to keep you from letting Mum down the way I had. It didn't work, though, Jasmine said with a grin. I spent most of my life telling you to shove it. What about Sherina? She had such a rotten time growing up that she ran away and into the arms of another family. Also not your fault, Jasmine said firmly. Rajni, you said yourself that Mum took way too much responsibility for Dad's death, the evil eye and all that. You're doing the same thing. You're making connections between something that happened years ago as if you're the only reason those things were possible. We've all made our own choices. You're the one who always reminds me of that. You tell your students and Anil the same thing as well. Anil. Rajni shut her eyes and tipped her head back. Anil certainly made his choice, she muttered. What do you mean? She might as well tell Jasmine. Those engagement pictures would probably be up on his social media site soon. He's engaged. What? I didn't even know he was seeing someone. Me neither. She's 36, Jasmine. Jasmine's eyes grew wide. Rajni took in a breath. They're having a baby. Fuck me, Jasmine said. Rajni flinched as Tom Hanks's ears perked up at the swear word. Sorry, Jasmine called to him. He waved back to show that he wasn't offended. Rajni, what the hell? Rajni wiped her tears away with the back of her hand. He's forgoing university and everything we've worked for so he can start a family with this woman. I mean, why didn't you say something? Jasmine asked. You've known this entire trip? Yeah, but I don't think I was really admitting it to myself. It's a lot to come to terms with, Jasmine said. I don't think I listened to what Anil really wanted, Rajni said. He's completely locked me out of his life now. There you go again, blaming yourself, Jasmine said. Listen, if Anil's cutting you out, that's his choice. You didn't push him to do that. You didn't push him to make any of his choices. I guess the thing is, does he seem happy with the way things are turning out? Are you okay with that? No, Rajni said. How can I be okay with Anil throwing his life away? He might not see it that way, Jasmine pointed out. It's not the life you imagined for him. That doesn't mean it's the wrong way to live. But, look, Raj, you just said you're sorry for breathing down my neck and for being such an uptight, morally righteous prig. You deeply regret wasting all those opportunities to be a cool big sister because of that massive stick lodged up your bum. Not quite how Rajni would have phrased it, but she let Jasmine continue. It hurt when Mum forced convention on you, didn't it? Wasn't it infuriating to have to live up to her standards? What mattered more to Mum than your safety that night was how it looked to other people. Don't tell me that this isn't the same thing. It's not, Rajni said. I don't care what people think. Jasmine snorted. Fuck, 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 fuckity fuck, she suddenly sang aloud. Tom Hanks looked up in amusement. Stop it, Rajni hissed. What will Tom Hanks think? She stopped when she noticed the smirk on Jasmine's face. It's not the same thing, Jasmine. He's my only son. So this is about Anil being your only chance at parenting? Maybe, Rajni said. Would it be different if you had more children then? If you had a daughter? If I had a daughter. It wasn't the first time Rajni was pondering what life would be like if that sibling for Anil had materialized. She didn't have an answer for Jasmine. What she knew was that all of this felt terribly unfair. But so did Dad's death, and the land being taken away, and Mum's cancer, and Mum dying. It was unfair that Sharina was in Chandigarh right now, doing something she thought was necessary to save her marriage. Looking out the window, Rajni saw that they were still deep in farmland, and it was impossible to avoid thinking of what they had lost. But maybe Rajni could avoid losing anything else. Excuse me, Tom Hanks? She asked. Sorry, ma'am, Tom Hanks said. Rajni only addressed him to chastise him for speeding. Can you go faster, please? She asked. We need to get to Chandigarh, urgently. Ma'am, you're asking me to hurry up, Rajni said. Get us there as fast as you can. With that, Tom Hanks slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the farmland around them stretched into an infinite green blur. Chapter 20. There was a close-up photograph of a blossoming pink orchid in the waiting room. It looked identical to the one that was mounted on the wall of the clinic that Sharina had been to in Melbourne 5 months ago. Surely that was a bizarre coincidence. It wasn't as if one flower photographer had a monopoly on obstetrician clinics around the world. But it was a comfort to know that Sehaj had taken some care to find a clinic of the standards she was accustomed to. The leather-upholstered couches and the lilac-scented air freshener were also consistent with the atmosphere of the Melbourne practice. Not one of those third-world clinics she had in her imagination, with a dim, low-hanging bulb over bare steel tables, where blank-faced women waited for their turn to reverse time. She wondered how long Sehaj had taken to research options and find this place. Maybe his family was connected to the doctor in some way? He had handed her the card so quickly at the airport that there wasn't time for questions. They had only ever discussed this procedure in abstract terms. Going through with it, doing what's necessary, handling the situation. There was no chance for nuance when every conversation escalated and ended with sharp words, and then a lengthy silence during which all the other sounds of the house became amplified. Water slipping down the pipes, windows shuddering against the chill. The receptionist called her name. The weight pulled at Sharina's center as she pushed herself off her feet. There was no need to pretend she wasn't pregnant here, but out of habit she took casual strides, as if unencumbered by the bump. It was still carefully concealed. Thank goodness she was one of those women who could reach the second trimester without being too obvious. At the counter, she gave her name and was asked to select a method of payment. Visa, she said, handing over the credit card that she and Sehaj shared. The receptionist handed her a clipboard with a stack of forms to fill out. Details of your medical history. She ticked the boxes mechanically. No, no, no to nearly everything. A couple walked into the waiting room and sat down across from her. The woman was much further along, her belly a swollen moon under a long and elegant turquoise kurti. She complained to her husband about her ankles. "Just look at them," she muttered, pointing out 2 blocky feet. "It doesn't go away right away either. Dreama told me that her feet went up 2 sizes and remained that way. That's why she stopped at 1. The husband said something inaudible, and the woman gave him a playful shove on the shoulder. Sherina handed the clipboard back to the receptionist, who gave it a quick glance and nodded. Out here, they were still doing something proper and completely legal. She was an expectant mother going in for a routine checkup, like the couple in the waiting room, who were too cheerful to be here for any other reason. Behind closed doors, she would wait for the doctor to tell her that there were options. They would have to keep their voices low, and the doctor might even ask her to turn off her phone to make sure she wasn't recording the conversation. Sherina had read a CNN expose where a journalist posing as a pregnant woman visited a clinic like this in an upscale Mumbai suburb. She had placed her iPhone on the table to gain the doctor's trust, but sneaked another one in the seam of her purse. It was ironic, doing this procedure in India, where sex-selective abortions were illegal. Doctors here weren't even allowed to notify women of the sex of the baby. But there was nothing that money couldn't buy, of course, and Sherina wouldn't be here if she hadn't delayed it so long. If she had just admitted the truth to Sehaj and Mother when she first found out she was having a girl. She thought about Mum setting the date for the pilgrimage in the summer holidays to make travel more convenient for Rajni. She wouldn't have known that this trip would also coincide with the cutoff date for Sherina to terminate her pregnancy. Maybe on some level, Sherina kept putting off telling the truth to Sehaj in Melbourne, thinking that the trip would save her. She'd go to India, return to Melbourne, and say, "Whoops, too late." How naive she was, to think that it would be so easy. The pregnancy test instructions stated a wait time of 5 minutes for an accurate reading, but Sherina was too excited to wait. They'd been trying for a few months, but this time felt different. Her period was a week late, and she felt the strong undertow of fatigue. Only a minute after she peed on the stick and placed it on the edge of the sink, she returned to it. The pink control line appeared and darkened right away. As Sherina impatiently drummed her fingertips and stared at the stick, another line appeared. "Sehaj!" she squealed, rushing out of the bathroom. It was a Sunday morning, and he was lazing in bed. "You're going to be a father!" Sehaj's expression. Sherina wished she'd had a camera. His eyes lit up, and a grin spread across his face. Sherina crawled back into bed and gave him a kiss. She knew she had carried her sadness around each time another test came up negative. Still recovering from Mum's death and the ugliness of her sister's fighting, becoming pregnant was an attempt to replace her loss with some hope. Now she and Sehaj were going to start their own perfect family. "If we're having a boy, we'll name it after your father. And if we're having a girl, we can name it after my mum," Sherina said. The hormones made her feel sentimental. She had fantasies of Sehaj being the kind of doting father who fought back tears when his child went off to school. As a child, Sherina sometimes daydreamed that her own dad was still alive, and he made up for all of Mum's shortcomings. He was protective and attentive. He didn't let her feel forgotten. Sehaj's reply surprised her. "The first one has to be a boy." Sherina had smiled at his definiteness, but she was also unnerved. Has to be? It was one of his mother's views, of course. Since joining the family, she had heard Mother use the same tone when explaining the way she liked the house to be run. Dinner had to be ready by 7. It didn't matter if Sherina's boss kept her back late or the tram was delayed. Sherina had to take time off work to look after Mother during her recovery from hip surgery, and then she had to take more time until it made more sense to quit. Sherina had avoided thinking of these obligations as anything but duties, the sorts of things daughters did for mothers and wives did for husbands. But the sex of the baby was a different thing altogether. "What do you mean it has to be a boy?" she had asked, laughing. "I can't control these things." After a beat, Sehaj laughed as well. He told her he was kidding, doing a bad impression of a more conservative man. "We'll see, anyway," he said. It wasn't exactly what Sherina expected to hear from him, but she pushed her fears out of her mind. Surely nowadays nobody insisted that a woman was responsible for determining the sex of her baby, or that a girl baby should be terminated. Maybe in villages, but not in Melbourne or London. Out of curiosity, Sherina searched for the topic on her bridal forum. The number of posts that came up stunned her. In-laws prefer a girl. "I'm pregnant with first, and it's a girl. Anyone been through this?" Sherina thought it was ridiculous, but she also found herself hoping she could avoid the conflict altogether. "Please be a boy. Please be a boy," she found herself thinking, as she lay down on the table for the sonogram 3 months later. She was so distracted by her wishing that when the ultrasound technician asked where her husband was, she simply said, "No." The technician smiled and repeated the question. "Oh, sorry. He's got an important work meeting, so I'm here on my own," Sherina said. "Baby brain," the technician said knowingly. "I had it with all 3 of my kids. I put the laundry in the fridge instead of the cupboard one day." She nodded along impatiently as the technician chatted away and began running the probe along her belly. "You might be one of the lucky ones, like my best friend," she continued, nodding at Sherina's flat belly. "She only started showing after 6 months. Before that, nobody would believe she was pregnant." Sherina kept her eyes trained on the black screen. There was a flicker of movement and the underwater sounds of an echoing heartbeat. Sherina bit her lip to hold back tears. The technician continued to guide the probe along her belly and pointed out the wobbly vision of the baby's arms and legs. The scanner showing a tiny reptilian spine, the nose and chin briefly visible in profile as the baby turned. The technician paused for the big announcement. "Would you like to know what you're having?" she asked with a smile. Sherina began to cry as soon as she found out she was having a daughter. The technician thought they were tears of happiness and gave her an extra tissue to wipe her eyes. Driving home from the hospital, Sherina wished that the scan had been inconclusive. The technician had warned her before the scan that this could happen sometimes if the baby's legs were crossed. It would be out of Sherina's hands then, for the time being. When she walked in the door and saw Mother's expectant face, Sherina felt a fierce sense of protection over the baby. "They couldn't tell," she said. She wasn't usually a very convincing liar, but she found herself recreating the scene for Mother. The screen showing the spine, the nose, the chin, but those legs firmly crossed, revealing nothing. Mother accepted the answer. "You can find out at the next test then," she said. "But you can't wait too long, huh? When is the next one?" "In a few weeks," Sherina said. Thankfully, Mother was unaware that there were blood tests that could determine the sex of the baby, too, or she would have sent her right back to the hospital to do that. That evening, Sherina looked through her wedding album. It had become a habit since Mum died because the best photographs of her were there. Her face glowed with happiness and hope. Sehaj walked in the door at 7 p.m. and came upstairs to freshen up before dinner. He was greeted with the sight of Sherina poring over the pictures. "Remember this?" she asked. pointing to a surreptitious look between them that the photographer had managed to capture. Their smiles were mirror images of each other. As Sehaj crouched on the floor next to the bed and kissed Sharina in that tender spot behind her ear, she wished she didn't have to lie to him. "So, how was it? All the fingers and toes present and correct? And does my boy take after his father?" He puffed out his chest. "It was great," she said, wincing inside. "But the gender bit was inconclusive." She closed the wedding album. "But it doesn't really matter, right? Whether it's a girl or a boy? Why do we even need to know?" Sehaj's body tensed beside her. "Aren't you just happy that we're going to have a baby?" Sharina pressed. Sehaj sighed and kissed her forehead and said, "It's not necessarily about what I want. It's what my mother..." "But she'd adjust, wouldn't she? You've said that about her before, that there are some things she just has to get used to." Like marrying me, Sharina thought. Mother didn't think much of the girl from a working-class family in England, but Sehaj had put his foot down. He could do it again. Mother didn't need to have her own way in everything. "Think about how much happier we'd be if you just listened to her once in a while," Sehaj said. "I do listen," Sharina said, feeling a lump rising in her throat. Mom had told her to listen to her in-laws, to do as they pleased, and she had tried so hard to obey. How much harder did she need to try to appease them? When was it going to be enough? The moment Sehaj noticed Sharina's voice wobbling, he reached out and clasped her hand. She thought he'd say something to comfort her. Instead, he said, "I've got a lot of stress at work these days, Sharina. You have no idea what it's like." "No, of course I don't. I left my job, didn't I?" Sharina snapped. She pulled her hand away like he had scalded her. Sehaj stood and walked out of the room. Sharina stayed in the room that night and skipped dinner. The nausea that was supposed to abate by the end of the first trimester was still persisting, and she didn't feel like facing Sehaj and Mother anyway. She was angry with herself, although it wasn't clear why. In the pit of her stomach, perhaps bred into her for years, was the secret shame of having done something wrong. The silence that followed that evening was the worst Sharina had experienced since marrying Sehaj. Every creak in the floorboards and hiss from the vents became trumpet loud in the absence of conversation. It followed her everywhere. Breakfast, the car ride, the waiting room, and even when Sehaj did begin speaking to Sharina again the next morning, his words were measured and terse. Every sentence contained the same obvious message. If you're going to question things around here, you're alone. It recalled the clawing anxiety of those days after Mother found her on the doorstep, leaning against the taxi driver's shoulder. But this time, Mother didn't just willfully ignore her. She behaved as if Sharina had never existed in the first place. It was chilling, feeling like a ghost, and it was disturbingly resonant of Sharina's own childhood. She couldn't live like that again. Things eventually thawed with Sehaj, and Sharina worked hard to maintain the peace. Although she still had questions about what she was expected to do if they found out the baby was a girl, she buried them. They wouldn't order her to terminate the pregnancy. Would they? Sometimes Sharina found herself looking at Sehaj across the table and wondering if he would come right out and say it. This was also something she didn't want to think about, so she decided to just wait. It wasn't a problem yet because as far as everybody knew, she could be having a boy. The ultrasound technician had given her an estimated due date, and from a quick calculation, Sharina realized that her trip to India with her sisters would end at the 24-week mark. when it would be too late to have an abortion. Why did she call Lauren then? Sherina wasn't in any trouble. Was she just hoping that somebody would sympathize with her? Or was Lauren her only friend? Maybe it was because she was afraid of the thoughts that ran through her mind late at night while Sehaj snored lightly next to her. Thoughts about just telling Sehaj and Mother the truth and doing what she had to do to restore peace. You're young. You can try again. People make sacrifices for their families all the time. At one point, she considered calling Rajni or Jasmine, but the embarrassment stopped her. After fleeing her family in London for greener pastures with Sehaj, she couldn't face her sisters knowing that things weren't ideal. She could barely admit it to herself. The first thing Sherina blurted out when Lauren answered the phone was, "I miss work." Not even hello or help. But Lauren heard what she was saying right away. "What's wrong, darl?" she asked. "Where are you? Stay where you are. I'll come and get you." Sherina knew she should hang up, but she clutched the phone to her ears, unable to speak or move. "Are you still there?" Lauren asked. "Yes," Sherina managed. And then she gave Lauren a meeting place. She usually had a free hour after dropping Mother off at St. Vincent's for her weekly physiotherapy session. The Kitchen Hand Cafe on Gertrude Street wasn't very busy, and it wasn't a likely hangout for any of Sehaj's family members. But Sherina still looked over her shoulder whenever she mentioned Sehaj's name to Lauren. "This is abuse," she said plainly. "If you're keeping the sex of the baby from them because you're afraid they'll force you to have an abortion, it's abuse." Sherina suppressed a familiar impulse to defend her husband and mother-in-law. It was a cultural thing. It was just a preference. Hadn't she heard Western women say that they wanted a boy too? These excuses flooded like a rush of adrenaline in her veins. Defensive, indignant. You just don't understand. And for the first time, she let them go. "You need to get out of there," Lauren said. Her determination made Sherina nervous. "I don't think leaving Sehaj is the right step to take," she said carefully. "I just need someone to talk to. My thoughts rattle around, keeping me up at night. Sometimes I think it would be easier if—" She couldn't complete the sentence, but Lauren knew what she was saying. They talked until Sherina had to be back at the hospital and agreed to meet the following Wednesday in the same cafe. "I'm so glad you called," Lauren said, giving Sherina a tight hug before they parted ways. "Stay strong, all right? Remember, you have a choice." Over the next few days, Sherina received messages from Lauren. "Just checking in. How are you feeling today? Remember, they can't make you do anything against your will." Sherina replied, "Okay," and then deleted each message. She deleted Lauren's name from her contacts as well, committing to memory the first 4 digits of her phone number. It was better not to have Lauren's name popping up all the time. If Mother looked at her phone, she would get suspicious. Lauren was the bad influence after all, the one who led Sherina astray by enticing her to drinks after work. As the messages continued, they began to bother Sherina. "It would be okay if you want to be away from Sehaj for a while. There are resources to support women in your situation." While Sherina appreciated Lauren's concern, she felt she was blowing things a bit out of proportion. There was no need to suggest that Sherina leave her family. "This isn't his fault," Sherina texted back. "He's under pressure too." "That's called brainwashing," Lauren replied. Moments later, another message came through. "Sorry, insensitive thing to say, but I think he's controlling you more than you realize." Sherina didn't reply. Wednesday rolled around. After dropping Mother off, Sherina walked in the opposite direction of Gertrude Street, ending up in the gardens behind the Parliament building. Newlyweds loved having their photos taken here, the bride's white gowns spilling like cream down the steps of the stately building. Sherina watched an East Asian couple posing. The air was chilly, and heavy blue clouds hung low in the sky. Although she'd lived in Australia for nearly a year, Sherina was still getting used to the idea of winter approaching in June. The groom held a black umbrella over the bride to protect her elaborate hairdo from a wind that whipped up suddenly, upturning umbrellas and whirling leaves on the footpath. The world felt upside down in a lot of ways now. There were 7 missed calls from Lauren by the time Sherina returned to the hospital to pick up Mother. Sherina figured Lauren would give up eventually, but as she walked back out into the blustery air, her phone continued to buzz in her purse. "Who keeps calling you? Why aren't you answering?" Mother asked with narrowed eyes as they got into the car. Great, Sherina thought. All she needed now was for Mother to become suspicious about her having a secret. "Just an old work friend," Sherina said. She wanted to turn the phone off, but that would make Mother even more suspicious, so she blocked Lauren's number and dropped the phone in the compartment between their seats. When the phone rang again, Sherina was merging the car onto the freeway. It couldn't be Lauren, so she didn't mind Mother picking up. The only calls that came on weekday afternoons were from telemarketers anyway. "Hello," Mother said. A pause. "No, Sherina is driving. Do you have a message?" Sherina heard a bubbly voice chattering on the other end. "Just hang up if it's one of those survey people," Sherina said. "They don't take no for an answer." Mother's face was stony with concentration. "Yes, I will let her know. Goodbye." She pressed end and put the phone back in the compartment. Rain had begun to dot the windscreen, and the cars ahead were slowing down. "That was the hospital confirming your next appointment," Mother said. "Okay, I'll call them back when we get home." "She referred to your baby as she," Mother said. Sherina clutched the steering wheel. She flicked on the windscreen wipers and tried to think of a lie, but knew the tension showed on her face. "What did she say?" she asked to buy some time. "She said, 'I hope the little girl is doing well, and she's not giving Mummy too hard a time with morning sickness.'" Sherina could feel the heat from Mother's stare. "Do you have something to tell us, Sherina?" Sherina's cheeks burned with shame. For a split second, she considered lying, but that would just prolong the inevitable. Mother was watching her like she could read her thoughts. "Yes," Sherina whispered. Her instinct was to apologize, but the words didn't come out. "I should have told you," she said, her voice heavy with regret. At home that evening, Sherina heard Sehaj and Mother talking in low voices in the kitchen. Sehaj's voice rose at one point, but it quickly became quiet again. Sherina couldn't make out what either of them was saying, but when he came to bed, he wouldn't look at her. Every day after that, the quiet was so punishing, and the house was so still, that Sherina thought she could hear her blood coursing in her own chest at one point. Things only felt normal again when they had that tender moment together at the airport. "It's over now," Sherina remembered thinking as she rested her head against Sehaj's chest. She wished the memory could end there. But then he had given her a card and an ultimatum and walked away. The receptionist called Sherina's name again and told her to go into room 4C. Sherina knocked on the door before entering. A nurse opened the door and wordlessly gestured for her to take a seat. "Mrs. Arora," said Dr. Wadwa. Behind the frames of his wire-rimmed glasses, his eyes lit with recognition. "You are here from Australia?" "Yes," Sherina said. The doctor ran Sherina through a list of familiar questions. How many weeks she had been pregnant, and how was she feeling? "Fine," she said, because over this trip she had got used to pretending that the bouts of queasiness that had followed her into the second trimester were just her body's response to the soupy heat of India. "Good," Dr. Wadwa said. Then they discussed the procedure. Sherina nodded along numbly as the doctor explained in a low, gentle voice about the sedation and the discomfort she might feel afterward. "Since we are removing a very," he cleared his throat, "developed fetus, the recovery time might be longer. Now tell me, do you have any history of blood clots? Cysts?" "No," Sherina said. "Allergies to any medications?" Sherina shook her head. He wasn't making any notes, avoiding a trail of evidence, Sherina supposed. This office was cramped compared to the bright and airy waiting room. A slumping potted plant on the windowsill looked like it had seen better days. The nurse was also apparently an air conditioning repair person. She tapped at the yellowed unit and declared, "It's the filter that needs to be replaced," in a tone that suggested she and the doctor had had a lengthy argument about which part of the air conditioner's anatomy was riddled with disease. Was the doctor going to ask her why she was getting rid of this baby? Sherina itched for somebody to give her a chance to explain. He was avoiding her gaze now, though, calling for the nurse to take a moment away from office repairs to take Sherina's blood pressure. A small machine was wheeled to Sherina's side, a tray pulled out for her to rest her elbow. The nurse wrapped a band snugly around Sherina's arm. "I'm not so sure about this," Sherina blurted out. The doctor's expression didn't change. Sherina thought maybe he didn't hear her, but the nurse looked up. The band around Sherina's arm squeezed itself tight. A snug embrace, firstly, and then an uncomfortable one. There was a ripping noise from the Velcro as the nurse pulled it off Sherina's arm. "I need more information," Sherina tried again. What will happen exactly?" "Don't read up about the procedure," one website supporting women who wanted abortions warned. "It will make you more anxious. On the other hand, if knowing the details gave you a sense of control, then talk them through with the doctor." "Do you have a lot of experience in these?" Sherina asked. Dr. Wadwa and the nurse exchanged a look. "It's normal to have cold feet," the website assured her. The doctor didn't answer Sherina's question about his experience. He didn't look insulted either, just a bit bored. Maybe other women did this, Sherina thought. They made the appointment, or their husbands' families made it for them. They arrived at the clinic, they filled out the forms, and then they started second-guessing their decision. "I don't mean any disrespect," Sherina said. "It's just that this is quite risky, isn't it?" "No procedure is without risks," Dr. Wadwa replied. He looked at the clipboard that the nurse had handed to him when Sherina walked into the room. "We will take good care to make sure that any potential problems are minimized." He paused and looked up. "Your husband's family and mine go way back. We'll take care of you. Don't worry." Although Dr. Wadwa probably meant to reassure her, it also sounded like a warning. He returned to his clipboard before she could read his expression further. "You're planning on conceiving again soon?" Sherina nodded. "What if the next one is a girl?" she asked. "And the one after that?" Dr. Wadwa said, "Some women try 5 or 6 times before they're successful with a boy." 5 or 6 more pregnancies. 5 or 6 more lengthy arguments with her husband and mother-in-law. Or maybe it would get easier, and Sherina wouldn't be so hesitant the next time around. Or maybe she'd have a boy next, and this first pregnancy would fade into the history of their relationship, a tiny blip on an otherwise ideal marriage. Sherina didn't know what would happen if she turned back now. She did know that after her phone call with Jasmine, she had become less resolute. What was a marriage without compromise? Rajni had sent her a few articles about the secrets to a happy and peaceful marriage. So true, she wrote just above the link. And giving in featured consistently in all of them. There were consent forms to be filled in before they could proceed. Understandably, the forms will officially state that the pregnancy is not being terminated due to gender preference. The doctor droned. The nurse handed Sherina the clipboard again. The procedure was due to start in the afternoon. She'd be sedated and wouldn't feel a thing, the doctor assured her. Afterward, there would be bleeding, and she was advised to take things slowly for a few days. Sehaj had booked Sherina a 5-star suite at the Hilton. She'd be there for 3 days, recovering with room service, a hot water bottle, and all the Hindi television dramas she wanted. Peace, normality, a return home. You can't come back unless you do this, Sehaj had said to her in the airport, pressing the card into her hand. I'm sorry, Sherina thought, as she signed the consent forms. She didn't know who she was apologizing to anymore. Chapter 21. How many roundabouts did a city need? Jasmine wondered, as Tom Hanks shouldered the car around another island of landscaped grass. If she weren't paying such close attention to the street signs and landmarks, she would have thought that Tom Hanks was simply caught in an eternal orbit of traffic. Jasmine didn't know what good it did to name the street signs as she saw them. She had no sense of orientation in this city, or anywhere else in India, but Chandigarh's neatly planned streets and landscaped gardens were reassuring. Sherina couldn't be lost in the depths of this place for too long. Rajni was watching the city as well. They hadn't said much to each other for the rest of the journey, and Jasmine was itching to get out of the car. She needed some distance from all of this history that Rajni had laid bare between them in this tiny space. The news about Anil was taking a while to digest as well. She wondered, if Rajni was going to be a grandmother, then what did that make her? A great aunt? The title made Jasmine want to vomit. Madam, I think it's in that shopping center over there, Tom Hanks said, just as a bus wobbled into their lane. Tom Hanks made a hard right, and the shopping center disappeared into the distance. Hang on, I'll make the turn on the next go, Tom Hanks said. The road was teeming with vehicles, though. We need to get there quickly, said Jasmine. Can you let us hop out here? Where? Rajni asked. He can't just let us out in the middle of the road. He's going to spend an eternity trying to get back to that side, Jasmine said. We'll walk, and the cars will stop. Look, people do it all the time. No, Rajni said. Absolutely not. Rajni, we have to get to Sherina before she goes through with this thing. Your suggestion is that we plunge headfirst into speeding cars on a roundabout in India? It's all about confidence, Jasmine said. Tom Hanks, we're getting off here. Thank you. No, that's a very stupid idea. You will both die, Tom Hanks said calmly. Just give me a moment. 10 minutes later, they had only moved a few feet. Jasmine sighed and squirmed. Try calling her again, Rajni suggested. It goes straight to voicemail, Jasmine said. Just try again. You never know. Jasmine tapped on Sharina's name and listened to the phone ring once before the automated voice recording politely informed her that Sherina was not available. She wasn't expecting anything different, so she was surprised to feel a heavy, sinking disappointment. Suddenly, she wasn't so sure anymore if Sherina would be so easily retrievable, even in this neatly planned city. What if we find her and she doesn't want to come with us? Jasmine asked Rajni quietly. What do you mean? She came all this way, Jasmine said. She spent the entire trip hiding her pregnancy from us, and then she got into a car and headed here on her own. Maybe she doesn't want to be rescued. Rajni frowned. Why not, Jasmine? I'm afraid Sherina thinks this is the only way to fix her marriage, Jasmine said. You know how she's always taken the path of least resistance when it came to any sort of conflicts with family or friends. It won't be the last sacrifice she makes for them, though, Rajni said. That's just not how it works. If they can get Sherina to do this for them, they'll keep expecting her to bend to their rules. The shopping center came into their view again as Tom Hanks focused on making a precisely timed exit. He cut through a stream of screeching motorcycles and delivered Jasmine and Rajni expertly into a space that was definitely not for parking. I'll wait right here for you, he said as the car juddered to a halt. And, madam, it's going to be okay. Your sister will be relieved to see you. Remember what happened at the end of Captain Phillips? All Jasmine could recall from the end of that movie was Tom Hanks's character splattered with blood from the Somali pirates who had hijacked his ship. In this analogy, perhaps she and Rajni were the Marines who shot them dead. Thank you, she said, nevertheless, as she threw open the door. They were about to storm an obstetrician's office. Any words of encouragement were welcome. The air was stiff with heat. Jasmine scanned the shop signs, the bright blue of Domino's Pizza, the wedding card business that took up 2 floors, and the crowded display windows of the kitchen appliances emporium. There, Rajni said, pointing. Jasmine's first feeling was relief. The clinic looked legitimate. At the very least, Sherina wasn't in some dingy, tin-roofed shed. The receptionist's desk was empty when they pushed through the glass doors and entered the air-conditioned waiting room. Hello? Jasmine called. She looked for a bell at the reception desk, but it was bare except for a phone and a green glass pen holder. An enormous black-and-white framed photograph of an eye took up half the wall. Sherina? Rajni called. Are you here? Her voice was calm, but Jasmine could see the panic on her face. What if they've taken her? Where would they take her? Jasmine asked. I don't know, Rajni said, looking around. Sherina, she hollered. If they're holding you back there, make a noise. The door of the clinic opened then, and in walked a harried-looking young woman wearing a creased salwar kameez. Oh, she said, do you have an appointment? Our sister is here, Rajni informed her. Sherina Arora. She is here against her will, and we're taking her back. The woman stepped around to the reception desk as if Jasmine and Rajni were a puddle of spilled drink. She typed on her computer for a few moments and then said, I don't have a Sherina Arora here. Are you sure her appointment is today? Yes, Rajni said. Try Sherina Shergill, Jasmine suggested. The woman glanced at her screen and shook her head. We only had 2 appointments today, and they were both over and done with by lunchtime. Over and done with. The receptionist was so cavalier about the procedure. She was supposed to be in here at 1 p.m., Jasmine said. If something has happened, We need to know about it. There was no Sherina here, the receptionist insisted. She had clearly been instructed to pretend that Sherina had never walked in through those doors. I know that certain procedures are off your books, but this is a very serious matter. She didn't want to do this, Jasmine said. Her husband's family made her. If it was possible to be both irritated and interested, the receptionist's expression was a perfect combination of the two. They made her? Why? They're old-fashioned, Jasmine said. It's a stupid preference they have. Look, we know she's here, and we know why she's here, so let's just cut the charade. Or else we can go back there, Rajni said, nodding to the glass doors. If you trespass, I will call the police, the receptionist said. We should be the ones calling the police, Rajni retorted. You have some nerve, performing an illegal procedure and then threatening to have us arrested. What's illegal about it? The receptionist asked. If it's more convenient for somebody to live the rest of their lives without... More convenient? Jasmine said. Is that how you see it? Yes, more convenient. Women especially are much more confident after undergoing this procedure. Their husbands are also happier. Everything is clearer for them. That's probably why your sisters-in-laws made her do it. Confidence? That was a new one. Jasmine knew there were many reasons that women were persuaded to give up baby girls, but confidence was not one of them. The eye on the wall fixed her with an intense, singular stare. It was a strange choice of portrait for a gynecologist's clinic, where patients awaited being uncomfortably exposed. That's it. I'm going in there, Rajni said. She marched past the front desk, ignoring the receptionist's protests, and pushed the glass doors. The receptionist went after Rajni, shouting about trespassing. Jasmine picked a name card off the desk. Dr. Chopra Eye Center, Vision Care and LASIK Surgery. Jasmine was about to call out Rajni's name when she saw her being led back out the glass doors by the elbow. Rajni shook the woman off. It was a bit excessive, grabbing me like that, she huffed after they made their apologies and scurried out of the clinic. I would have left on my own accord after I saw the vision testing chart. In the car park, Tom Hanks was wiping down his mirrors. He didn't notice them emerging from the building. The traffic was so heavy now that the roundabout looked like another car park. What do we do now? Jasmine said. Rajni could sense her panic as she paced the footpath outside the shopping center. Let's try the Find Me app again, Rajni suggested. Maybe Sherina had enabled it. Did we just get the address mixed up? Jasmine looked at the card pieces again. I think the numbers go up in that direction. 32, 34, 36, Rajni shouted, spotting the clinic sign at the end of the row. Let's go. She hurried, ignoring the throbbing pain in her ankle. Mum, I'm sorry it turned out to be such a disaster, she thought, as she and Jasmine arrived at the clinic's entrance. She had wanted at least one trip to India, if not with Mum, then in her memory, to go as planned. She knew that Mum wanted this for her as well. Although it wasn't written anywhere in the letter, Rajni believed now that Mum wanted her to remember India differently from that place where bad memories were buried. At the glass doors, Rajni and Jasmine hesitated. Neither knew how to do this again. It was as if they had spent all of their energy on that last public scene. Go on, Jasmine said, nudging Rajni. We're sure this is the right place? Rajni asked, looking up again. There was the sign. Restoration Road Women's Clinic. Through the glass, Rajni eyed the receptionist, who sat under a large framed photograph of a pink orchid. There were a lot more people in this waiting room, and Rajni didn't want to disturb them. For some reason, she decided to knock on the door. The receptionist looked up and beckoned them in. Hi. Hello, Rajni said when they entered. She nodded at all of the people in the waiting room as well, as if they were part of the conversation. We're looking for our sister, Jasmine said, marching to the front desk. Sherina Arora. She's here against her will, and we're not leaving till she's out of there. Sherina, come out! Sherina! Too much, Rajni thought. But she had to support what Jasmine was doing. She knocked a pen off the desk and scowled at the receptionist. Madam, there is no need to shout, the receptionist said, standing up. You are scaring the other patients. Have a seat and calm down, or I will call security. She glared at Rajni. And pick up my pen, please. Yeah. Sorry about that, Rajni mumbled. She picked up the pen and replaced it on the desk, next to a nameplate which read, Manjinder Pati. There was a couple sitting on the couches who huddled together, watching the scene unfold. The woman held her round belly protectively, and her husband stood up for a moment, then sat down, then stood up again. Look, we're very worried about our sister, and we need to speak to her right away. I think she's with Dr. Chopra. Would you please give him a call and let her know that we're here? Manjinder regarded Jasmine and Rajni as if she was trying to decide if they were from a prank television show. The husband took a seat again and clasped his wife's hand reassuringly. Your sister's name? Manjinder asked. Sherina Arora, Rajni said. Oh, that patient has been and gone already. Left? Like she walked out of here? About 10 minutes ago, yes. They were too late. Rajni gripped the edge of the receptionist's desk to steady herself. Jasmine buried her face in her hands. Rajni heard a sob and wanted to comfort her, but she was too filled with disappointment to offer any words of solace. She thought about the last time she saw Sherina in Amritsar. In her memory, that round belly was so obvious, now that she knew what Sherina was hiding. Manjinder cleared her throat. When you see her, can you give her this form, please? She was supposed to sign it, and I think she forgot. She was out of here so quickly. Pardon? Does that mean... Jasmine asked. She turned to Manjinder. Wait, did she have the procedure? Manjinder shook her head. She pointed at her screen. It was a very quick appointment. 1 p.m. she got here. 1:15 she walked out. They clutched each other's hands, and Jasmine let out a little whoop of joy. Where did the taxi go? Do you know? Rajni asked. No idea, Manjinder said apologetically. You can't call her? Rajni shook her head. That image of Sherina saying goodbye to her at the hotel stayed in her mind as she and Jasmine walked out of the clinic. What would she say to Sherina the next time she saw her? Would they see her again? Or was this Sherina's final gesture to shut the door on their family? The pain that accompanied this thought felt all too familiar. It was like Anil saying that nothing could keep him and Davina apart. Whatever happened next, Rajni knew she had to fix things with Anil. She wished she could board that plane now and just see her family again. Tom Hanks was nowhere to be seen, but the car was parked. Rajni took out her phone to text him. Why do you think she left? Do you think she knew we were coming? Jasmine asked while they waited on the curb. What do you mean? Rajni asked. Do you think she knew we were on our way and she decided to back out before we showed up to stop her from doing the procedure? I don't know, Rajni said. Or maybe she walked out and decided not to do it? Jasmine asked hopefully. Maybe. Rajni sighed. But either way, she's not coming back here. Let's just look for a hotel in Chandigarh and stay here for a day. We can wait for a call from Sharina, or I'll try calling Sehat again. She was about to put her phone back in her bag when it buzzed. Find me. Sharina is online. Oh my God, Rajni said. She tapped her screen and saw Sharina's little dot on the screen. It hovered over Rajni's and Jasmine's dots. She was here? Rajni spun around. At her desk in the clinic, Manjinder was sitting very still, watching them. She's in there, Rajni said. She's in there, Jasmine! Quick! As they wrenched the door open again, Manjinder stood up and backed herself against the door that led to the doctor's room. Madam, we are under strict orders from the Arora family. I will call the police, Jasmine warned Manjinder. I will tell them that you are holding my sister against her will. Open the door now. Manjinder pressed her back against the door and began to shout for help. The couple in the waiting room hurried out of the clinic, leaving Rajni, Jasmine, and Manjinder alone. They tried to push past her, but she was surprisingly strong despite her lithe figure. Sharina! Jasmine shouted, still struggling to get a grip on the doorknob. Sharina! Come out! Madam, I'm just doing as I'm told, Manjinder pleaded, as Jasmine tried to pry her fingers from the doorknob. What exactly were you told? Rajni asked. The doctor said Mr. Arora called after he heard that you two were coming, and he said not to let you in under any circumstances. He said you were dangerous, that your sister doesn't want to see you. Sehaj must have heard Jasmine when she burst into the hotel room while Rajni was on the phone with him. Look, if you let go of the door, we'll take full responsibility. We'll say we charged in and you didn't have a chance. They'd probably say that anyway, Rajni thought, because they weren't getting anywhere with trying to overpower this woman. I can't, Manjinder said. Please, I'll lose my job. There was some movement in the hallway. Rajni saw at first the opening of a door, a head peeking out curiously and disappearing. That's enough, she thought. After hitting Jasmine in the hospital that time, Rajni had been horrified and disgusted with herself. But this was different. She lowered her shoulder and barreled into Manjinder like a bull chasing a waving flag, startling her enough to make her lose her grip on the doorknob. Jasmine flung open the door and they hurried inside. Manjinder chased after them, shrieking and grasping the belt loop of Rajni's jeans to pull her back. Jasmine got ahead first. She tried the doorknob frantically and then pounded on the door with her open palms. Sharina! She shouted. Sharina, can you hear us? Rajni felt the weight of Manjinder's entire body toppling her to the ground. Her face smacked hard into the floor, and a ringing noise filled her ears. All she wanted to do was try to shout encouragement to Jasmine, but the fall seemed to have knocked the sound out of her windpipes. She watched helplessly as Jasmine continued hollering and banging on the door. Manjinder scrambled to her feet to try to pull Jasmine away, but it was too late. The door opened, and out came Sharina, her eyes wide with surprise. When she collapsed into Jasmine's arms, Rajni burst into tears. Chapter 22.
Day 7. Trek to Hemkund Sahib. This will be the most difficult and rewarding part of your journey. I never had a chance to trek to Hemkund Sahib when I was healthy. and it was the first place that came to mind when the doctors told me that I was terminally ill. The temple at the top of the mountain is the most elevated Sikh Gurdwara in the world. People who have been there have described it as a trek to heaven. Walk steadily and meditate on the fact that your ability to move, climb, and connect with nature are all temporary. What's left as your body and mind slow down is your spirit. You will feel an appreciation for your body, for each other's support as you undertake this physical and mental challenge. Hemkund Sahib sits near the calm and sacred waters of Lokpal Lake. Encircled by 7 snow-clad peaks, this glacial lake is where our 10th Guru meditated and achieved spiritual unification. This is the place where my journey will end. I would like my ashes to be scattered in this lake, so that I can rest in the same place where our Guru became one with God.
The view from the hotel window was of short, flat-topped apartment blocks. Satellite dishes bloomed out of their windows. Below, the muted whir of constant traffic circulating. If Sherina had gone on the track, if everything had been completely different, she'd be stepping cautiously along a pebble-strewn path, the view ahead misted by the mountain fog. The thin air and the jagged mountain peaks would certainly feel like another realm. Instead, here she was in Chandigarh, in a hotel suite that Rajni had booked for the 3 of them on her phone, as Tom Hanks drove them away from the clinic, offering platitudes from films like Forrest Gump and Big. Anything to stop Sherina from crying, he probably thought, as he reminded her that life was like a box of chocolates. She hadn't stopped crying for nearly the whole journey. It was a release of all her bottled-up outrage and fear from the past few weeks. This hotel was situated in a central part of town, cluttered by shopping malls and billboards. The suite had adjoining rooms for each sister, but Sherina noticed that Rajni had deliberately opened the door that connected her room to Sherina's and left it ajar. "Call if you need anything," Jasmine said anxiously, after wandering into Sherina's room to borrow her hairdryer. She had lingered at the doorway for a while before leaving. "You're okay, right?" she asked, eyeing Sherina's place on the chaise longue near the window. Sherina nodded and waved her off, trying not to let her annoyance show. She understood why her sisters were concerned, but they didn't have to tiptoe around her. Now that they knew about Sherina's pregnancy and her marriage, they acted as if she was full of untold secrets. "Did Sehaj ever—" Rajni asked at one point in the drive over here, before blinking and looking away. "He never hit me, no," Sherina said. "His mum sometimes jabbed me, though. She snatched my phone from my hands as well." Jasmine was furious for Sherina. She wanted to call Sehaj and have a word with him. "How could he put you through this?" she asked. "He had some bloody nerve warning the doctor about us like that. I'm not afraid of him, you know. I could call him right now and tell him what I really think about him." But Sehaj was full of fear, too. Sherina knew that if Jasmine called him, he'd nervously excuse himself and hang up. Sending her to India to have an abortion was like every other move he made, staying at the office late to avoid hearing about Sherina and Mother's latest conflict, staring at his phone at the dinner table when Mother was giving Sherina a hard time about the quality of her cooking. He was too afraid to deal with Mother's disdain for Sherina, so he distanced himself from Sherina, as if she was the problem. After handing Sherina that card at the airport and telling her she couldn't come back, he had walked away quickly to avoid another argument. Sherina supposed she had once mistaken Sehaj for a person with more power over her as well. She only began seeing things differently after the receptionist knocked on the doctor's door and told him that a call had arrived from Australia. "She says it's urgent," the receptionist said, before the doctor threw a quick look at Sherina and hurried out of the room. Knowing it was probably Mother calling, Sherina stood up then, clutching her bag to her chest. She had been asking every question she could think of, hoping Dr. Wadwa would understand her doubts and sympathize, maybe call the whole thing off. Returning from the phone call, the doctor mentioned again being friends long ago with Mr. Kamal Arora, Sehaj's father. He clearly wanted Sherina to know he couldn't say no to them. There were obligations and favors that undoubtedly extended beyond the moral code of his profession. Although Sherina was standing at that point, she couldn't bring herself to walk out. She still felt that she needed somebody to tell her it was okay to leave. Dr. Wadwa began talking to the nurse in a low voice. They glanced at Sherina a few times, and she realized with a chill that if she wanted to go, it wouldn't be so easy. It was really only when Sherina heard the commotion outside the doctor's office that she sprang into action and rushed to the door. It didn't occur to her that the voices outside were Jasmine's and Rajni's, just that somebody was providing a distraction outside. Somebody was knocking on her adjoining door now. "Come in," she called. Rajni poked her head in. "You all right?" she asked for the 100th time that day. "Do you need anything?" "I'm okay," Sherina said. Perhaps she shouldn't be sitting so close to the window. It probably made Rajni nervous, even though it was sealed shut. "Thank you for organizing this room again, by the way. It must have cost a fortune at the last minute." Rajni waved the comment away. "It's fine," she said. "The more important thing is that you're comfortable." "How's the nausea?" "Comes and goes," Sherina said. Rajni stepped into the room and sat on the edge of Sherina's bed. She smoothed out the covers, even though they were stretched taut over the mattress. The room smelled faintly like rose water from the honeymoon suite on the same floor. "What would you like for dinner, then?" Rajni asked brightly. "We'll get whatever you want. I saw that there are some nice restaurants nearby." "Rajni, or room service? You're probably tired. Room service would be better then." "You don't have to behave like this," Sherina said. "Like what?" Rajni had an exaggerated look of surprise on her face. "Like I'm a basket case. I could do without you and Jasmine acting like I'll fall apart any moment." "Sherina, you've just been through something really huge," Rajni said, peering at Sherina. "You've made a really big decision, and you're coming to terms with what it means for your marriage." Sherina shook her head firmly. "I'm fine. Sehaj and I will be fine." Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want to think of the alternative. Sherina's flight back to Melbourne was a day away, and she still had no idea what to do. She had called him from the car and left a message to say that she had left the clinic with Rajni and Jasmine. "I'm not doing it. I'm keeping our baby," she said, and then she stayed on the call until it timed out. She didn't want to hang up abruptly, but she wondered what Sehaj made of the minute or so of indistinct background noise, the purring car engine, the tune that their driver hummed to himself. "If you and Sehaj are not fine, that's all right too," Rajni said. "You can come back to London. Or go back to Melbourne if you want, but move out of his home. It's up to you." Sherina felt an apology coming. It was her fault that Rajni was so concerned and the pilgrimage had been altered. What would Mum think of all of this? "I know I've put you through a lot," Sherina said. "I was hiding this from you. and I nearly went through with... She looked down at her round belly and placed a protective palm over it. What's important is that you're safe, Rajni said firmly. Nobody is judging you for having a horrid, old-fashioned mother-in-law. I wish you'd told us what you were going through, but Jasmine and I weren't exactly paying attention to anyone but ourselves lately. There was another knock on the door. Hey, Granny, Jasmine said brightly to Rajni as she breezed into the room, holding the hairdryer. Just returning this, Sharina. Also, I was wondering what we were doing for dinner. Let's stay in and put some movies on, Sharina said. Now that she was no longer hiding her pregnancy, she just wanted to lie down and put her feet up. I saw on the TV menu just now that there's this old H.C. Kumar film playing. She sat up suddenly. Hey, weren't you going to meet him today? Yeah, Jasmine said, but things changed. There'll be other chances. Her smile, like Rajni's over-enthusiastic tone of voice, didn't seem genuine. Sharina waited for Jasmine to say more, but she simply shrugged and began coiling the wire around the hairdryer. Jasmine had given up her opportunity so she could be with her. Jasmine, you should have gone to meet him, Sharina said. Is there still a chance? I asked my agent if we could reschedule, but H.C. Kumar is a pretty busy guy. He didn't get back to us. It's fine. Jasmine was trying to brush it off, but Sharina caught the pain in her voice. Is there a chance of seeing him tomorrow, before we head off? Or if you stick around in India for a bit longer, maybe you can arrange something? I was thinking about it, but I can't afford to just hang around here on the slim chance of breaking into the Indian film industry. It's very competitive here, Jasmine said. But it's all right, Sharina. Mum said I had to start being more realistic, and maybe she was right. At best, this meeting was going to lead to a small role. The time's running out. It could take years to establish myself. And by then, the number of available roles will shrink again, because I'll be close to 40. She sounded convinced, but Sharina wasn't buying it. Why don't we go there tomorrow? She asked. On our way to the airport. Go where? His office, or his studio, or wherever, Sharina said. If he's there, surely he'll give you a few minutes of his time. Jasmine shifted her weight from one foot to the other and appeared to be thinking about Sharina's suggestion. What if he doesn't like me? She asked in a small voice. People said some pretty horrible things about me online. Why would H.C. Kumar think any differently? He's already impressed with you, Jasmine. He wouldn't have asked for a meeting if he wasn't at least thinking about giving you a role, Rajni said. So we'll do it then? Sharina asked. We have to leave early then, to make sure we don't miss our flight, Rajni said. Okay, Granny, Jasmine smirked. Why does she keep calling you that? Sharina asked Rajni. Is it because of your ankle? She had noticed that Rajni was hobbling a bit, and she'd asked for a bucket of ice as soon as they checked in. You haven't told her? Jasmine asked Rajni. Anil and his girlfriend are having a baby, Rajni said to Sharina. I'm going to be a grandmother. Anil was going to be a father? Sharina stared at Rajni. Sorry, I think I misheard you. She looked at Jasmine for confirmation, who began to snicker. Isn't he only 18? Thank you, and don't feel obliged to hide your surprise. I didn't see it coming either. Rajni shot a glare at Jasmine. Let's order whatever we want from the menu tonight, and do some proper catching up. And champagne for me and Granny here, Jasmine said. We haven't actually properly celebrated all these pregnancies. Jasmine. "If you call me Granny one more bloody time..." Jasmine giggled and pointed the hairdryer at Rajni like a gun. Rajni picked up a pillow and aimed it at her head, but Jasmine ducked and it missed. "Nice moves, Granny." Jasmine smirked as she bolted out of the room. Rajni went after her, and their shrieks traveled through the walls. Sherina patted her belly. Some movement from the baby kept her awake last night. She felt a determined kick this morning. My daughter. She looked out the window again. This was a greener city than Delhi, with trees and flowered bushes appearing in manicured strips between the roads and in carefully arranged bouquets on the landscaped roundabouts. There was a sense of order here that calmed Sherina, even though it wasn't the spiritual place Mum had envisioned for this stage of their journey. One day, perhaps, she and her sisters would complete this pilgrimage the way Mum had intended it. Her daughter would be there too. Chapter 23. Jasmine grinned into her pocket mirror to check her teeth for lipstick stains. She tucked her hair behind her ears, decided it looked too bookish, tossed her hair, decided it looked too messy, and then checked her teeth again. This time there was a tiny red smudge on her incisor. "I can't do this," she declared, dropping the pocket mirror into her lap. "You can," Rajni assured her from the front seat of the car. "Did you visualize the best possible outcome?" This was one of the self-help tactics Rajni had found in a quick internet search on her phone. "Or how about this one? Top 10 mantras for success." The GPS on Tom Hanks's dashboard indicated that they were 5 minutes away. On the entire ride, Jasmine wondered if they were doing the right thing. H.C. Kumar hadn't bothered getting back to Cameron about an alternative time to meet, so maybe he had moved on to another actress, somebody more reliable. "What if he saw the Arowana video and he's decided that I'm a scumbag?" Jasmine asked. "He probably set up that meeting in spite of the video," Sherina reminded her. "Everybody's seen it by now, so it's a good sign that he wants to meet you regardless." "Wanted to," Jasmine corrected. "Then I didn't show up, and now he's like, that's what I get for giving a chance to a fish murderer." "That's not what he's saying," Sherina said calmly. "Oh!" She grabbed Jasmine's hand and placed it on her belly. A moment passed, and then there was a tiny bump against Jasmine's palm. "She's wishing you good luck." "Thanks, little lady," Jasmine cooed. "Isn't it break a leg?" Rajni asked. "That's theater," Sherina said. "Or can it be used for film?" "Not sure," Rajni said. "It's a funny thing to say in any case, isn't it?" While Jasmine appreciated that her sisters were trying to be encouraging and supportive, she was drowning in doubt. Last night she couldn't sleep, and it probably showed. She found herself scrolling through her IMDb page, clicking on all the little roles that she'd had, some so small that they didn't link to a description. She was a passing body, just filling the background while the lights and cameras focused on bigger stars. Of course, then Jasmine went where she had been repeatedly warned not to go, the comments under the original Arowana video. Although the furor had died down in recent days, some of the ugliest sentiments against her had still been upvoted to the top of the comments section. "Can't believe that there are people fleeing wars in other countries, and we have people like this in ours," one commenter had lamented. Another, to whom Jasmine was tempted to respond with a string of expletives, had said, "Looks like a publicity stunt. She's probably desperate for attention. Bet the producers from that crap show of hers arranged the whole thing." Scrolling through a bottomless feed of other people's unbridled opinions was as addictive as it was self-destructive. Jasmine's mind kept wandering back to Mum and what she would have made of all this. "I wish Mum had a little more faith in me," Jasmine told her sisters. "All I can think about is how she died thinking I still had a lot of growing up to do." "She probably thought that about all of us," Rajni said. "A mother never stops thinking of her children as children." They didn't say much else to each other until Tom Hanks announced that they were arriving at Connaught Place. At the sight of the Georgian columns and arched windows of the imperial white buildings, Jasmine's stomach lurched. "You're ready for this. You've been waiting for this to happen for a long time." "I need a minute," Jasmine said when they pulled up. Rajni and Sharina nodded and stepped out of the car. H.C. Kumar's office was in a tall tower with tinted glass windows that dwarfed the historic shophouses. Jasmine closed her eyes and tried to visualize the best possible outcome. She saw herself coming face to face with H.C. Kumar and shaking his hand. He told her he was impressed with her and wanted her to be his new leading lady. Then he turned into a giant arowana. Jasmine's eyes flew open. She looked out the window and watched Rajni and Sharina approaching the building. Whatever happened next, Jasmine was grateful for her sisters, who had helped her to brainstorm ways to get into H.C. Kumar's office. The plan was to try to get past security by saying they had an appointment. If that didn't work, Sharina was going to ask to use the toilets. Nobody would deny a pregnant woman access to the loos. Jasmine would go with her, and they'd try to find H.C. Kumar's office. It was not an airtight plan, and there was the possibility of many things going wrong, but Rajni and Sharina insisted that Jasmine had to at least try. Jasmine considered this the final effort of her career. Her plane would leave for London tonight, and if this didn't work out, she would either continue searching for roles or start seriously thinking about a different career. Jasmine noticed Sharina waving her over, and she got out of the car. "I'll be parked just over there," Tom Hanks called, and not actually indicating where there was, he drove off down the wide avenue. "The doors are locked. There's an intercom," Sharina said as Jasmine approached. "Maybe you should talk to them." Jasmine looked at the little box on the wall. There was a small camera that would magnify her face on the screen. She pressed the button for H.C. Kumar's production company's office and waited. A voice buried in the heavy roar of static called, "Good afternoon, H.C. Productions." "Hi," Jasmine said. "I have a 3 p.m. appointment with Mr. H.C. Kumar." She shrugged at Sharina and Rajni, who gave her a thumbs up. "You are?" "Jasmine Shergill." There was some rustling. Jasmine shut her eyes, hoping that her trick would work. The voice returned. "Miss Shergill, there is no appointment listed here." "Okay, that's weird," Jasmine said. "Because, listen, Mr. Kumar and I were supposed to meet yesterday, but I couldn't make it because of a family emergency. I was wondering if... Hello?" The small light next to the button had stopped blinking, and the static noise was gone. "I think she just hung up," Jasmine said. "Try again. Explain that he wants to see you," Rajni urged. Jasmine pressed the button again. "Hi there," she said as soon as the button lit up. "If there's any way that I can see Mr. Kumar now—" "He's in a meeting," the voice said. "He has a very packed schedule and—" "I have to use the toilet," Sharina blurted out, peering into the camera. "There are toilets in the shopping mall just across the road," the voice said kindly. "Look," Jasmine tried again. "This is very important." "I understand, but he is busy. And then he's getting on a flight to Mumbai." Couldn't you just knock on his door or something? I'm pregnant, Sharina declared. Rajni led her away. Jasmine made a mental note to never involve Sharina in a plan to get past security again. Miss Shergill, we get actors showing up out of the blue asking to see Mr. Kumar all the time. That's why we have a strict screening system. I'm really sorry. A lump rose in Jasmine's throat. She turned to Rajni and Sharina. That's it then, she said. Let's just go. I'm sure there's something you can do, Rajni shouted into the intercom. We've come a long way. Raj, you don't have to yell. I think she can hear you, Jasmine said. The voice apologized again. If you want to leave your details behind, Mr. Kumar can get back to you. She didn't sound very convincing. My sister will never have a chance like this again. You work in this industry. Surely you understand that? Rajni hollered. Again, Rajni, Jasmine began. She knew Rajni was just trying to be heard, but she sounded a bit unhinged. I'll need to call security, the voice said. We're not afraid of that, Rajni said. We had security called on us twice yesterday. Not helping, Jasmine said. It's over, Raj. This is a sign. I did not like her tone of voice, Rajni muttered, very snobby. I can still hear you, the voice said. They had a few hours to kill now that Jasmine wasn't going to meet H.C. Kumar, and Tom Hanks was nowhere to be seen. She realized that she had been setting herself up for disappointment. Her fears weren't about her odds at getting another shot. They were about getting that shot and still not succeeding. What if H.C. Kumar met her and decided she didn't have what he was looking for? Casting calls and auditions and the long waits for callbacks had taken up too much of her adult life. Let's go, she said firmly to her sisters. This was where her career would probably end. Rajni? A male voice rang out behind them. Jasmine and her sisters turned around. Hurry, Rajni said. What are you doing here? I work here. There was a call for security because some people were trying to get into the building, so I looked out the window and saw you. Jasmine's first thought was that the man was the spitting image of H.C. Kumar. He had the same silver-streaked hair and broad smile as the director she had seen on those behind-the-scenes videos she liked watching. What are the odds that a look-alike works in the same building? She mused. Then it hit her. This was him. Rajni knew him. Rajni knew him? So many thoughts and questions rushed through Jasmine's mind that she felt lightheaded. Sharina, remember this lovely man that we met in that day when Jasmine was at the protest? Rajni was asking. Sharina smiled and nodded. Rajni glanced at Jasmine. Why do you have such a weird look on your face? I'm Jasmine Shergill, Jasmine said. I believe we were supposed to meet today. You? Rajni said. I'm H.C. Kumar, he said. You can call me Hari. Chapter 24. I hadn't heard of you until a few days ago, Hari admitted. My daughter Pavana was rounded up at the Women's March in India Gate, too. She said that an actress who everyone thought was Polly Mishra gave a very powerful and convincing speech about what it felt like to travel in India as a woman. Jasmine beamed. It was probably the first time Rajni saw her brushing off the comparison to Polly Mishra. And that's why you got in touch with my agent? Yes. I had no other way to reach you and just hoped you were still in India. When you cancelled for a family emergency yesterday, I just assumed you had to go back to London. I'm really sorry about that. I'd really appreciate it if you could take the time now, though. Yes, come on upstairs. We'll have to be quick because I have a flight to catch later. I actually really do have to pee now, Sharina whispered to Rajni. Do you think he'll let us into the building? Why don't we leave you two to chat? Rajni suggested to Jasmine and Hari. Sharina and I will do some window shopping at Connaught Place, and then we'll meet back here. Sure, Jasmine said, already heading back toward the building. Hari smiled at Rajni. What a great coincidence. I'm so glad we saw each other again. We didn't get to say goodbye, did we? Rajni said. You were outside on a smoke break when Jasmine was released. And all the girls after her, Hari said with a wink. He followed Jasmine back into the building. It took a moment for Rajni to understand what his wink meant. I think he was responsible for getting Jasmine and the others out of jail that day, she told Sharina as they walked toward the shopping area. He probably used his influence to release them. That's why he was so chilled out about his daughter being there. Maybe that's why his daughter continues to get involved in those protests, Sharina said. If she gets into trouble with the authorities, her dad can make some calls. It's probably safer for the other girls without influential fathers to join her in a protest. Everything in this country is about who you know, Mum had said to Rajni one day after hanging up the phone in frustration. She had been finding it impossible to get a lawyer to represent her about Dad's land without referrals from family members. A woman on her own in a country that was no longer hers. Mum had a hard time getting through to anybody. Walking with Sharina toward the arched entrances of the colonial shophouses, Rajni couldn't stop thinking of Mum. The weary look on her face as she tried another phone number, how hopeful she sounded about getting the land from Tayaji. Mum had faith in people. She had faith in her daughters, too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent her back here. The urn was still in Rajni's suitcase. After Sharina returned from the toilet, Rajni said, We still need to spread Mum's ashes. We're coming back here next year for that, aren't we? Sharina asked. Rajni shook her head. No. I mean, yes, we'll return to India, and we'll make the trek, but I don't want to go back to London with unfinished business. It would be too reminiscent of the way Rajni left India last time, her head hanging in shame, the shadow of betrayal hovering over her. A couple of weeks after she returned home, her 16th birthday came and went. Mum didn't ignore the day out of spite. She really seemed to forget. She had found a cleaning job that would let her take extra shifts, back-breaking work that saw her leaving the house at dawn and coming back late at night, long after Sharina and Jasmine had fallen asleep at Auntie Rupi's house. That was when Rajni decided things had to change. What Jasmine said about all bodies of water leading to the same place had some truth. Doesn't the Yamuna River run through Delhi at some point? She wondered aloud. It was a tributary of the Ganges, where ashes were more commonly scattered. In one of Jasmine's early emails disputing every item on the itinerary, she had pointed this out. We could ask Tom Hanks, Sharina said. Rajni took out her phone to call him and saw that he had sent her a message telling her that he was parked behind the office tower. They found Tom Hanks sitting in the car and watching something on his phone. When he noticed Rajni and Sharina approaching, he beckoned them closer. His eyes were glistening with tears. It's my favorite part, he said. It was that scene from Castaway where Tom Hanks, the actor, was crying over the imaginary friend that he had conjured from an image of a bloody handprint on a volleyball. "Yes, I've seen it," Rajni said. "Tom Hanks, we were wondering—" Tom Hanks held up a finger to silence her. He nodded at the screen. "Wilson!" cried Tom Hanks, the actor. "Wilson!" Rajni and Sharina exchanged a look, and Sharina shrugged. The scene finished, but it looked as if another one was about to load. Rajni caught a glimpse of the sidebar on the phone. Tom Hanks's Greatest Scenes playlist still had several more videos in queue. "Tom Hanks, we're having a problem," she said. This got his attention. He put the phone down and started to turn on the ignition again. "We can't go anywhere yet," Rajni said. "We need to wait for our sister. But before you take us to the airport, can you drive us to a river? The Yamuna River goes through Delhi somewhere, doesn't it?" "It does," Tom Hanks said. "But it might take a while to get there." "Is it far?" Sharina asked. "Not far," Tom Hanks said. "I can show you on my phone. Traffic will be horrendous, though. It will take ages to get to the outer ring of Connaught Place from here, and then we'll have to contend with the rush hour." Rajni really didn't want to be in a panic over getting to the airport on time. "Does the metro go there?" she asked. "Yes. Take the metro from here to Indraprastha station and walk about 5 or 10 minutes. You'll see the river." Rajni and Sharina looked at each other. "You sure this is how you want to do this?" Sharina asked. Rajni nodded. Jasmine walked out of the building, her heart pounding, to find Rajni holding the canister of Mum's ashes. "How did it go?" Rajni asked. "I'll tell you later," Jasmine said, keeping her eyes trained on the urn. "What are you doing with that?" "We're thinking of scattering Mum's ashes on the Yamuna River, which leads to the Ganges. Turns out it's not far from here, and we can get back in time for Tom Hanks to take us to the airport. Indraprastha station is only a few stops away." "Take you to the airport," Jasmine thought. She couldn't bring herself to say it, though. In the last hour, an opportunity to star in a television series had been presented to her with one small catch. She had to stay in India. At first, Jasmine had thought the choice was easy. "Of course," she'd said. But Hari told her to think about it, and then the doubt crept in. This meant leaving London behind, which she had been so glad to do last week when she was leaving for a temporary trip. But there were so many different things to consider now. She had suspended her frustrations with India because she knew she was just visiting. Would she survive here on her own? Luckily, she didn't have to say anything yet. Rajni and Sharina were too busy trying to find the metro station according to Tom Hanks's directions. Rajni clutched the canister to her chest as a surge of commuters went against their direction at the station's entrance. They paid for their tickets and made their way to the platform. The smooth, tiled floors and air conditioning muted out the noise from the city above. "I wonder what Mum would say if she knew this was how we were doing this," Sharina said, holding a protective hand over her belly as they jostled with other passengers through the doors of the women's section. A seat was quickly cleared for Sharina, who thanked the woman and sat down. Rajni and Jasmine stood next to her. "Mum's letter contained a lot of reminders for us to bond with each other and look after each other. I think she'd be happy enough to know we were doing this together," Rajni said. The train jerked suddenly, the force knocking Rajni into Jasmine, who reached out instinctively to grab the canister. Rajni stabilized and hugged the urn to her chest with one hand. With the other, she held on to a pole. "Or she'd say, 'I should have chosen a burial,'" Jasmine said. Rajni and Sharina started laughing. "So, tell us what happened with Hari," Sharina said. "Is he going to follow up? Or was it just a meeting to say hello?" Jasmine waved the question away. "One thing at a time," she said, nodding at the canister. "I'll tell you guys after we're done." There was a muffled announcement, and then the train pulled into the station. Jasmine couldn't help remembering that day at the protest, all the women pouring out of the station and into the white sunlight. They brimmed with energy and anger. Jasmine had felt as if she was part of an exciting movement, and the injustice of being catcalled and harassed was so fresh from that walk from the hotel to the station. "Your sister told me you couldn't stay out of trouble," Hari had said in his office earlier with a grin. He was joking, but Jasmine's stomach nodded at the thought of trouble inevitably finding her in India again. The noise of the street greeted them as soon as they emerged from the station. The river was visible in the distance, but they had to walk in single file along the wobbling stones of a pavement to a traffic junction. A bus teeming with people thundered past, trailing a long black puff of exhaust. Jasmine wasn't sure if the sheen of being in India had worn off, or if she was just thinking about it more because of the dilemma she was in. But she missed London. She missed it even more knowing that she might not go back for a while. The river was clogged at the banks with rubbish. Empty plastic bottles and scraps of wood bobbed along the water. Poking between the debris were weeds, clumped and blackened with oil. This was all to be expected, but when Jasmine saw the look of doubt on Rajni's face, she wondered if they had come here for nothing. "We don't have to do this now," Sharina reminded Rajni. "There's always time to come back." "You'll have a baby then," Rajni said. "Anil and Davina will have one too, and I'll be busy helping them. I don't have much time off except during school holidays. Life will get in the way, and we'll keep putting it off." Jasmine looked around. "If we walk a bit further, we can find a better spot," she said. She had no idea if this was right, but Rajni and Sharina took her advice. They walked in silence along the edges of the river, which curved away from the road. There was a row of boarded stalls on the embankment. The people in the shops looked curiously at them as they walked past. "Here," Rajni said, nodding to an area where the water was clear. All of the rubbish had floated and collected together on the other side. There was a small sanctuary. Jasmine felt the sun prickling her skin. The sky was a blur of pale yellow, like parched grass. It wasn't Lokpal Lake, but there was beauty in searching for a space like this for Mum, too. Sharina clasped her hand. Rajni twisted open the lid from the canister and hesitated. "Shall we take it in turns?" Jasmine and Sharina nodded. So Rajni lowered herself slowly to a squat and began to tip the ashes into the water. They sprinkled out and peppered the surface. "You're home now, Mum. Rest well." Rajni stretched her arm and shook the canister again, spilling more ashes. "Your turn," she said to Sharina, wiping the tears from her eyes. Sharina stayed standing. She held on to Jasmine's hand and took the canister from Rajni with her other hand. She whispered, "Thank you, Mum. Thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for our lives." After she shook some of the ashes out, she waited and watched them floating on the water's surface. Tears blurred Jasmine's vision. A part of her wanted to run away from all of this. It was too difficult to put an end to Mum like this. She felt that familiar choking, that need to turn back time. "Go on, Jasmine," Rajni said gently. "You can do this." Jasmine shook her head, refusing the canister from Sharina. Rajni and Sharina waited for her. They stood quietly on the banks of the river, looking out at the horizon, lost in their thoughts. Jasmine gathered up the strength to say goodbye to Mum. She didn't have anything to say aloud like her sisters did. She felt as if she had too many things to say, that there were so many conversations she wanted to have with Mum in place of all the arguments they had over trivial things. You have to take more responsibility. This was why Jasmine was so afraid to stay in India. What if trouble found her again, and she didn't have anybody to bail her out? The clouds shifted, letting in a shard of sunlight that made Rajni and Sharina blink and look away. Jasmine closed her eyes. Light danced in the darkness, and then materialized into familiar shapes. She saw Mum sitting up in her hospital bed, nodding a greeting as Jasmine walked in. It was just like that day when Jasmine visited her on the way back from the audition, except Jasmine had different news now. I have an opportunity, she said. It could be amazing. Mum listened, her expression unchanging. In the fantasy, Jasmine heard herself telling Mum that she had worked very hard for a long time, and it was time she had a break. I need you to have a little faith in me, she said. When Jasmine opened her eyes, the sunlight was defining every ripple in the water. She shielded her eyes and held out her other hand for the canister. Sharina placed it in her grasp. Jasmine clutched it fiercely to her chest, remembering how strange it felt to hold Mum's limp, bony hands. Unlike her sisters, Jasmine had no parting words for Mum. What she resolved to do then was more powerful than anything she could say. She turned the canister over and emptied it into the water. The ashes drew together to make a floating shadow on the surface before the water shifted and they broke apart. Chapter 25.
My daughters, the completion of this journey should bring you peace. I'm sure traveling together was not easy, but perhaps this trip to India has taught you something that you couldn't have learned in England. I cannot command you to spend any more time together, or to cherish each other's presence in your lives. I can only leave you with hope that the lessons of this journey will continue after you return home.
Goodbyes had to be quick at the entrance of Delhi Airport. Passengers poured from every direction toward the sliding doors, their trolleys piled high with wobbling luggage. A tour bus pulled up on the curb and began a deafening series of honks to clear the cars parked ahead. Jasmine and Sharina were locked in a tight embrace. Tears spilled down Sharina's cheeks and darkened Jasmine's blue cotton peasant top. You take care of yourself, Rajni said briskly, when it was her turn to part with Jasmine. She was almost tempted to give Jasmine a pat on the back and dive into the crowd of passengers to avoid any more wrenching emotion. Instead, she gave Jasmine a quick hug. She could feel her eyes welling up, so she turned her attention to her suitcase and said, Right, off we go. She sensed rather than saw Jasmine wandering off into the crowd. Sharina waited and waved and caught up with Rajni as she entered the airport. After checking in and putting their bags through the scanners, Rajni and Sharina were to give their father's name for the last time at customs. The immigration officer scrutinized Rajni's passport photograph and gave her a hard, unblinking stare. It hadn't been that long since the photo had been taken, but Rajni was conscious of how different she probably looked. With each passing year, her cheeks sank a little bit more, and her laugh lines deepened. Look here, please, the officer said. Rajni didn't realize that her eyes were wandering. At the next counter, Sharina was having a conversation with the immigration officials. It was probably because of the last-minute change in her ticket. But Rajni still worried. She had not stopped worrying since they found Sherina in that clinic, even though she was working hard to stay upbeat for Sherina's sake. In the car on the way here, Rajni asked Sherina, "What's the first thing you want to do when we get back to London?" Sherina shrugged. "Come on, tell me," Rajni urged. "We'll go wherever you want. Maybe that new Ottolenghi restaurant? I haven't tried it either, but I heard it's got rave reviews. Or a West End show? Did any good musicals come out while you were in Melbourne?" Rajni realized that she was selling the tourist's version of London to a person who had lived there all her life. But she wasn't sure if Sherina thought of it as home anymore. Last night, while her sisters were watching a movie in the hotel suite, Rajni had called Kabir. They hadn't spoken since that late-night conversation early on in the trip, and their conversation now was careful, with pauses that Rajni knew could only be filled when they saw each other in person again. After telling Kabir about Sherina and deciding together that Sherina should stay with them for a while, she asked after Anil. "He's well," Kabir said. "He and Davina have started flat hunting." Rajni had felt the twinge in her gut, but accepted that it would always be there. This was her son, after all, and he was starting adulthood far earlier than she'd wanted. She was allowed to grieve while also supporting him. She took in a deep breath and said, "I'd like to meet her. Maybe we can have her over for dinner when I come back?" "That would be really nice," Kabir had said. Rajni could feel his relief over the phone. Her next phone call was to Nikhil, the private investigator. She thanked him for his services and told him to close the investigation. After assuring him she didn't want a refund, she hung up and deleted his number from her phone. Now Sherina was nodding at something the official was telling her. Her gaze flickered at Rajni, and she nodded again. There was a sign on the wall that instructed passengers not to wait in this area, but nobody had shooed Rajni away yet. All sorts of travelers trailed past Rajni, lumbering under the weight of backpacks and dragging suitcases which bulged with excesses from their journey. Rajni realized she hadn't bought a single thing in India to take home. The contents of her bags were the same as when she left London. But so much had changed. She had a new relationship with her sisters, though. That and the throbbing pain in her ankle. Rajni had been worried, too, when Jasmine announced to them that she had decided to stay in India. Rajni knew staying in India was the best thing for Jasmine's career, and she couldn't wait to see her sister succeed. But she also wished they were returning to London together. She remembered taking Jasmine and Sherina to the shops when they were little girls. She'd link arms with her sisters, one on each side. Sometimes, if Rajni picked up her pace, Jasmine would stumble and ask her to slow down. Rajni would smile and say, "I forgot your little feet." The comment made Jasmine take long, quick strides, an imitation of a fairy-tale giant. When Mum first told them to take this pilgrimage, Rajni had had a mental image of racing against her sisters across India, out of sync and gasping for breath. Rajni wished that Mum could see what the journey had done for them. She imagined Mum waiting for them at Heathrow, expecting 3 bickering women who couldn't wait to get away from each other, but instead finding her daughters chatting amicably, making plans to see each other again soon. Rajni's phone buzzed in her bag. As she pulled it out, a border officer marched toward her, wagging a finger. Rajni dropped the phone back in her bag and cast a glance over her shoulder. Sherina was holding up the stub from what looked like her Melbourne to Delhi boarding pass. The security officer waved Rajni along. She walked as far as she could while still keeping Sherina within her sight. Outside a duty-free lounge, Rajni picked up her phone. It was a message from Jasmine. "It was very hard to say goodbye, but you should know that I have all the love and respect in the world for you. I gave you a hard time while you were organizing this journey, but it was only because you were so sure of where we were going, while I still had to figure it out. Give my love to Kabir and Anil. They're lucky to have you back." Rajni bit her lip. She went into the duty-free shop and busied herself with perfume samples to keep the tears back, but they came anyway, and now she smelled like peonies and musk. She read the text again and pressed reply, but before she could compose a message, there was another one from Jasmine. A picture of 3 grandmothers with their gray hair in curlers clinking their full wine glasses. "So much to celebrate soon," she had written. Rajni laughed and let the tears fall. Sharina was finally being waved through the customs counter, and she was walking toward Rajni. A smile bloomed across her face, and she looked more rested than she had been on the entire journey. "Everything okay?" Rajni asked. "Yeah, they just wanted to know why I changed my destination," Sharina said. She tucked her passport back into its case and put it in her handbag. "What did you tell them?" "Same thing I told Sehaj on the phone this morning. I just want to go home." Epilogue. Sharina had just finished feeding Anaya in the small back room meant for wedding presents when her Skype ringtone began to sound. Jasmine was a few minutes early. Sharina adjusted the neckline of her dress, propped Anaya on her lap, and pressed the green answer button. A ghastly version of Jasmine appeared on the screen, with a bloody, gaping wound on the side of her head. The minute Anaya saw her, she began to shriek. It took a few minutes of jiggling and hushing to calm her down. "Shh," Sharina said. "It's your auntie Jasmine, calling from India. She's just wearing makeup, darling. She's playing." Rajni popped her head into the room. "Everything all right?" Her eyes narrowed when she noticed the screen. "Oh, for heaven's sakes, Jasmine, why would you scare a baby like that?" "I didn't know she was going to see me," Jasmine protested. Behind her was a whirl of activity, crew members hurrying by, talking into their mouthpieces, a large camera on a trolley being pushed. Jasmine's hair was pulled back and piled high, making the gash on her head even more obvious. "I'll take her out to see the ducks," Rajni said to Sharina. "You two catch up." Anaya stretched out her arms with gratitude and threw the screen a scowl as Rajni took her away. "Some warning would have been nice," Sharina informed Jasmine. "You look like a murder victim." "A murder attempt survivor," Jasmine said. "If you'll remember, at the end of the last season, I was bludgeoned by that mafia boss who left me for dead in a house he set on fire, but I got rescued at the last minute by the undercover guy." "I do remember," Sharina said. She and Rajni had been on the edge of their seats watching the finale a few months ago. Sharina had trouble sleeping afterward and left a message with Jasmine just to confirm that her character would make it. She thought Jasmine might laugh at her for not knowing the difference between fiction and real life. But in their conversation the next day, Jasmine was delighted to know that her show was giving viewers nightmares. "It's the realism of Lawless that's making it so addictive," Jasmine said. "Hari is a genius with that stuff." This was also the reason the show was being picked up by major networks in the US and the UK. "How's the party then?" "I'm sorry I'm missing it," Jasmine said. After the show's unprecedented success, shooting of the second season had to begin immediately. "It's really nice," Sharina said. Kabir and Rajni rented out this lovely restaurant, which opens out onto a pond, so there'll be some great pictures of the bride and groom. How are they? I want to talk to Anil later to convey my congratulations, Jasmine said. They're glowing. Davina looks beautiful. In a simple white summer dress with a lace-trimmed shawl, Davina was an understated bride, but she was radiant. Their 3-month-old son, Arjun, was the real show-stealer, wearing a tiny tuxedo romper complete with a red bow tie. And how's mother of the groom? Jasmine asked. Sherina checked behind her to make sure the door was shut all the way. She lowered her voice. You missed it. There was almost an incident. Ooh, share, Jasmine squealed. Behind her, a hairstylist sprayed something in her hair and walked off. Okay, so earlier they were doing family photos near this big weeping tree outside. Very picturesque. The weather's cooperating. And then the photographer announces he wants one of just Rajni and Davina together. You know, the type of photograph where they say, just converse with each other, act natural, and you become really self-conscious. Jasmine snorted. Especially when Rajni's natural stance toward Davina is probably an icy stare at best. Exactly. He has them standing near the pond and keeps calling out things for them to talk about. All those memories you've shared over the years, how happy you are that this day has arrived. And then it dawns on all of us that he thinks they're sisters. Ha ha ha! So what happened? Rajni informs him that she's actually the mother of the groom, and he starts to backpedal and tells her it's a compliment because she looks so young. When really we know it's because they're so close in age. Yeah, but then it gets worse, because the photographer decides he wants one with Rajni and her grandchildren. Jasmine let out a hoot. Children? Plural? He thought Anaya was her granddaughter? Sherina nodded. And another child, this toddler who was just feeding the ducks with his parents. He went from thinking Rajni was the sister of the bride to the old woman who lived in a shoe. Jasmine was convulsing so hard with laughter now that a tendril of her hairdo came loose. The stylist returned to reset it, jabbing more pins into Jasmine's hair. Oh my God! That's too good, Sherina! If you could have seen it! She launched into this lecture to the photographer about protocols and how he should have read the email she sent him expressly explaining the dynamics of our family. She had drawn up a family tree and everything, so he'd be able to call everybody by name and relation and avoid the usual chaos of these things. Why am I not there? Jasmine sounded genuinely sad then. Sherina had been disappointed, too, to hear that Jasmine was going to spend the summer in India. You are here, Sherina said. You've been here a great deal. She wasn't just saying it to comfort her sister. She really had showed up via Skype for every momentous occasion, no matter the time difference or her filming schedule. It even became something that an entertainment journalist picked up on in a recent profile about Jasmine, which Sherina kept taped to her fridge. The up-and-coming starlet prioritizes her family, even on days packed with shoots and publicity commitments. During this interview, she tells us that she's expecting a call from her sister in London, with whom she speaks once a day. But Shergill wouldn't describe their childhood as being particularly close. My sisters and I didn't always get along, she admits. But as you get older, you recognize the importance of people you used to take for granted. Getting older would be another sore point for most actresses, but Shergill takes it in her stride. Breaking into her first major role relatively late compared to other women in Bollywood, Shergill says her previous setbacks gave her the resilience for her role as Monica Kapoor, a female detective fighting corruption in the highest ranks of the police force in H.C. Kumar's acclaimed series, Lawless. Sherina savored a different line from that piece every day. She was so incredibly proud of Jasmine and so happy that she was finally being recognized. Whenever Anaya caught sight of the glossy image of Jasmine staring boldly at the camera, Sherina pointed and said, "That's your auntie. She's fearless." There was a knock on the door before Rajni hurried in, toting Anaya on her waist. "Are there nappies in here?" she asked. "I think someone needs a change." "I'll do it. You catch up with Jasmine," Sherina said, taking Anaya from her. She breathed in the scent of Anaya's skin. Sherina never missed a chance to bury her face in her baby's hair. She was born with dark wisps, which were curling slightly on the ends now. "Hi, Jasmine! How are you?" Rajni said too loudly. "I'm good. Just waiting to go on, but it will be a while. We were supposed to start an hour ago, so it's still early." Rajni grinned. India." While her sisters caught up and Sherina carried Anaya to the changing table, she was struck by a feeling she occasionally had. It was the opposite of an out-of-body experience, and one that she considered uniquely hers until she read about it in Jasmine's profile. "Sometimes I just feel sort of captivated by this sensation of fully being, if that makes sense. I don't want to sound pretentious and say I'm fulfilling my life's purpose. It's probably simpler than that. It's just a profoundly gratifying feeling of being exactly where I want to be." The actress claims she is not spiritual or religious, but a trip to India with her sisters last year, during which she was discovered by H.C. Kumar, taught her to accept the impermanence of life. The speeches and toasts were all fairly casual, as Anil and Davina wanted. Anil's best friend, Joshua, told a memorable story about the times he and Anil did daredevil stunts on their skateboards and posted the videos online. "Considering his aunt was the Disaster Tube host, we should have known better," Joshua said with a wink at Sherina. She shook her head to tell him he had the wrong aunt, but he was too pleased with himself to make the correction. Sherina sneaked a look at Rajni during the maid of honor speech, which mentioned several times how Davina loved to keep her friends on their toes. "We were not expecting Anil," she quipped. "Nor were they expecting Arjun. Full of surprises, our Davina." The titter that went through the small crowd made Rajni visibly stiffen. She still wasn't fond of jokes about accidental pregnancies or age differences. Anaya was bundled in Sherina's lap, her chubby legs dangling beneath the frothy bridesmaid dress that Davina had bought her. It was very sweet, and earlier, as the pictures were taken with Anaya and Arjun sitting together on the grass, Sherina felt a wave of sadness. It was an odd thing, grieving a marriage. Sometimes she didn't know what felt worse: Sehaj's unwillingness to fight for her, or his continued absence from their lives. By the time Anaya was born in November, Sherina had filed for divorce. Although she was relieved to find out that he wouldn't try to fight for custody, she was also deeply hurt for Anaya. Her last message to Sehaj remained unsent. She had composed it so many times, in so many changing tones and questions and lengthy paragraphs, that it became a conversation with herself. Over time, she was able to delete the lines that no longer mattered. Questions about why Sehaj married her at all if his family wanted so much control. Angry rants about his mother and all the damage she tried to inflict, just because she felt threatened that a woman would steal her precious son. Delete, delete, delete. It became easier, and even the sadness she felt now was muted. It was like the grief she felt for Mum, something that became a little easier to carry as the days passed. Now Sherina only had one thing to say, and it didn't matter if Sehaj knew it or not. I named her Anaya. It means freedom. Is she asleep? Sherina looked up to find Davina standing over her, holding Arjun. He had Anil's round eyes and Davina's big smile. Sherina looked down to find that Anaya had drifted off to sleep. I must have been rocking her, she said. Sometimes I don't even realize I'm doing it. Same here, Davina said. I was swaying back and forth in line at the supermarket the other day, while Anil was outside with Arjun. The checkout lady told me there were toilets out the back. Sherina laughed. Davina had an ease about her that Sherina really enjoyed, and having another new mother in the family had been a real blessing. They stayed in touch, even outside the fortnightly family dinners that Rajni had started organizing after they returned to London. Sherina had lived with her and Kabir in Anil's old room for a few months before she found a place of her own nearby. Anaya came home in a bundle of fleece blankets to that modest little flat, where Jasmine's picture smiled from the fridge and Rajni was only a few streets away. Anil, Kabir, and Rajni wandered over. Lovely ceremony, Sherina said to Anil. You clean up nicely. Anil smiled and straightened his jacket lapels. He takes after me, Kabir said. You mean before the cleaning up part, right? Rajni scoffed. Kabir pretended to look wounded. We chose a great day for a wedding, didn't we? Davina said. The summer sky was blissfully blue, with a light breeze picking up the ends of her shawl. For all intensive purposes, this was the best venue, too, Anil agreed. I'm sorry. What did you say? Davina asked. For all intents... What? What's wrong with that one? A smile danced on the corners of Rajni's lips. It's for all intents and purposes, Rajni said. That doesn't make any sense, Anil said. This is the same thing he said about irregardlessly, Davina informed Rajni. He's still doing that? Anil, really? Sometimes it's like you never went to school. Hey, Josh, come over here for a second, Anil called. His best man came bounding over. For the second time, Sherina did not return the wink he gave her. How do you say it? For all intents and purposes, or for all intensive purposes? Neither, Josh declared. It's for all intensive purposes. What? Rajni and Davina asked in unison. Like, you know, for all people who are, like, intensive purposes. Like something's tense. It's a tensive purpose. Rajni and Davina both had the same expression of disbelief on their faces. Do you want to explain it, or should I? Rajni asked. Davina just shook her head slowly. Sherina began to laugh. Anaya shifted momentarily from the vibration in her ribs, and then relaxed into slumber again. Tomorrow, when Sherina and Jasmine spoke again, she had to tell her about this. She'd recount how Rajni and Davina teamed up to launch into a lecture that sent Anil and Kabir scrambling away together. She'd tell Jasmine that she missed her, but she was looking forward to her season premiere. She also couldn't wait to see Jasmine in the flesh. But that was a surprise that she and Rajni had been planning together. Next month, once Rajni's school holidays started, they were taking Anaya to India.